Busset, top 10 N-words. Cardiothorac surgeon. Goon, umbrella, big chunks. Gaming PC. Fortnite. Entity
Okay, lil bro, here you go. This is every word in the English language. That's 1,272,998 words. It will run for 3 months and 5 days.
The no-drip Skybody Sigma humans from Ohio Earth have permanently skibbodied the entire universe beyond all repair.
Nous sommes un pays de bâtisseurs. Dans les années 50, nous avons bâti la voie maritime du Saint-Laurent qui a créé des milliers d'emplois et envoyé plus de 1000 milliards de dollars de marchandises à l'international. C'est le temps de bâtir de nouveaux grands projets avec des travailleurs de la technologie, de l'acier et du bois canadien. Nous serons notre meilleur client et augmenterons nos exportations. Prenons notre avenir en main. C'est le temps de bâtir une économie forte. Un message du gouvernement du Canada.
Hey man, you've been going on. We've heard your conversation for an hour and a half or 2 hours now. Can you tone it down so my wife can sit here in peace? And to treat somebody poorly for sticking up for themselves and for the actual rules. And then this is where I still don't 100% know exactly what she said, but it was either you're a heightened threat or we're under heightened threat. When I travel, there's a few things that I do to make sure things go incredibly smoothly because they never do. So the first thing I always do when traveling is, one, when making my ticket, make sure all of the check marks are checked. So that means aisle chair, assistance, portable oxygen concentrator, and any other accessibility settings are checked. I then call the airline and confirm that all of those steps have been taken. So I want to make sure that the aisle chair is there. They know the oxygen concentrator is coming, and if there's any new paperwork that needs to be filled out that I wasn't aware, because in the past you needed a doctor's note or you needed to have your oxygen concentrator certified. There's all sorts of stuff I've dealt with in the past. So I always do this. I call the dedicated accessibility line at like Delta or Alaska. Southwest doesn't have a dedicated one, but I still call like, hey. I make sure my seating is correct because often they say you can't sit here or there. It's a whole thing. And then the other thing I do is I call the TSA. Now I don't actually have to. You can just submit a form online, which is actually great. But what I do is TSA, and this is a good indication for anybody here that might need this service. TSA has a TSA pre-check. Not pre-check. Wrong thing. TSA Cares. And what that is, if you have a complex medical situation you're going through security and you're going to need extra time, or these things are going to flag, and maybe a TSA agent that's new, it's not as trained, is going to be like, woo, let's start terrorizing you. What you could do, and also if you're bringing like ashes or cultural artifacts, religious things, all this stuff, make a TSA Cares appointment. It'll save you a lot of time and hassle. So I list out all of my medical stuff, and then it asks, of course, like where you're flying to, where you're flying out of, just so they know, and they put you on the schedule, right? So we get to the airport, and I look for the email that I got from San Diego's TSA for the number. Call the number, and the guy on the phone was like, "Dang man, I don't see you on the list today." And I'm like, shoot. And he goes, no worries. Somebody just didn't put your name on the list for today's TSA Care appointments. No worries. But anyway, call the guy. The guy's like, hey, yeah, somebody didn't put you on the schedule, but no problem. I'll call down to the checkpoint and have a supervisor meet you. Says, hold your phone, stand where you are, stand like I was standing. I told him where I was. He says, stand right there. I'll communicate to them that you're standing right next to the pre-check line to go into gates like 20 through 50 or whatever. And I said, sweet. And then I get the call. And I just knew like something's going to go wrong here. Like something's just going to go wrong. The second I picked up the phone, and this person goes, this is so-and-so with Homeland I am an agent with Homeland Security. Stay where you are. And I'm like, oh my God. And then I like she just like silent, and I'm just like, okay, I'm here. So then the lady starts saying, leave me alone. The person starts saying, like, I can't see you, like, wave your hand. And so I start waving my hand, and she goes, higher. And I'm like, you know Trunchbull? You guys familiar with Matilda, the movie Trunchbull? You guys familiar with that movie and the kind of the villain of the show, person named Trunchbull? Okay, now we're on the same page here. Higher, higher. And I'm like, and then I finally say, ma'am, I'm in a wheelchair, so my hand is like literally chin level with my dad. I'm just like, I don't know what else to say. I'm like, I don't know what else to say at this point. And then finally I see her. You freaking kidding me? I see her and I go, I see you, just come forward. Like, it was like this whole direction thing. The second she got there, I noticed there was like a weird vibe thing. Like there was a vibe. There was like, I think she thought like I was like legitimately like a threat, right? So also, I've never heard anybody just introduce themselves as like an agent of Homeland Security from TSA. That's when I knew it was like, so then the person gets here and like super acquisitory. And usually, like, when I do these things, and I say, okay, so just to recap before we go to the checkpoint, this is my medical bag. It has medical liquid in it and a lot of medical supplies, because that's the bag that will get flagged, because it has an obscene amount of liquid in it. And then I say, like, I have oxygen concentrator on my back. I have a feeding bag. The feeding bag has two, like a formula bag, a water bag, and then I'm not ambulatory. I cannot stand. I have a feeding tube here and here. Just so they know. Like, I figured if you, like, say these things, that maybe just get it out there, that maybe they'll feel comfortable. Like, okay, so this is what I'm dealing with. There's no, like, surprises, whatever. It's just completely ignored, like, what I said. And then she starts like reaching around like in my cushion, and she goes, do they have you remove the cushion? This needs to be removed. And I'm like, I don't know how we would. And then like she's just kind of like silent. And then like the other medical bag that I have, she's like looks at that and then goes, do they have you removed all of the batteries and the items from here? And I'm like, I mean, I physically can. Like, like I'm like, I physically can't. I mean, we can. I just need some help. I was like I'm just trying to help, right? I'm trying to be polite. Like, I fully understand being a TS agent is very difficult. Like, that's not an easy job. Like, that's not easy. So I'm trying to be. Who? Tarnation? So then, I'm trying to whatever, and I'm just trying to think of like the amount of stuff this person put us through, like within like 5 minutes, and then like the whole time just like being super like you've done something really wrong today, and I've been trying to like retroactively go back and be like, what was this? Was she worried because I wasn't on the schedule but asking for a TSA Cares appointment, that somehow maybe that's me trying to smuggle something, like, and she was worried about, like, I was trying to like think that through, right? I'm like, what is going on? And then and I say like, I'm TSA pre-check, and then she ignores that. So I say, my dad and I are pre-check, and then it's like she's just staring at me like so inquisitory. It was like so uncomfortable. And then, so then we go through we start going towards the checkpoint. She stops at the guy who takes your ID, and she's like having this conversation with him. He's like, well, they're pre-check. And then she's like, I can't hear what she's saying, but she's like going back and forth, and he goes like, they're pre-check. They could go through the pre-check line. And then he kind of like shrugs his shoulders and opens the drawer and like hands us this laminated card. Now, I never got like a great look at the laminated card, but there was like X's through the stuff where it said like pre-check. And I'm like, well, that's odd. Like, like liquids, laptops, stay in the bag, all that stuff. And then she hands me the card, and then like I set it down, and she's like, that needs to stay in your hand. And I'm like, and then they're trying to, work it through with my dad. And And I'm like, I'm holding the cart. And then we're going back and forth. And then it's like, move. And I set the card down to move again. She goes, that stays in your hand. I'm like, this is when you're trying to be polite. You don't want to be rude, but you're like, I need my hands to wheel the chair unless you're willing to push me. And she goes, fine. And I set it down and I wheeled to the conveyor belt. And then I'm like struggling to get the suitcase on. And like I get the one with the batteries on. And I'm saying these batteries are like this big that go in the concentrator. And like she's got my dad tied up over in the corner. And I'm like, I'm trying to get my suitcase up there. Finally, like my dad puts the suitcases up there. And then she goes, liquids, laptops, everything out. Everything out of the pockets, all electronics need to go in these bins. And I'm like, and that's when I was like, but I'm pre-checked. Like, we don't need to take out laptops, tablets, liquids out of the bag. And then this is where I still don't 100% know exactly what she said, but it was either you're a heightened threat or we're under heightened threat. And she said it 3 times fast, like heightened threat, heightened threat, heightened threat. And I said, even with TSA pre-check. And she goes, take your liquids and your tablet out. And I'm like, and this is like in my brain, I'm like, well, on the way here, that wasn't a thing. That wasn't a thing on my 2 flights last year. Then I had to go back later and look at TSA pre-check. And I'm like, am I wrong? So like I go back and I'm like, yeah, you can leave those things in your bags. And like, I'm like, and you know, like it's one thing if it's like somebody with, you know, some big muscles. Like I am struggling to open this bag with my little muscles. And like I'm trying to get it out and she's just staring at me. I'm like, you know, you could like help, like turn the suitcase over or like help me in some way. Absolutely not. Like it took me an extra like 8 minutes to get the bag opened, try to find the thing. My dad's doing the same thing. And then she just leaves. She just leaves. She is gone. And then somebody comes over to help my dad through because he's got some things in his brain that they have to be a little bit more mindful and careful of. So he goes through, right? So he goes through. I'm just sitting alone here for a while, and a guy just like comes out of nowhere, and I'm here holding the thing. By the way, I'm holding the thing. I'm holding the card, and he goes, "Are you with somebody, or did somebody leave you here?" And I must have just looked pathetic, and the way he like acted. I'm like, man, I don't know. I'm just supposed to hold this card. And he goes, why? This TSA agent was great. I liked him a lot. And he goes, okay, whatever. I'll help you go through. So he gets the chair and he goes through, and then he like pushes the bags through the X-ray machine. By the way, I find her again in a second. So we go through, and he goes, I don't know who you came in with, but I'll get you going, like you're pre-checked. So all I need to do really is just swipe your hands with like the little thing, and then I might need the swab. Looks like these bags on the back, are these attached to you? And I go, yes, they are. And he's like, no problem. And he says, I'll just need to swab each one, and then we should be good. And then she appears, and she points to the card and takes it from me, and then they have like this conversation. I'm like, what is this card? This laminated card, like. It was so crazy that I never got like a chance to properly read it. So that's why I'm like, I don't know what that card said. And then they kind of have this back and forth talk again. And then I see her go back. She's at the X-ray machine, and I see the X-ray. It's one of the old, like, it's like, this is the one that didn't have like the automated thing. So you have to like roll them through. And I see her like move the suitcase into it with the conveyor belt. It's moving. And I see the conveyor belt going like back and forth, back and forth. She must have searched every one of our bags with a fine-tooth comb with that X-ray machine just going back and forth inside the machine. Like you could see the conveyor belt going like this. I'm like, lady, I'm not a bad guy. And like I feel like you're going a little zealous here, my friend. And so this guy does all that. And then I feel like she did something else when she reappeared, but I'm like drawing a blank now. It's been a few days. I can't remember. I think she wanted to undo all of my medical bags, and the other TSA guy says he checked them, they're fine, he can go. I think that's how that went. I think that like I think he was the supervisor is why that finally went through. Like, I think he may have been a supervisor, and that's why, like, maybe it just finally just ended, and we were able to just, like, go. They called me like a heightened threat, like, or a heightened threat environment, or you are. Like, I could never tell the difference. She said too quick.
I'm seething with anger for you. Flying is hard enough without all of the not fun people around on power trips.
She was
Anyway,
definitely
I
a
hope
power
you'll
trip.
never have to have similar experience. Anyway, I love your content so much. It inspires me to create a lot.
Oh,
Love kitties too.
I love the kitties. They're good little fellas. Thank you so much. Very much appreciate, my friend. Yeah, it's hard to even explain just like the vibe the person gave off. You know, and there's just like this, like, you've done something wrong vibe. And it's so kind of like oh no, I think I lost my shulker box. In all that chaos, I lost the gray shulker box. In all those deaths, oh no. Unless it's on the ground. Unless it's on the ground. Oh boy. Oh no, there it is. But there's a creeper. Gosh, guys, there's a creeper standing right next to all those mobs. But yeah, it was just like kind of a feeling, like just that kind of a gross feeling you got from that. Like, this person was just really, really rude. Anyway, that was fine. I was like, oh well, fine. Like, I'm all kind of discombobulated, and like my dad sorts out the stuff, and we get to the gate, and all of the, like, the, are you serious? I'm trying to fly away so it despawns. We get to the gate. All the wheelchair seats are taken by people just sitting with like 1,000 luggage things. You know, like a seat that's made for like somebody in a wheelchair and then their companion. All of them are taken. So my dad and I squeeze in between the garbage cans where people throw away all their stuff at TSA, like checkpoint, and then our gate. Our gate was like gate 22 in San Diego, so it's right by the TSA gate. And so we just sit there, and it's fine. Like, everybody else is just coughing over in the seats, so like I'm cool just not being near that. And like, but I've only ever had one bad incident where the guy got like verbally upset with me because I couldn't get out of the wheelchair, and then I couldn't lean forward enough for him to search the back of the chair. And he unstrapped my strap to the point where it became like unsafe, and my brother like intervened, and he like took that as like a threat, because my brother like, you know, like jumped up, was like, hey, like, if you unstrap that strap, he will fall out of the wheelchair. And he took that as like a threat. And then the guy like kind of like yelled at my brother, and my brother's like, this is again, like, I have a bad habit of making early flights, and we're at the airport at like 4:30 in Nashville for Minecon. And my brother's like, this is bullshit. And like the guy, like, if you keep using that language, we're going to escalate this. And he like went on this whole like rant, and like, my brother just put up his hands. It's like, we just want to get through. Just don't unbuckle that strap and have him fall on the floor, because if he falls on the floor, then you're going to have EMS here, and it's going to cause a whole issue. And like, my brother and him kind of like agreed to disagree and just put up with it, and we you know, made it through there, whatever. But that was my only other like bad one. In Seattle, there was a guy nicknamed Hollywood, nicest guy you could ever imagine. He, you know, I called TSA, and he actually called me and said, hey, you're supposed to go through the checkpoint at this point, because I called the TSA Cares thing. And he goes, no, dude, we're stuck in the line at Alaska. Like, it is taking forever. And he goes, nah, I got this. Dude comes not just walking, he comes striding. He was taking big strides, and he just like pulls me like right up to the thing, and he goes, this guy's gonna miss a flight, let's get him going. And so like the people like checked us in. He got us right through security, and he was like, I'm gonna push you to your gate. And I was like, this guy's the greatest. He was the nicest guy imaginable. Like, so that's why I've said, like, not every one of them is bad. Like, you know, like that. You know, it's a difficult job. Like, I get it. But you know who got me the worst, Doc? We get through the TSA. It's fine. This lady, it's one of those things where it's like, that was annoying. This person was just really like on a trip, and it's like, you just put it aside. You're done. Let's move on. The Alaska people is where I drew the line of like being actually mad. So like, I go to the counter early. Okay. I have family who work for the airlines, so I fully understand how much insane shenanigans they deal with on a daily basis from just immature adult humans that should be in a stroller. So So, like, I know how these people work. I know that when a gate agent arrives at a desk, you don't rush them. You let them settle in, you let them get the laptop going, and then once you kind of get the vibe that they're like, okay, they're ready for it, they're okay if somebody comes up. So, because I have family who are flight attendants and who have literally said these things, so I know how this works. So, so I go over there and I'm like, hey, want to double check, aisle chair and assistance. And I always warn them that it takes me a little longer to get on the plane than typical pre-boarding, just because like I have all these bags that have to be like sat on my lap. And she just looks at me and goes, you're not on the schedule. Like your ticket doesn't say you need an aisle chair and you have a portable oxygen concentrator. You have to give us 42 hours notice before flying with one of those. And I'm just like, well, and she goes, well, she's like, well, I'm just glad you came up here early other than just showing up right before your flight. And I'm just like, okay. And I said, like, I, and this is one of those times where I'm like, I did like call ahead, and just like, it's just a person that doesn't want to hear anything. And not that really me saying I called ahead and made sure all this was good, right? Like it's not that would do any good, but there's just me just trying to defend myself, and she just like wouldn't listen. And I go, okay, like she just wouldn't look at me. She was just like typing, and I go, would you like me to go back to my seat or need anything else from me? And she goes, we'll call you. I'm like, okay. Just feeling like absolute garbage. And so then I go back to my dad and I tell him that, and he's just like, it's just gonna get any worse. Right. So like I go back over there and we just wait for a while. We keep hearing these like announcements that's like, Mr. Doc M77, we have a special message for you. Please come up to the podium. Like a Mr. Confed 135, we have a special message for you. And so it's like, why do they keep announcing those like announcements? And so like eventually, like the airports guys who help like lift onto aisle chairs onto the airplane seats, they get there and they're super nice. I was hanging out with them. We're talking about Machinima. Who remembers Machinima back in the day? Because I still have like a Machinima bag from when I was partnered with that MCN, which that's a story for another day. It's a great backpack, not a great organization, but that's fine. But so we had a good chat. We're talking, right?
The kids these days don't even know who Machinima is anymore, Scar. Let it go.
That's true. I'm old, I guess. It's fine. Anyway, so just going through there and was just waiting, and then the guy goes, "It looks like they want you to walk up there." And I go up there, and there's three of them at that point. And I'm trying to remember. It's been a few days now, so I'm just trying to remember what they said. But it was like, you cannot sit where you're sitting. Like, it's just like, you know what? If you're trying to work a problem, like, kindness and professionalism goes a long way. You know, like, if we're working a problem, like, if for whatever reason they say I can't sit here, it's like, okay, like, how do we make this work? And then she's like, you cannot sit where you're sitting, like, in a very accusatory, like, weird way. It's like, I'm like, okay, but I'm literally in the same seats that I flew down on. So whatever seat that I flew down on, I'm in the exact same seat that I flew down. So I have no perception of like why, like, and then she goes, we're separating you from your travel companion, and then because nobody will move their seats, right? And I'm like, okay. And then I asked like, why can't I sit where I'm sitting? And she goes, there's FAA rules state you cannot sit where you're sitting because of like your oxygen concentrator. And then I'm like, okay, well, this is the first time I probably got a little bit like upset. And I'm like, well, FAA rules state that you cannot separate a caregiver travel companion from a disabled passenger, cannot operate their oxygen concentrator themselves, evacuate the aircraft themselves, or handle any of their other medical needs. That is why he's a caregiver. And then she rolls her eyes, mouths a profanity, and it goes back to her computer, and then like I can hear her tell somebody over there, like kind of like in a really like sarcastic way, like says he can't operate his whatever, so we're gonna have to force move somebody. and they're just over there like chit chatting like in this
It's
like
so
really
nasty, man.
really like
Nah.
gross way, and it's like. And I'm just sitting there like looking. I just feel like an absolute fool, like just sitting there. And I asked the other gate agent, I'm like, hey, like, how do I prevent this in the future? I called, I did these things. She just will not listen to me. And I'm not saying we're like 10 feet away. We're like 3 feet away, looking like straight at each other. Like she would not acknowledge me as they like fiddled with their computers. And then she kind of waved at the the San Diego airport employees who helped like transfer and move, and just waved. You can bring him down.
Yeah.
And like just no eye contact, nothing. Just like I was like, how did I upset this person so badly? I'm like, what in the world? And so we go. She never scanned my boarding pass, by the way, like which was kind of odd, Like I still had it in my hand like a goof, and I'm like. So I don't know if she did it on her computer, but I've had other times where gate agents run down the jetway because like just the craziness of getting me on a plane, like all the extra assistance and stuff. Like sometimes they forget and like, oh shoot, oh we got to scan that. Like so we finally get like down there, and like man, those people like made me feel like absolute garbage. Like it's just like the TSA person. It's like it's hard to convey like the attitude through just like speaking, like telling you the story. But it's like the TSA person I could just forgive.
No,
like
I can envision it. I mean,
I can forgive the
it's not
TSA
a
person. Like she's just taking her job really serious. These gate agents at Alaska were some of the rudest people I've ever dealt with flying.
Well,
like,
yeah, that's what I just wanted to say, man. Like, it is no coincidence when you see people raging in public videos. Half of them is in airports. Because those people know, right? When there's somebody there that likes to be power tripping, they know they will always win. Try to start a fight at an airport and see what happens, right? So it's like, some people they are just, not good people. I mean, how about like no empathy at all, right? Making you feel like you're already, it's a huge hassle for you with traveling and all that, and then they give you the feeling like you're a burden on top of things.
Yeah.
We need to force move somebody. Lord have mercy. Right. I mean, wow. We some random dude that sits on a random seat probably wouldn't mind.
I know they called quite a few people up, and apparently, like, I guess none of them moved. But the thought that they would even like the way that they like. Dude, it's I'm so chill, and like if we're trying to work a problem, like hey, you need to do this or you need to do that, like just being like normal, like polite human goes a freaking long way with me. Like if we're just trying to like work a problem, but like to just like, oh my god, it's so distract him. Oh shoot. Wait, I think we flew into it last time. That worked.
Yeah, it works. He's bumping.
I think one more bang will get him in there. I think, but yeah, and so then we got on the flight. The guys did a great job getting me on. They were super nice, and then we get on the plane, and this was like the flight of just doom, Doc. So we get on there, and this is what I've learned a little bit since then is that so San Diego is a single runway airport, and because it's a approach or the runways are very close to buildings, it's that if there's a low-lying clouds or fog, it's pretty dangerous, and they'll delay because of just the proximity to the buildings. So like our clearance got revoked or something for weather. So like because I'm listening to ATC just trying to understand what they're saying, and they're like so it got revoked or something, and they have to like wait out the weather or do whatever they do. I don't understand ATC. I'm just trying to listen and just figure out why we're delayed. And so we're sitting there, dude. Look at it. It looks pretty good up there, doesn't it? Look at that.
It's cool.
So we're sitting there, and we're pushing like an hour at this point or something like that. We're pushing an hour, and we're taxiing now. Like we're at least going onto the ramp, and then like the planes, like if you hear like if somebody's a big walker, like they thud, like you can hear that echo. You know that what I'm saying? Like the floor is kind of like hollow, so you can kind of hear like a thud pretty loud. No, okay.
Yeah. Sorry, it was just.
But so I hear that, and I'm like, what the heck? And this lady is just running flat out to the front of the aircraft during taxiing. So we're like on an active taxiway. So that's like a huge, obviously, red flag when you stand up during like active taxiing. And she's running up. The flight attendants both stand up from their jump seats and like put their hands up, and then they realize quickly like, oh no, this lady's going to the bathroom. And the one flight attendant like just this is like a split second like thinking like, why is lady running? Oh, and opens the door, runs in there, and just having a fit of it in the bathroom. It felt bad for her. And so that means now we are now held because this person got up during taxiing, so we're kind of like in a holding position, and then she has to be removed from the aircraft. And look, I don't blame her. Like I don't blame her. Like if you're sick, like the last thing you want to do is start flying. So like she must have asked to leave, and then I can hear the flight attendant say, "Okay, we are on an active taxiway. You cannot get up. You have to use this bag." Could you imagine sitting by that person? Oh no! And so this person goes back to her seat, and I'm listening to ATC, and like the pilot's hilarious. He's like, "Yeah, we had a I forget what he used. He had some kind of word for it, and then so we need to do a 180 to go. We got to do a 180 to go back to the gate. But the problem is because of the weather, there's a bunch of planes kind of like sandwiched on the taxiway. So we had to wait out the delays on those other flights for us to be able to pull forward, make a 180, and go back to another gate so this person could get off. And then eventually, after all that, we're pushing like 2 hours. We go back to the gate. This person gets off. And like I said, I don't blame her. I would have probably wanted to get off if I was that sick. Maybe should have thought of that a little earlier before getting on a plane, but you know. So she gets off, and then the pilot comes back on and was like, "Hey, you know, we had an incident with a passenger. What the heck?
Magic.
Whoa, that's fancy." And so like they get off, right? They get off, but then the pilot's like, but we're like back at like we're at like starting point now. Because we came back, so that means like we're in the back of the queue. Like I don't know airline stuff enough, but I'm just guessing by him saying that means like if we came back, that means that we're now in the back of the line for planes to take off. So so we have to wait a long time at the gate, and finally we get the pushback, and we're stuck on the runway now for a little while, and there's a guy one row ahead and to the side, so he's like just in front. He's like one row ahead of me, and then okay, so this guy is like a big guy. He's got a toupee on that's like askew, and he for this entire time is talking up a storm, like super loud, super obnoxious. But it's like one of those things where you just kind of like you just tune out. It's like, oh my god, this guy is like super loud and obnoxious, but you just tune him out, right? At least I did. And then the guy in front of us, so the guy in front of me has had enough, and he like turns around and he just starts like, "Hey man, you've been going on. We've heard your conversation for an hour and a half or 2 hours now. Can you tone it down so my wife can sit here in peace?" And this guy,
one second, Scar, be right back.
Oh, he's gone.
Karen, there's something with Karen. Be right back.
Hi, Karen. Dude, this guy, guys. Dude, this guy, like, this is the thing when it comes to this type of stuff. It's like, one, the guy being kind of obnoxious, it's like he's a bit obnoxious, but you can kind of like tune this person out. Like, at least I can. It's just like, phew. But then the guy sitting in front of us was kind of like, whatever. He's kind of the person I assume has always gotten his way with whatever he wants type of like attitude. Like, listen to my authority. What I say, you know, goes. You know that kind of. Let's see if the camera can turn back on. It's broken. You know that vibe, right? It's like if I say something, you must comply with what I say, no matter what type of vibe. And so that guy starts. So that guy starts kind of mocking the guy. So that's when I was like, oh no, because the guy with the toupee askew is now having a laugh over the fact that this guy is so mad, and he starts just kind of like mocking him, and these guys were in first class, and he goes, "Hey man, come on, you're in first class, show some class, you're getting all upset about nothing." And the guy in front of me is right, he is seething over that. And there's some choice words exchanged, and when the choice words start flying, that's when I was like, oh, this could go bad. And so so then he stands up, and his like wife pulls him down, and she's like, "You're gonna get us kicked off the flight." And then he's like, "Yeah, listen, your wife's speaking the truth. Sit down, enjoy your flight." And he's being obnoxious. Like, this guy's obnoxious, clearly. But the other guy is like actively trying to escalate this into like a fight. The flight attendants stand up again. I couldn't imagine how upset they are about the whole day. And this is their first flight of the day, and it is going poorly. And then he sits down. That guy turns around and goes right back into his like loud conversation. My concentrator is not working fantastic, so I had it off for a little while to try to see if it would like stop me if it was overheating. I turn it back on, and it's just beeping. Guy in front of me, she's like, "Where's this beeping coming from? Where's this beeping coming from?" And his wife's like, "I think it's coming from behind us. Is this going to be going the whole flight?" I turn to my dad. I'm like, "Yes, sir." I'm like, "Yes, sir. It is going to be beeping the whole flight." So sit back and relax and enjoy Scar's concentrator as it slowly implodes from the inside. And it took us, I think we were at 2 hours, 2.5, something like that, hours before we made it to a line up and wait like spot. And thankfully, like however we got out of the airport, like we did, some other aircraft were delayed longer listening to ATC. So for people who know like airport stuff, I assumed that maybe we were taking off on a different direction than they were going, where the clouds were worse. I have no idea. But thankfully we got out of there. Those two didn't fight anymore. And we had like a relatively peaceful flight. We get to Portland, and this was a 2-hour flight turned into about a 5 to 6 hour flight with all the delays on the ground and the taxiing nightmare and all that stuff. I can't remember. It's just a blur, but we should have got to Portland at like 9 o'clock, 9 something. And I think we got there at like 1 or 1. I can't remember, somewhere around there. And because the flight was so delayed, when this is what frustrates me about airlines, is when the aircraft is delayed, and because I need extra time to get off the aircraft, they rush me so hard. So I have to transfer onto an aisle chair and then onto my chair, but my chair is broken down into a bunch of pieces that I have to put together. And then I have to make sure my feeding tube, which is attached to my intestine, and my oxygen concentrator all come with me. And so they're rushing me off like Alaska is. And like they're throwing the bags on my lap. The cords are getting like wrapped around my head. And it's like, and so like they're wrapping like the cords like all around. I'm like basically tied up with cords. I'm like, and so you transfer, and then I get to my chair, and like the chair is like all improperly put together, right? My cushion is backwards, and my cushion is very like designed. So it's like, there's the cells, it's all made up of little air cells, and the air cells are all like mapped to sit in a very specific way. And so I'm just sitting like this, like I'm rolling like basically on like one spot, and they get me up.
Sauronita tipped $20 for that private jet fund.
Private jet fund. Thank you for the tip. That's very appreciative. Thank you. It gets to the top of the jetway, and they just leave me there. Like, and my dad's, struggling with all the bags. Like, my dad's older. Like, like he's got his backpack. He's got my bags. He's got the bag with the batteries, and like he's just struggling to get up there. And they leave me like right at the door of the They leave me right at the door of the jetway. and there is an entire 737-900 worth of passengers wanting to go to Seattle, just standing there like, our flight's been delayed so many hours. And like all like kind of looking at me, they're all lined up. I'm the last person off that jetway, just feeling like trash again, like all these people staring at me. I'm all like tied up, and like I just like hobble my chair in my like, because I can't sit down right, so I'm kind of like wobbly. Like I hobbled the chair over to the corner, and like my dad and I just tried to like put some pieces back together. And like it was just the flight of horror, because it's like when you come up the jetway and there is literally a 737-900 worth of passengers just standing there staring at you. And plus, when you're in the jetway and they're trying to rush you on, like the previous crew was waiting for me to get off, the new crew was waiting for me to get on, and they're both all looking like super impatient. And it was just like, it's such an uncomfortable flight. Like, I don't know. It'll probably be another like year before I even like muster the strength to think about flying again ever. That was miserable.
We don't do standing still. We're trail makers, groundbreakers, like you. Yes, you. On that journey, going places, doing your thing. Big moves, small moves. But wherever you're headed, whatever you're after, we're by your side every step of the way, meeting you wherever you are. Through every turn, every twist, every leap towards your goal. Together, we can go so much further. For everyone in BC, for every journey, this is Beam.
I've been playing in the same hardcore world for a little over 2 years now, so today I want to give you guys a world tour and go through the building processes with every build in this world, starting all the way from the storage build in episode 1 up until the bee farm we recently built in the last episode. If you're interested in learning about building processes in Minecraft and want to learn tips and tricks, ladies and gents, take out your notepads because I have a tip for you. I'm going to be going into an in-depth breakdown on all 13 builds in this world and give you my best insights on how they came to be, covering interiors, exteriors, block palettes, and the shapes I use to build this all. Ladies and gents, welcome to the world tour. Also, while this is a world tour video, it's only right to have a world download attached in the description. So if you want to play in this world yourself, now you can. But with all of that out of the way, let's jump in. So for this tour, I kind of want to slow down and explain everything in a lot more detail than I normally would in any other episode. So what we're going to do is we are going to explain the exteriors first, and then we'll go on the interiors and explain all the interiors. Also, one more thing, I am going to go over the mods that I'm using at the end of the video, just so that way everybody knows like what kind of mods I'm running, and I'm also going to go over the shader packs that I use as well. With that being said, this is not where the video will start. The video will start at where we settled at in the first place, and it's a little ways this way, and this is traveling east, so you can see the big spruce trees coming into render distance, and this is where we settled at first in the first episode before we started building anything. And what we have here is our little shack that we were in and we survived out of for a couple days. We were here for a minute, and then we left all of our original tools here. So we have our original shield, our first wooden pickaxe, our first iron shovel, and our first wooden axe. And then also we have our first ever iron set of armor, and this iron set of armor actually didn't get touched too much. As you can see, not a lot of durability taken off of that. And this wandering trader has been here literally since we left this area in episode 1. And then if we take a look at the whole village, we have Fletchers in these couple houses here, and then we have the armor over here where we got all of our original diamond gear. So flying a little bit more west, this is where we ended up settling down. Obviously this area didn't look like this when we got here. It was super plain, super barren, and that's exactly what I wanted. I wanted to build a starter house next to water. If we take a look this way, it's next to water. And this is the starter house. So my main idea for the first build is always to have some type of storage area. So if we go inside, I know I said I'm going to do exteriors first, but I just wanted to show you real quick. The main idea of this build was the storage room, and all the chests were here, kind of lined up like this, but we moved all the chests now downstairs just to have it be a little bit more accessible. But all right, so I'm going to jump into free cam here because it's going to be a little bit easier to explain. What I did first with this build is I set up 2 foundations made out of stone. So this side being a complete rectangle, so a pretty simple shape, and then this side being a circular foundation, and then I made those both out of stone, mainly cobblestone at that time because that's all I had, to make it look a little bit more interesting rather than just being a rectangular box. All I did was bring out some stone pillars and skipped a block in between every pillar, and then on the inside of the blocks that we skipped, we added some spruce accents just to kind of make it look a little bit more interesting. We used spruce buttons and spruce trapdoors and everything like that. We added some chains with lights on it. Definitely don't need this many lanterns, but I think it just looks pretty good. With the foundations added in, obviously you have to get up to where you want to be, so we added in these staircases, and it's nothing special, nothing crazy. It's just literal staircases with upside down stairs on the side with walls and fence posts on the side as well, just to kind of make it look a little bit better. So what I did for this structure here is I literally just built a deep slate rectangle on top of the foundation that we had already placed down, and then we built in the roofing. And I feel like with roofs, this is where builds really do come together, because otherwise this would just be a giant rectangle and that would be all. But when you start messing around with different shapes and roofs, and you can leave it like simple, because this is all of these roof styles are super simple. It's just a lot of stuff added on top of each other. So this is a really simple A-frame roof, so it gets really tall. So we had a lot of space on the inside to work with. And then with flat spaces, so say I didn't make this A-frame window here and just left this flat, it would look really boring, and I didn't want that to be the case. So something really simple is just adding an A-frame roof into roofs to kind of give it a little bit more character. And you can see throughout all of the builds, I do that pretty frequently. It just adds a whole bunch of character. And then with the detailing on the sides, on the exterior, on the outsides, I kind of just try to use a lot of spruce trimming. This is not super realistic and doesn't make too much sense, but I think it looks all right. I mean, this is our first build in this world, so you know, we were experimenting with some stuff. This side looks a little bit better. We have some arches. It's nothing crazy. You kind of just get used to doing a specific pattern, and then if it works, you can use it quite often, honestly. And then we have little outlines for windows built out of spruce and all of that. I like this side a lot. I like these little arches here with this window design. All I'm using is spruce trapdoors and spruce stairs, and they do a lot for builds. Also, stripped spruce logs do a lot as well. So yeah, this build has a lot of deep slate and a lot of spruce in it. I think that's the only blocks that we use besides stone in this build, and it came out looking pretty good. I do enjoy this build. This is one of my favorite builds actually to this day, because this side, I love this side with this tower here. It just looks so good. So we're gonna hop into free cam and take a look at the left side of this build, and this side is also a pretty simple shape. We just made a plus shape out of the deep slate on top of the foundation that we already put down here. On the side of the plus shape, we put another square on this side to build up a tower. When you're making builds, it really is just a whole bunch of simple shapes put together, and then when the build starts to come together is when you start doing the roofing, like I said earlier. Because for example, this is literally just a plus shape with a super regular stair roof. Like there's nothing special going on here. It just, you can make something look interesting without it being so interesting. It's kind of funny. And then we have the tower bit on this side, and we just made a pointed roof with a whole bunch of spruce stairs, spruce planks, deep slate walls, and spruce fence posts, and then also one iron bar on the top. That adds a lot. And then we did add a little bit of a bridge to get back and forth from this building to this building, and the main reason I did that is just because I wanted the interiors to have a different purpose. So the main purpose at first in this building was just to have this be like a brewing setup, and we did put some nether wart and stuff like that over here. We did decorate it pretty nicely. On the interiors, you'll see that I use trap doors to use them as floating shelves a lot with chains attached to the ceiling, just to make it look like, I don't know, nice. I really like how this looks. We also use a lot of barrels because they look nice and they're also functional as storage blocks. And then we use some chests here and there. They also look nice on top of barrels and things like that. I use glowberries a lot in this build on the interior. We also have all of the other functional blocks like an anvil. We have our ender chest. we have a crafting table, and we have a stone cutter. And then I wanted this to feel like kind of open, so I didn't put a door here, which is kind of nice. I like that a lot. But walking out to the bridge, you can look this way and have a good view of the village, and then you can also look this way and have a good view of the water. The way that we decorated the bridge is we just did some simple stuff with some deep slate tile walls and some spruce fences, and then we just put some spruce trap doors on top just to serve as some nice decoration while you're walking past the bridge. It brings this whole build together. I love this part of the build. And then if we come over to the main structure of the build, the interior of this building used to be the main storage, but since then we took out all the chests. This is the only chest that remains, and this is just an extra junk chest that I'm not going to move. The way that we designed this interior is kind of the same way that we designed the other side. We did this side first. We do have a lot of floating shelves. It's just nice to fill the space with, especially if you have like empty walls. We have the dragon egg here as some more decorations, some candles. If you don't use candles, you should. And then also what you realize is I do use potted plants a lot in all of the builds, really. We'll look at all the rest of the builds, but you'll end up seeing a lot of potted plants.
Visions Electronics' legendary Black Friday sale starts now. With store-wide savings up to 80%. We'll beat any price in Canada guaranteed. And you'll save even more when you pick up in-store. Plus, take up to 3 years to pay interest-free. See all the deals in-store and at visions.ca.
Something that I like to do with potted plants as well is put a dead bush in the potted plant and put a leaf block on top. And then that looks like it's like a bigger plant, and I just love the way that that looks. And then we have some more books over here because, you know, knowledge is power. And then we decorated this side with some armor stands and the dragon head. I didn't have a nicer spot to put the dragon head, so it's kind of just shoved in the corner there. But with the ceiling in this build, it did take a little bit longer than the rest of the decoration just because it was a little bit more intricate of a design. So what I did first was outlined the whole room with upside down spruce stairs, and then coming in one block from that, I just put some spruce trapdoors. And then on top of that, we added some stripped spruce logs on the top, and it kind of gives us like a nice little effect. What I realized in my years of playing Minecraft, if you have like a flat ceiling in a build, it just makes it look way less interesting when you walk inside of it. So I'd usually try to make like little arches and put some depth variation in where I can, just to kind of make the area look a little bit more interesting. But if we come around this corner, we have the staircase, and this is the little square that we put off to the side on the exterior, and this is literally just a staircase. And then we walk up here. This is our upstairs. I wanted this to serve as my bedroom initially, and this is our this is our very sad just bed here that we never really did anything with. I don't come up here too often. Also, one more cool thing I like about this build, on the interior we did make a little bit of a closet, and we are dripped out. Yes, look at that, shiny, drippy. So with this part of the interior being wrapped up, we still do have a couple more parts of this build to explore, and we are going to take a look at those now. So this build is like it's not big, but it does have a lot of interior space, which is kind of nice because we did utilize the foundations as well underneath. And this is now where we have all of our main storage at. This is pretty much the main hub of where we come to get all of our resources. If we take a look in these chests, they're full of resources. So I did come through and decorate this later in the world. This is actually pretty recent, not gonna lie. But since this is our main station, we do have a whole bunch of extra functional blocks like barrels. All of our super valuable items are in these barrels and chests and stuff in here. As you can see, we're completely loaded. Yes. I'm rich. So yeah, the way that we decorated this interior is with storage buildings. I usually like to do the double chest facing toward you and then stacking as much as you can on top of that. And then you end up getting something that looks kind of like this. All of the functional blocks that we can use, like stone cutter, smithing table, blast furnace, ender chest, anvils, all of that. And then we have more storage with the barrels, and also the barrels just kind of look good to frame this whole wall out. Something that I did in this corner that I actually really like. So I put down some glowstone, and then I put trapdoors around it so you can't see the glowstone. And on top of the glowstone, I put a leaf block with spruce signs around to kind of make it look like a planter box. And then on top of that, we put some sea pickles just for like a nice little subtle detail there. Also, you might notice throughout the interiors is I like to use flower pots to put on top of full blocks if there's nothing on top of it. Either that or campfires, just to kind of fill the space a little bit. So yeah, you can see that's a recurring theme. That's going to be a lot of the interiors, but you know what they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But yeah, that just about wraps up the interior, because on this side we haven't really done anything with this. This is just where all of our villagers that we trade with hang out, and they hang out in here with this iron golem, which is actually pretty dangerous. But I'm gonna let them be dangerous in there because there's nothing to see. We got some hay and we got a couple of chests, but that's about it. So with the exterior and the interiors explored, that is the first build in this world, and this build will always have a special place in my heart because this is the first ever build that I made on YouTube. Not only that, I still love this build to this day. Like, I'm still really happy with how this turned out and how it looks. But moving on from that build, we can come over here and find ourselves our second build in this world. And this build is also super simple, very simple shapes, and we just kept adding more details on top of it to make it look a little bit more interesting and make it pop out a little bit more. And I'm gonna go over some of the little intricate stuff that I did to kind of make it a little bit more interesting and not as boring as it would have been if I didn't do these things. So jumping into FreeCam just to make it a little bit easier, if we take a look, this is actually a super simple shape. All it is a rectangle on this side and then a slightly smaller square on this side. And we just built up the square a little bit taller than the rectangle, and we made the square side almost kind of like a clock tower-ish type of design. And then I'll go over the thought process on that and how I designed it to be. We're gonna talk and look at all the stuff in the rain. Nice. But yeah, so my thought process on this build is I knew I wanted there to be some type of tower. It's not too tall. It is obviously taller than the rectangle. The rectangle side I built up 7 blocks, and then on the square side I built it up 14 blocks, just so that way we are working in the same scale. And then the roofing on both of these sections are a little bit different. So with the tower part, I used an A-frame roof, so we used an upside down stair, a solid block, and then a stair on top of the solid block, and then same thing going all the way up. And then for the roof on the rectangular side, all we did is a stair, upside down stair, stair, upside down stairs. So a typical Minecraft style roof for the rectangular section. The way that I kind of made this a little bit more interesting is something that you'll see in a lot of the builds in this world is I added another rectangular roof on top of the roof itself. It kind of just gives the illusion that the build is a lot bigger than what it actually is. Yeah, this definitely adds a lot and makes it look way more grand. And then you can see throughout this world that I've done that in multiple different builds. And then coming out on the front side of this build, I added this big awning with campfires, extinguished campfires, and then under that we just added a whole bunch of decorative blocks, the blocks that I usually like to use, which is campfires, hay bales, composters, leaf blocks, all of that cool stuff, just to make it look a little bit more interesting. And then this build actually doesn't have windows. This is the only build that I've done this in, is I put glowstone behind the windows just to make it look like it's a little bit more lit up. And then making the entrance for this build, I wanted there to be like some type of overhang entrance and make it look and feel a little bit more grand. So we did that. We just added a stair roof coming out this way, and then added a little bit of a porch here with some stone bricks. And then off to this side, this wall was super flat and kind of empty looking. It still kind of is. It's not my favorite part of the build, but with that in mind, I did add another awning on this side. This one is more like a slab roof descending downwards, and it's not a lot of space, but we just added some storage bits here. Never going to be used, but it looks nice. And hopping back into FreeCam, if we take a look at the back side, this didn't look like this at first. I actually just ended up making this into some type of horse stable, which I will probably come back and take out because it's not my favorite thing about this build at all. It's just not my favorite. But anyways, we have some more storage around here, and then we have a crane carrying a barrel just to make it look like this is where all of the storage is. This has no functionality, it just looks nice. It just fills the already empty space. So with all of that being said, that is the exterior explained. Now if we go to the interior, this is one of the few builds that we have not done anything on the interior. As you can see, we still have grass blocks on the floor. This is literally just the villager breeder. If we look over here, there they are. Those are the champions of this world. They've been keeping things running here. And then as you can see, this build is super tall, so yeah, you definitely can fit anything you want in here. If you wanted to make this a storage building or any type of building that you wanted, there's a lot of space in here that you can go upwards. And then there's a lot of space on this side as well if you didn't have this villager breeder here. But not only does this serve as a villager breeder, this also serves as a zombie conversion station. We have a rail system set up to drop off villagers here, and then we can hit this lever, and then the zombie, when they're not aggroed on us, will attack this villager and convert them to a zombie villager. And then we have all of our good stuff over here to convert zombie villagers back into regular villagers. so we can get cheap trades, as you can see here, which is actually really nice. It works out with functionality and just makes the world run very, very smooth. But yeah, I really like how this build looks. It is a super simple build that just looks way more complex than what it is. Just by adding more shapes on top of other shapes, you can get kind of really interesting looking designs and builds and stuff like that. All of the builds in this world are pretty simple, and they're all like really simple shapes. I don't do anything too crazy or complex. I haven't built on any diagonals or anything like that, not yet. Anyways, we'll get there, but trust the process. But yeah, with that being said, that is the town hall build, and this also ranks pretty high in my favorites list because I still like how this looks so much. All right, so we have a little bit of change of scenery with this next project that we worked on. So this would be episode 3 in the series, and if we jump through here,
pas l'esprit des fêtes. Eux, ils sont des esprits des fêtes. Ils s'entendent sur rien, sauf sur le repas les prefs des fêtes de Subway. Dinde fraîchement tranchée, farce savoureuse, riche sauce brune. Le repas les prefs des fêtes de Subway, seulement $9,99.
we are now in the end, and then if we turn around, we have our Enderman farm, and this is what we built in episode 3. We actually didn't make a build for episode 3. This is the only thing that we built up. So yeah, this is where we come to repair all of our tools and enchant all of our tools right here. And yeah, the way that this works, if you've never seen an Enderman farm, is Endermen are prejudiced, to say the least, against Endermites. So what happens is there's an Endermite up top, and then there's a tube that all of the Endermen fall down from trying to dismiss the Endermite. And I'm here to collect their souls in form of XP to heal all of my tools and all of my armor if any of it needs to be repaired. Oh yes, we also had to fight the dragon twice, so we have 2 end gateways. We have one here, and then we have another over here. So yeah, that was pretty fun. If you've seen that episode, you've seen what happened, and it was rather unfortunate, but you know, we got it done. Anyways, into the portal. Aha, we're at the village. Let's go. I really thought that we were going to have to fly all the way back over here. So that was episode 3. Episode 4, we did make a build, and it is this build over here, and I'm actually going to take a different route to that build. This is the secret route. This is like the most recent thing that I was working on. There's a retaining wall on this side, trying to make this tree area look a little bit better, and I'm really liking how this is coming out, actually. So just trying to make the world a little bit more immersive, like you can walk through it and have paths and stuff winding up to wherever we want to go. So this is episode 4's build, and this would be the 3rd build of this series. And what this is an iron farm, and my idea was to make like a Mayan Aztec style build for the iron farm. And if we come down here, the iron golems spawn here and they fall down into lava, and then all of the drops get shot up into these bubble columns, and then we can collect them up top here. And here they are. We got blocks of iron, we got some bone meal because I don't want poppies or iron ingots as they take up too much space. This is one of the exceptions that don't have too much of an interior. I started it recently, actually, so we didn't really get too far with that. But in terms of the exterior, this is also another really simple shape. It's just a square, a big square, with another square on top of that, with another square on top of that, with another square on top of that. And then we built them all up by 7 blocks each, and then kind of just made like a little bit of a pyramid style building. And then hopping into FreeCam, you can see that we have staircases on all 4 sides. If we come around this side, you can see. And then to make it look a little bit more interesting, we did a trim out of cobble deep slate and regular deep slate. And then we also put some bamboo around and some greenery just to make everything look a little bit more detailed. We did end up using some trapdoors and some stone buttons just to kind of spruce it up a little bit. We did add some emerald blocks just because I just feel like that's like Mayan or Aztecian. So yeah, this is one of the earlier builds, so I didn't really have too much of a plan while making it. I just thought it looked cool and wanted to do that for the iron farm because it was actually kind of a challenge to cover up this iron farm just because of how widespread the iron farm is. I could have just did like maybe like a 9x9 building and made it a little bit smaller, but I tried to cover up this spot here, and this is where the zombies and the villagers are that are getting terrified. Yeah, they're not having a good time, but they're supplying us with what we need, so they'll stay there. Sorry guys, they're really putting in the work and making it happen for us, you know what I mean? The main idea for this build was to make it feel as old as possible, like it had been here for maybe a couple decades or centuries even. So that's why we put a whole bunch of greenery like bamboo and a whole bunch of vines on it, just to make it look like it's like a ruins almost, and it's just stood the test of time. So moving on from the iron farm, if we follow our main path this way, that brings us to this area here, and this has served as a central hub for us in this world. Pretty much I've been using this as the central marker, so I come here and I spend a lot of time here frequently, and we developed this area mainly in episode 4 by building these 2 crop farms. So we have carrots here, and if we come inside, we have carrots all throughout here, and then on this side we have potatoes, and then we added some lights in here and also some shelves with some barrels hanging from it. And then the way that I designed these crop fields is I kind of just did 2 rings of stone around each other, and then built up the stone walls to be at least 2 blocks higher than whatever block we're standing on. The reason why it's higher in the back is because it kind of serves as a retaining wall. So if we walk around this way, obviously the level of the ground is going to come up a little bit more. So we have 2 blocks of height. That way no mobs can like jump in here and like trample all the stuff. That's how we designed these 2 crop fields. We did this in episode 4 as well as the iron farm over there. And then in episode 5 we started out by doing this wheat field here. So this is the same thing, just with wheat, and we added a tree in this one because there's a little bit more space, and then we have lights here with a beehive as well, and then same type of storage for the wheat. What we did as well is just added some mossy stone variants and andesite and a whole bunch of different types of stone. After we built up this crop field area, we did build this, and this has been serving as a farmer's trading hall. We only have 5 farmers in here, but it's been getting us by and getting all of the emeralds that we need in this series so far, and most of them have came from here. So hopping into free cam, this build is also very simple. All it is a rectangle coming out to the left, and then on the left side we made another square, and in that square we just raised it up I think 7 more blocks to have a raised area. Looks kind of like this. It's very small. This is probably the smallest build in this world. I actually really like it. We ended up putting a whole bunch of decoration on this build, and we went kind of crazy with it, not gonna lie, but it came out looking really nice. So from the initial rectangle we came out and put a little bit of a awning, and we did that with some campfires and some leaf blocks. And then under that I wanted there to be like some type of farmer-ish type of stuff here, so we ended up planting a little bit of wheat in these spots. We're never going to use that, but it's there just for aesthetics, and I think it looks really nice. Eventually I do want to have villagers roaming around here. They might get lost or die or do anything that villagers do, but you know, I want to get to that point at some point. And then on the entrance side we did make a little bit of a overhang to serve as the entrance, and it's nothing crazy. We just used campfires and slabs mostly, and then we threw in some oak trapdoors as well. The detail in this build is probably the most detailed build that we have in this world, which is funny because this is the smallest build. And then if we take a step on the inside, we do have some storage here for all of the emeralds that we trade the farmers. We have a whole bunch of pumpkins, we have a whole bunch of melons, and then we have a little bit of emeralds here just to indicate that this is where we get our emeralds from. And there is a melon and pumpkin farm underground shooting all of the melon and pumpkins up into this chest here. So this is how we get rich, ladies and gentlemen. And then at some point before 1.20 came out, you can keep zombifying villagers and get their trades down really low. As long as you zombified the villager and cured them, they would go down by at least 1 either potato or carrot every time you did that. So we can trade 1 potato and 1 carrot for 1 emerald. And the crazy thing about that is if you take any fortune tool and come over to the carrots and you break the carrot with the fortune tool, you get a ridiculous amount of carrots. So we got 11 carrots from 2 of these patches broken with the fortune tool. With these 9 carrots now, we can come over here and trade Mr. Villager for 9 emeralds. Easy as pie. I think since the 1.20 patch they fixed that because it was kind of like a little bit of an exploit. I mean, we still have these villagers in here, so they're never gonna reset unless they unfortunately die, but like he was just shaking his head, it's not gonna happen. And then the way that we set this up is I kind of just made like a plush shape out of spruce logs, just so that way we can kind of close this area in, because I didn't want to use the upstairs like that. There's not really any room to get up there anyways here. I guess I could put a ladder here, but nah. And then we just have barrels in the floor with all of the stuff that we trade and get from our farms. And then back on the exterior, we did end up making a smaller pond, so kind of like in the first episode, but on a very, very small scale. And I really, really like how this came out. We got this lily pad design from Instagram. I don't know who is the actual creator of this design. I apologize, but whoever made this, you're amazing. We also have some little fishies in there. Hey, little guy. Hey, buddy. This would have to rank up there on the favorites, not gonna lie. It's small, but we got to focus on the really small details and make everything exactly how we wanted it. The main build of episode 5 was the animal farm, and the animal farm did come out very nice. I do love the interior of the animal farm. That's actually one of my favorite interiors I've made. And then the exterior is also another super simple shape. The main thing is with the exterior is we built out a plus shape made out of stone, and then we built out another square on top of the plus made out of deep slate tiles. and then we raised that up pretty tall. Only thing about this build is it is a little bit taller than what I would have wanted it to be. So if I did build this again, it'd be a little bit shorter, just because barns usually aren't this tall and that grand, and this is a lot of space in here that we don't use. We actually did go kind of crazy on the detailing in this build too. We used a bunch of different types of wood. So we used dark oak signs, we used oak trapdoors, and then we used spruce for the rest of the trimming, along with some barrels and some dark oak buttons. So yeah, we were kind of spontaneous with the detailing on this build. And then we did use some plants as well up top. And then in terms of decorating the walls on the outside, we kind of made it so it could be as free range as possible. This build is not big enough on the outside to be more free range than this, but my idea was to have it as free range as possible, so the cows and the sheep can kind of come outside and go back inside as they please. So I thought that was pretty cool. It makes the village feel a little bit more alive with a little bit more movement here. And then a pig snuck in there as well, so he's friends with all the cows. And then same thing on this side. If we come over here, we have sheep, and all of the sheep like to hang out in this corner because that's usually where I go, and they like obstructing me. Moving on to the interior, we have the foyer area here, and we have our storage with a whole bunch of stuff that we can use here. I'm actually really surprised there's stuff in here. We used beehives as well to kind of decorate this area up a little bit, and I like how that came out, along with composters. Tried a lot of different things. And then since this is a barn, we have a whole bunch of hay bales everywhere just to indicate like, yeah, we're working in a barn. And then on this side we have the hanging shelves again, just with more random stuff on it, just to kind of fill the space up a little bit and make it look not so plain and barren. And then we have the main hub of the barn in here. So we have the cows over here, we have chicken over here, and then we have the sheep over here. And I wanted this to serve as some type of workstation for the farmer, the animal farmer, whoever's in this area. He can come here and cut up some logs, some wood, if he needs to with the stone cutter. Even though I can't cut wood with the stone cutter. Mojang, we need a wood cutter, please. And then we also have a crafting table here, just in case he needs to craft anything like that, he or she. So yeah, this is what I was talking about, free range, so they can play around in here on the hay bales and walk outside and get some fresh air. Maybe take a look at the nice little village that we're building for them, and maybe one day they'll get out.
And you're off on that journey, going places, doing your thing. Look at you, trailmaker, groundbreaker, pathfinder, making the big moves and the small moves. But wherever you're going, we're by your side every step of the way. For everyone in BC, for every journey. This is Beam.
Hey Google, play my morning drive playlist.
And then it's the same thing on the sheep side. The only difference is I didn't really decorate inside of here too much, just because this side really serves as the entrance to the actual sheep farm. And if we come down our ladder here, this is where the magic happens. Looks super inhumane, but you know, it's necessary. It might not be necessary anymore because we have an absolute crazy amount of wool, but whenever we need wool, that's where we get it from. And this is what I meant by the sheep just like to stand on this to obstruct me. Very good, very nice, thanks. And then over here we did make a chicken coop, and I actually really like how this chicken coop came out. When I built this, I was just winging it, so this was all off the cuff. I mean, most of the stuff in the early stages of this world is off the cuff, but yeah, this was really like just unplanned. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I want to kind of slope this down a little bit more. Ooh, is that perfect? That is perfect. Look at that. But yeah, the main idea with this is just to have a place for the chickens to lay their eggs. And then down here we have a hopper that is collecting all of the eggs, and they end up in this barrel. So yeah, this basically serves as an egg farm, and it looks nice because we have free roam chicken going around doing whatever they do, laying some eggs. But yeah, the main idea of this episode was the wool farm, so that way we can use it for the next episode, which is exactly what we did. And then looking at the blocks that I use for the floor is we use coarse dirt, rooted dirt, and podzol. And then a whole bunch of path block as well with regular grass blocks. I kind of wanted this side to be a little bit less messy because this is where there are no animals. And then over here obviously is a little bit more worked in. And I tried to make it look a little bit rough in here. Coming around on this side, I thought this wall was a little bit plain here. So I did add some hay bales and some more storage, just to kind of fill in the space a little bit. I mapped out a little bit of an area here to eventually put some type of market stall here, just because both of these walls are very, very plain and empty. But yeah, like I said, a lot of fun to build, and this is a necessity when you're starting a Minecraft world. You need a barn, or at least an animal farm. All right, so with everything said about the animal farm, I guess now would be a good time to mention the pathing in the village itself. So what I did basically is I made one straight line through the whole entire village, and this serves as the main path. And then later on throughout the series, obviously we're going to be working in different spaces throughout the time in this world, so we kind of branched out to the left and to the right of the main path, but for the most part we have this main path going all the way to the end of where we have been building. Eventually I do want to come out here and build some more stuff out here, but for now we have our work cut out for us because we have some big projects at hand that are not actually going to take place in the village, which is going to be pretty fun and interesting. So yeah, stay tuned for that. But anyways, yeah, I want to kind of take this time to outline the way that I kind of developed path making skills. I think what helps out a lot is retaining walls, and it kind of makes everywhere that you are feel way more immersive and like a real place, because this entrance, we just did this build like recently. This entrance is definitely the best entrance in the whole entire village that we have so far, and it's only because we have this retaining wall. So learning that, I kind of tried to do more stuff with the retaining walls around this big tree here, and this is also going to serve as another path to get around here and eventually where our fishing village is going to be on this side. But as you can see, it definitely livens up the area and makes it feel like it's just, I don't know, like it's just more of a place. With that being said, dividing up different parts of your village with retaining walls makes it way easier to come through and do pathing that makes sense. As you can see in the village that we're building, the pathing is coming along very nicely actually. So I don't know if this is a pro tip, I don't know if I can call myself a pro, but yeah, if you don't use retaining walls and you build on hills, you definitely should. It'll help you out mapping out your villages and where you want everything to go. Since we're at a bit of an intermission, I want to go on a little side quest, so follow me. So as you can see, we have done a lot in this world and built a lot in this world. Comparatively to other YouTubers, it's nowhere near as much as they've done, but it's a good amount to get started with, and I plan on being in this world for a very, very long time. But with that being said, one thing that we haven't done as of yet, which will be done right now actually, is tame a wolf. So let's go find a wolf and bring him back to the village so he can be the new guardian of this village. I know I'm asking for a lot of stuff in the comments, but if you guys have any name suggestions for the name of the village, please put it in the comment section. I'd be interested to read what you guys have in mind. But enough yapping, let's look out for some wolves, and I think we're in a good spot for that. They usually do spawn in forests, so let's run around, see if we can look at that. Didn't have to say too much. We just found him. Hey buddy. Hi. You want a bone? Wow. First bone. Yep. We're gonna be friends forever. Not gonna be meat on me. Well, like the meat that. Anyways. All right. Follow me this way, buddy. Well, we're gonna go back to your new home. All right. And for anybody wondering, I already have a name for this pup, and your name will be, drumroll please, Rufus. You will be my new partner in crime in this world, and you will look over this village as we take a little bit of a hiatus from here. Sounds good? Thanks, buddy. You're the best. How can I repay you? Maybe some meat? Pause. All jokes aside, yes, this is... Oh, you're fast, buddy. This is something that we haven't done. We have cats all over the place, but we don't have any dogs. So let's find a nice place to have this guy chill out. I think you're gonna chill out in the animal farm, so you can be in charge of all the animals and make sure they don't get out of line, because there's not really much else to do around here. So please follow me this way, sir. All right, Rufus, you are the overseer of the animals. Don't do anything crazy. All right, don't do anything I wouldn't do. All right, with that little side quest complete, the next build that we ended up building in the village was the blacksmith build, and this is what that is, and it looks really, really good. This is when we started kind of shifting the block palette a little bit in this village. For this build specifically, we ended up using more blocks from the nether, like smooth basalt and blackstone. And then we also used some nether bricks for some accent blocks. We also used dark oak wood, and we hadn't used dark oak in any build before this build here. So this is when it starts to change up a little bit. I do like this build a lot. This is actually one of my favorite builds, if not my favorite exterior build in this world so far, because it's very different. I hadn't built a chimney until this build ever in Minecraft. So this is my first chimney here. I know it should be a little bit taller. It was my first time, so cut me some slack. But yeah, other than the nether blocks, we did use stone mainly to build up the foundation with this build, and this is also another pretty simple shape. We just made it look a little bit more complex by connecting the two builds with this awning part here, and I like to use extinguished campfires for awnings in this game. I feel like it just looks really nice. A little bit of a variation from just using slabs, because slabs are a little bit boring to me. I don't know. I like the texture from the campfires. But anyways, we made a basic L shape for the main foundation, and then on this side we made like a little bit of a square, and then we built it up. And the only difference is with this square is we built it up on an angle. So one side is just a little bit higher than the other side, and then we built the roof slanting downwards. And I think that adds a really nice bit of variation to this build, and it kind of balances out this side, because this side is all nice and tall and kind of grand, and then this side kind of slopes down to the side. As far as the exterior goes on this build, we did add a lot of detail in the exterior. So out in front, I wanted to make it look kind of messy out here, like Blacksmith had been working out here. So I added a bunch of anvils, some cauldrons with lava. We added a magma block with a campfire underneath. You can't see it, but that's what's making the smoke come out like this. And I thought that was pretty cool. We added some storage out here. I didn't even know this stuff was in here, not gonna lie. A little bit of storage. We do have some armor stands, because what's a blacksmith without armor stands? I don't know why they would be making leather armor, but there it is. And then we also have some coal blocks and some raw iron ore blocks. We have a furnace, because wow, I didn't know that was there either. I'm just finding stuff right now. We have a furnace, we have a blast furnace, we have a stone cutter, we have some crimson wood, just because with the shaders it looks kind of crazy with shaders on it. It kind of glows a little bit, so I thought that would be kind of cool to add there. We have some grindstones, some chains, and then we did add this lava tube to the front of it, because I did feel like this part of the wall was a little bit plain. So I wanted to add something of interest right here, and I think it came out looking pretty good. We wrapped it up in some crimson wood trapdoors, so I think it looks pretty good. And then coming around on this side, this is the forge area. So we have more anvils here. We have a lot more ore blocks and stuff like that. I did put a lot of grindstone with chains attached to them, just to kind of make it look like a little bit of a pulley system, how we're pulling this magma block up from this cauldron. Extinguished campfires next to all these coal blocks and things of that nature. We have more armor stands out here, more storage. Is there anything in these? No. But yeah, we went kind of hard on the decoration on the outside. I don't know, I really like it a lot. And then we also added this little overhang in the front bit, because I also thought that this part was a little bit plain. I just wanted there to be something a little bit more to look at in this area. But with that being said, if we come to the inside, the interior is this is not my favorite interior by far, but we did what we did back then. I do like this part. I'll probably use this design later in this world, but we just have some chains going across with some magma blocks attached to the chains, and I like how that looks, especially with the shaders. Without the shaders, it's not horrible. I just like playing Minecraft with shaders though, so we'll keep that on. And then over here we added some type of quartz decoration with lava in the background. I do like this decoration, but not for this build. This feels like it should be in like a castle type of build. I mean, this build is like big on the inside, but I don't know. Over here we have the blacksmith's sword, and it is an iron sword. Yes. We do have some unlit candles over here as well, because he's a dark guy. And then if we turn the corner, we have all of our villagers in here. We have toolsmiths, armors, and weaponsmiths, all in their little pods here. So if we ever need any armor or bells or anything like that, we can come here and trade all of these villagers for it. The pods we made out of quartz blocks, and then we put some amethyst crystals on top of them, and then we have armor stands all across the top, just to indicate that this is a blacksmith trading hall. Yes. And then over here we have a lava farm that I try to make us look as good as possible. We can come here and get some lava if we ever need it. But yeah, really fun build to make. This is when I started catching my stride in this world, and on YouTube in general, when I started getting like the most comfortable at this point making builds and talking on a microphone while making builds. So this is one of my favorite builds. It's probably going to be up there for a long time. All right, so moving on from the blacksmith build, the next build that we ended up building in the village is this build over here, and this serves as the super smelter build. And this is also another super simple build. It is really just a big rectangle. That's it. And then we built up the roof, and we tried to take a different approach on this roof by building the inside of the roof with stone and cobblestone and stuff like that, just to kind of contrast the black stone, because the black stone is obviously darker, and then stone is lighter. So we did that, and then we added a nice design in the middle that I tried to make some type of eye design out of quartz blocks and end rods, chains, and crying obsidian. I thought the crying obsidian in the middle was pretty cool, because I tried to make an eye and it's crying. Anyways, so taking inspiration from the starter build, I used the same type of design for the foundation, and we built the foundation completely out of stone. The only difference between this build and the starter build is we used nether brick fences and dark oak wood for all of the trim instead of spruce wood. And then also we lined up the outside with some smooth basalt and stuff like that, just to kind of make it look a little bit more interesting. In terms of exteriors, this is probably one of my least favorite builds, just to be completely honest. It's It's not bad. It's just isn't my best work, but you know, it's still nice. And then if we come on the interior is nothing crazy either. We just put the super smelter array in here. So downstairs is the blast furnace array, and we have some gold in here. So I try to decorate a little bit with some ore blocks around the place, and it gets trashed by Enderman. And then if we come over here on this side, we can get up to the second floor, and this is the main floor, and this is the regular furnace array. And we have a little bit of storage over here along with a bed if we ever need to sleep here. And then how this works is we put items in here that we want to smelt, and then we flick this lever, and then it sends the items on their way. There's nothing in this minecart with the chest on it, so it's not going to melt anything down. And then also the way that we set up the fuel for all of these chests is actually pretty cool. We have a lava farm at the top level here. So if we come up here, we have a barrel full of buckets. So we grab our buckets, grab all of the lava out of the cauldrons, and then if we put the lava buckets in this barrel, it'll send it down to the blast furnace array. And if we put lava buckets in this barrel, it'll send it down to the regular furnace array. So we have an infinite source of fuel, and we can smelt anything as we please. It's not the biggest super smelter array by any means, so it does take a little while whenever we are smelting a good amount of items and resources down. In terms of functionality, this build serves way better than it does for aesthetics. So I do still like this build a lot because it is super functional and it gets the job done when we need it to. So moving on to the next project, this is where the project started to get a little bit bigger and we started to take on a lot more of a challenge in this world, our Cherry Grove Trail, and that is over here. So we turned this whole island into a trail with cherry grove trees just because it was newer at the time. Even though I was super duper late, I still wanted to use the cherry grove trees and, you know, make something cool out of it. We started this episode by clearing out this island. There was a whole bunch of regular trees on the island, so we cleared out all the trees on there, and then we built up this bridge. And this is one of the first bridges I've built in Minecraft, so it is nice. I would have done it a little bit differently if I did it now. Probably would not have this roof on here, but I still like it. It is nice. It looks really immersive when you're walking through it, so I do like that about it. And then this is where the entrance is to the Cherry Grove Trail, so you can either go left or you can go straight, and then it takes you down to the end of the trail and up to this pond here. And this is a really big pond. This is all man-made. We put some fish in here, we put some coral and some coral fins and some lily pads and all of that. And then throughout the trail and the island, we did add some spots for pitcher pods and torch flowers, just because those were also new at the time. But yeah, I always love walking this trail just because of all of the falling leaves from the cherry trees. It looks so nice. I love this addition in Minecraft. It's perfect. And then yeah, to complement that, we put some cherry leaves on the floor all around all of the trees just to make it look like they're actually falling on the floor. And then we have found the torch flower field, and this is nice and tucked in by all of the cherry trees and gets nice and covered. Down here we have another bamboo bridge that leads to the end of the island. We're not going to go there yet. We're actually going to go this way, and if we follow the trail this way, we will end up at our first ever custom tree in Minecraft. So yeah, we did a lot of things for the first time in this world, and you can tell that it was our first time making a custom tree because yeah, it was definitely the first time. But on this side we have a double shack here that a pig seems to want to live in, so let's help him out. Go ahead, buddy. But yeah, I eventually want to turn this double shed into a torch flower farm and a pitcher pod farm, and just have all of the drops be shot up into these empty spaces here. That was the main idea for that little spot there. And then over here we have a little bit of a watchtower area, and how I built this is pretty simple. I just did 2 squares, built them up really tall to make them into towers, and then connected them both with a bridge in the middle. I think the main thing with building in Minecraft is just making the outside look interesting. So obviously we added a whole bunch of detail on the outside. We added some bamboo trapdoors, hanging signs, and then we also have some dark oak buttons along with barrels on all of the pillars just to kind of make it look a little bit more interesting. And then for the tops of the builds, we just use stone for the walls, and then we use deep slate for both of the roofs and filled it in with cobble deep slate. So nothing too crazy. It is really nice though. I do like what this does for the area. And then if we come over here, we can add a dock here later in the world if we really do want to, which we probably will because we'll be building out this way and have some boats and stuff be able to come through here. Over here, you'll see the village that we did the raid at, but we will get to that later. Now, if we follow the path back down this way, we will find ourselves at the build of this episode, and this was really fun. I was going to make this the fisherman's trading hall, but instead I want to make a whole fishing village for that. So this is just going to serve as a nice little storage for extra stuff that we have as of right now. But this build is really fun. This build is also very simple. It's just a rectangle with a square attached to the side of it, and I built the square up a little bit taller to make a tower. So you can kind of see a theme in the build style. It's all really simple stuff. I added another smaller roof on top of this roof to make it look a little bit more interesting. And instead of using the typical stair, upside down stair, we used slabs going up to kind of outline the frame of the roof just to make it look a little bit more distinctive. And we also did that on the top with the tower. We used slabs instead of full blocks. And then for the entrance here, I knew I wanted there to be some type of overhang and a step up to get on the inside of the build. So I did that with campfires, obviously, because I love using campfires for ceilings and roofing for some reason. And then we also use campfires for the step up to get to the front door. Over on the side on the tower, we do have another door, and this is the door that serves for the tower here, and the tower is a spiral staircase. But before we go inside, we're going to show the back of the build. So in the back of the build, I knew I wanted there to be a dock. So we made a little dock. It's really simple. All we used is logs and slabs for the dock, and we put a bunch of boats back here. We did put some more storage area that we are never going to use, but you know, we just try to make it look as nice as possible. We do have a back door, but we're not going to use that. We're going to use the front door. So coming around to the front, this is the main area for the build in the Cherry Grove Trail. So the idea I had when I was building this is that there is a single fisherman that lives here. So this is kind of like the fisherman's house, fisherman's quarters, you know what I mean? Over on this wall, this is the storage area for the fisherman, and we have it lined up around a lantern with a cauldron here with some water in it, and we put the tripwire hook for a sink. And then we have a brewing stand just in case he wants to get into some trouble. And then over on this side, we have more cauldrons with some more sink heads that are tripwire hooks, not actual sink heads. I thought this was funny. We did put a lot of armor stands in here for all of the leather armor he fishes out of the ocean. Along with that, we did add a bunch of decorative blocks in here like potted plants and big potted plants, chests, extinguished campfires. All of that stuff that I usually like to decorate with. And if we come into this door, this is the spiral staircase. We have more storage here, just in case he needed, you know, more storage. Probably will never need storage because he never comes over here. But up top, we have the main storage, and this is kind of the living quarters of the fisherman with a bunch of bookshelves in here because, you know, fishermen need to be smart. Got a lectern, some paintings, some plants in here. And then, if I'm not mistaken, yes, this is where we kept all of the cherry leaves and mob drops that we have no space for over in the other village. But I really do enjoy the interior of this build and the exterior, so I like this build a lot. It's just, it doesn't go seen too often just because it's tucked all the way back over here. This is the furthest build from anything else in this world. But coming back around to the trail on the other side, we have the bamboo bridge over here, and we have some migrated sniffers that have been on this side up. Oh, damn. They're all over here. There's not really much besides a dock over here. So this is where all of the boats will be. This is also another really simple dock that I made. And we made it mainly with extinguished campfires and slabs. And then if we come further down to the end of the island and the trail, we have a smaller pond at the end over here. I like this pond a lot. It is super small, but it is very detailed. So it brings a lot of life to this area, especially on the end where there's not really much over here besides this pond, but I like this pond a lot. But yeah, this Cherry Grove Trail was one of my favorite projects, actually. I do enjoy this build a lot still to this day. All of the cherry trees around and all of the greenery and pink stuff in here. Oh, also we have this little swing here that I forgot I made, but yeah, side note. But yeah, this build was a lot of fun to make. It was really different from anything that we had done previously because this is a lot bigger than anything we had done. We planned for this build with a whole bunch of wool, made the paths, and did all the builds. It was a good time. I do enjoy this build, and this episode actually is one of my favorite episodes that I've made. All right, so back over on the mainland. At this point, this is when we started working in the more established area of the village, and we did come out a little bit more north of the village, so a little bit behind all of the builds on this side. I did want to kind of start adding a little bit more structure to the village, and this is where we started. So we started with the library build, and this looks more like a castle and a little bit more established in many different ways. We used mainly stone, not a lot of wood in this build. We did use dark oak a little bit. For the trim, mainly we used deep slate tiles, and then we also used nether brick for all of the trim around here. And as you can see, there's more cobblestone on the floor to indicate that we are in a more established area. As far as the exterior goes, let's hop into free cams because this one is a little bit more complex of a build. We did use simple shapes, but we used a lot of simple shapes here to kind of end up with this type of shape here. So I knew I wanted this build to have towers, different types of towers. So we added thinner towers in the front of the build, and then in the back of the build, we added the thicker towers. The towers aren't too crazy. We just have a bigger square, and then on the corners we added deep slate tile walls to kind of round off the towers a little bit. But as you can see, it is a really simple shape. On the top is where all of the detail is at. So I really like this design for the tops of towers. So we have 2 blocks on top of each other, 2 solid blocks, and then walls on top of those, and then fence posts with iron bars on top of that, and it creates this really grand look, and I do enjoy this a lot. And then this was one of the first builds that I actually tried to build in creative and use Lightmatica for. But at that time, I was really not good at using Lightmatica, and I didn't know how to use it at all, so I just ended up building it without it. This build is really big. On the inside, we did end up digging down to make more space, but we'll get to that in a little bit. For now, we can look at the details on the outside of this build. So I added a little bit of an archway made out of more stone on the entrance, just so that way it looks a little bit more grand. We have another portion sticking out on the front side to add more depth. And then coming around on the side, we did add some storage bits over here. All of this is cobblestone on the floor, just so that way it looks more established. The main shape of the entire build is a big rectangle, and then we built up the roofs a little bit differently. So we have a rectangle in front of a wider rectangle, and then we met all of the roofs up into one specific spot, and that is the middle right here. So this is the main roofing area, and then on the back side we added more squares and rectangles on the back, and then we combined all of these points into one spot and try to make it look as cohesive as possible, which was kind of difficult, not gonna lie. So this was definitely more of a complex shape to build with, but I really like the end result. It came out looking really good. More details on the outside, I just used some oak leaves and some composters with some rose bushes all along the outside and the front, just to make it look more alive. I like using green blocks in Minecraft. It makes everything look a lot better. But now we can go on the inside, and this is one of my favorite interiors I've actually ever built in Minecraft, period, because this interior is very nice. I do love this interior. On the right and the left of us, we have the spiral staircases to go downstairs, but before we go downstairs, we're going to take a look at what we have up here. And up here we have all of our librarian villagers that sell us all of the specific books that we need to enchant to stay OP in this world. I'm probably never going to use these enchantments because we have a fully enchanted set of netherite armor. I don't know, maybe if I get more sets of netherite armor, we'll come back and use these villagers, but for the most part, we don't really need them like that. But it is always good to have because we can come here and trade them for glass, and I've been using this trade a lot more than I thought I would, actually. But yeah, that's the main point of the top floor. Also in the top floor, we did add some reading nooks here, you know, just in case you wanted to come here, pick out a book, read it, look at the nice view on the outside if you can see through these through these fences. But yeah, also another main point of the top area was to create our enchanting setup area. And at this point, I had enchanted all of my gear and tools pretty extensively, so we haven't really used this area too often, but you know, we can come back whenever we need to later in this world. Who knows, Mojang could end up adding a complete different set of armor or tools or anything like that, so we can always come back here and use this later. But we did put some storage in here with some lapis blocks just in case we needed that to enchant. We do have anvils in here to add books to whatever tools or gear we need. We have some more storage on this side. We have a grindstone just in case we don't like any of the enchants that we get. So a really nice area. I do like this, how you can see it right from when you walk in the entrance in this build. But with all that being said, all of the towers serve as the staircases to get up and down in the build. So this is a spiral staircase that I made, and all of the towers. So we're going to come up on the back side. We have another reading nook here, and I actually am going to treat this as another trading stall whenever we need more librarians or if any other enchantments come out. But down here is the main library area. We have all of the bookshelves lined up with spruce trims, and we did put some glowstone in here just to kind of emit a little bit more light because it was kind of dark down here. And then we have all of the spruce pillars down here, obviously holding up the balcony up top. One of my favorite parts about this build is this little section over here where we have specific book types in these chiseled bookshelves. So for instance, on this wall we have Fortune 3 here, and then on this wall we have Silk Touch. And then same thing over here, we have efficiency all in this wall, and then these are just regular books. So if we ever need books, this is where we get them from. And then if we come in the middle spot here, this is also a really cool addition to this build that I like a lot, is we have unbreaking on these sides and then mending here. So we have a lot more mending books and unbreaking books than we have any other books because those books are important. But yeah, if you did end up watching this episode, you know that we did put a little bit more in this area here. So the oldest Minecraft trick in the book is putting a secret entrance behind a painting, and that is exactly what we did. So if you come down here, you can see it gets a little bit darker. There's a lot of black stone, a lot of nether blocks in here, and that makes sense because if we turn the corner and walk down here, we have our nether portal, and we are going to be using this portal next episode actually, so you know, stay tuned for that. I know I keep hinting at it, but it's gonna be fun. Yeah, we built a little bit of a design for another portal using quartz pillars and upside down quartz stairs and stuff like that, and I really like how this design came out. It's super simple, but yeah, overall this is one of my favorite builds as well. I do have a lot of favorites in this world because this is the world where I have experimented the most, and seeing what the community likes, and you know, just trying different stuff, trying to outdo myself in this world. And this is where it started to really pick up traction. This is the first episode that got, I think, over 10,000 views, so this is always gonna have a special place in my heart. This is where we really got started, to me, in this world. And on top of that, it is really visually appealing. It does look a little bit darker. I don't know what type of architecture style this would be labeled as, but it does look a little bit more intimidating, if you will. But yeah, super cool build, super fun to make. I enjoy this build a lot. It's up there on the list. All right, so moving back to the south side of the village, the next build that we ended up constructing was the greenhouse, and this was also a lot of fun to build. I did try to do something different with the greenhouse. So we did try to build on different Y levels, so it kind of slopes up a little bit with the terrain because we go up a couple blocks on the entrance, and then towards the backside it does slope down a little bit. So yeah, it was a little bit different than what we had already done because everything that we built before was on flat spaces. And then also the way that this build differs from any other build is we ended up using green terracotta for one of the blocks in this build, and I really do like green terracotta. It's one of my favorite blocks in Minecraft, actually, so that was fun to do. And we also used stripped birch wood, which is also a first for me because I actually never used birch at all. I don't really like birch, but you know, it looks good here, especially next to the green terracotta. And then if we happen to free cam and take a look at the shape, this is also another really simple shape. We just have a rectangle coming across the build, and then on the front side we have a square over to the right side of the build if you're facing it from the front, and then we have the entrance, which is a little bit smaller of a rectangle, and then in the back we have a large square where we have the greenhouse-ish area. We have plants and bees back there, which came out pretty nice. That's probably my favorite part of this build is the interior on the greenhouse. And then as far as detailing, we do pretty much the same thing that we do with every other build, is we try to detail the outside as much as possible without doing too much. So I kind of like to leave it in the same block range. So as you can see, like for all the details, we used spruce wood, and we do that mainly for every build just because spruce wood is the goat wood. Also, something I did different in this build is I tried to use hanging signs to decorate a little bit more, and I really like how this looks and came out. And then we attached those to some fence gates and some fence posts. And then as far as the trim goes, we used deep slate for the trim, deep slate bricks, and deep slate tiles to kind of give it a little bit more of a rougher look. At like some parts are faded in the trim of the build. I always like to try to do my best that I can for entrances and make them feel a little bit different than any other build. So this, you have to step up a little bit. I think it's a 2-block height difference. So we have a little bit of an area out here made out of stone that we can stand on. We have some storage just like usual with nothing in them. And then we put a little bit more of decorative blocks around. And then we labeled this building, which we don't really do too often, but this is the greenhouse. And you know you're at the greenhouse because it says greenhouse. And then moving on to the interior, I actually really like this interior a lot. It is really small and super simple, but it looks really good because of the green terracotta on the inside, especially with the shaders, how the light bounces off the terracotta. And then the way that we set it up is down below us there are a bunch of different types of farms that are pretty much necessities in Minecraft. So this is the main reason for building this build, was to build those farms underneath and have them get shot up to here. And so this side is the bamboo output, and then on this side we have the sugarcane output, and these farms have been doing work. Over here we have the cactus output, and then on this side we have the moss output. So I just kind of wanted to theme this whole build around green farms because we actually can use a lot of bamboo and a lot of sugarcane, and then also cactus we can use for green dye, and then I use a lot of mossy stone variants too, so that's why we made the moss farm. But this room also serves as another storage area, so we have a bunch of double chests around with some sugarcane in here. Like I said, we have been getting a lot of sugarcane from the farm. We also have some barrels lined up around here just to make it look like a little cabinet area. We hung some potted plants from the ceiling here with a beam going across the top and the sides. And then up on the top of the cabinet we did add some potted plants with some leaf bushes on top of that just to make it look a little bit bigger. But yeah, overall I do like this interior a lot. This is it's really simple, it's really small, but this is one of my favorite interiors in this world. And then especially when you come out the back side, we have a little bit of a porch area, well, like I guess a little bit of a staircase, and you can walk down here and you are now in the garden-ish type of area, the greenhouse area. I did my best with a concept of a greenhouse. I know this is not typically what greenhouses look like, but I really enjoy how this area came out. We mapped out the floor with some rooted dirt and some coarse dirt and some mud slabs to get up and down from different Y levels. And then over here on the back side, we did add a little bit of like some type of flower display area. I guess it could be a flower shop. And then we have some flower boxes here with some rose bushes on it. We have a place to get water. So it's a little bit of a well design, very simple. We just use fence posts and fence gates with a chain and spruce trapdoors with water on the inside of that. that. And it looks like a nice little well. We did add some spore blossoms here to give this area a little bit more atmosphere with all of the particles falling from the spore blossoms. And then over here we have our bees, and they populate this greenhouse area, which is really nice. They can't really escape. But yeah, I really enjoyed making this build as well. And then by this time I have gotten really comfortable with building and trying different things. So it's been a lot of fun the last couple of videos. I've been finding my way in YouTube in general and making videos. So it's been really nice. It's been really fun. This was the last of the first 1,000 days in this world. So pretty nice. Outside in the front, I forgot to mention that we did add a little pond in the front here. And then I really do like adding these little ponds as points of interest. Obviously, if you're standing in the front yard and looking at the build from here, it just looks way nicer because this pond is here. If not, this would have been like just flat grass and maybe tall grass on top of it. So just to add a little bit more of an interesting look out here. As far as the pathing goes, we kind of did more of the pathing when we built the bee farm, but we'll get to that after the next build. And the next build is located more north of the entire village. I think this is the most northern point of the village. I'm going to take a quick nap before we do that so we can look at it in the daytime. And the next build on the agenda is the map room. And this is a giant build, super tall, super grand looking, and I really love how this build came out. Everything about this build is great. I love this build. This is the most viewed video other than the 1,000 days video, so apparently, you know, YouTube likes it too. But yeah, this was a build that I did make in creative, and I used Lightmatica again after a long time, because the time between the library build and this build was probably like 6 or 7 months. So yeah, I had a lot of time to practice with Lightmatica, but yeah, this build is beautiful. So what we did to build this up is first we terraformed the hill up here to make it a little bit flatter so this whole build can sit on a nice pretty spot. No, the sun is going away. Ah man, well, we're gonna have to look at this in the rain. But anyways, we terraformed this hill to make it nice and flat, and then on the outsides we did put a retaining wall to make it look like it was obviously being supported by some type of structure. And then from the retaining wall, after we built up the retaining wall, we built up this little pathway here. So this is part of the entrance, and this is one of my favorite pathways I've ever made in Minecraft. And I just love what this does for the area. It makes it feel super nice, especially if you're walking through here. I know, you know, we used Elytra a lot to get around, but I purposely stop over here just so I can walk up this pathway. And then as far as the block palette, we did try to switch it up a little bit. We did use some calcite and some diorite for the white blocks and the lighter blocks here. And then the main structure is built out of stone bricks, so that didn't change. But we also did use some cobble deep slate for the inside of the roof, and then deep slate tiles for the trim of the roof. And then we also used some spruce wood to fill in the tower bits here. And then, how can I forget, we did use some cyan terracotta, and this looks kind of like, this is like a grayish block. I don't know why cyan looks like that. I don't know, I guess it's just the way terracotta works, but yeah. Very subtle, can't really tell too much, but it's there. If we hop into free cam, if we take a look at the shape of this build, it is a long rectangle with some towers on the side of it, and then sticking out in the front is the entrance area. So it's just like more of like a square with 2 squares on the side for the towers, and then a longer rectangle on the side of the main rectangle coming out to the front and the back of the build. And then over on this side, we added another square on the side of the build, just so that way this side wasn't like super duper flat, and this serves as some type of balcony. And then with the details for the roof, I did add some smooth basalt in here just so it wasn't all stairs and didn't look like super repetitive. And then this is one of the first times that I tried to recess the wall inwards, so we had a little bit more space to do some detailing with some wall blocks and some stair blocks and slabs and stuff like that. And I really like how this came out. It adds a lot of depth and a lot of character to the build, and we did that on this side as well and up top on here. And then to add to the exterior, we made the cobblestone pathway, and then we added a whole bunch of red rose bushes around the place with a whole bunch of greenery, leaf blocks, light posts, and stuff like that. One thing I do want to talk about a lot that I didn't actually talk about in this video is this entrance. I love this entrance so much. I don't know what inspired me to make this entrance like this, but yeah, I love this so much. There's a double door here, and then up top here we have a little bit of a balcony for the storage section. So actually, if we take our wind charge, we will not make it the first time. We'll make it the second time though. This is where Endermen keep destroying my stuff. But yes, this is the storage section of this build, but we'll come back to this in just a second here. I just wanted to show that. But yeah, we have a little bit of a, oh my gosh, bro, I can't speak right now. We have a little bit of a balcony, and you can't really see much from here, but it is nice. We do have a view of the side of the library, I guess. But yeah, really love how this entrance came out. Is one of my favorite parts of this build. So in terms of the interior, I wanted this to serve as our map room, and that is exactly what it does. Look at this. We have our whole village map in this spot here. So whenever we update the village, which we did last episode with this build was the most recent build, and that is the bee farm. So we added that there, and then we also added these paths in. So we can come here and see all of the progression in this world while we're building. So that is pretty nice. I do love map rooms, and this is the first time I've ever made a map room. So try to go above and beyond here. We have a nice big grand table with a grand chandelier in the middle. This was a lot of fun to make. I did enjoy this a lot. And then this is when pale oak got introduced, so I did try to use a lot of pale oak. But yeah, this is the main room of the build, and then we added some pillars to make it look a little bit more fortified and like there's more structure going on in here. And we built the pillars out of tough blocks. And then over on this side we have more space for maps, and this is going to be different iterations for whenever we get to, I don't know, like 3,000 days, 4,000 days, stuff like that. And then in the towers sections we do have some tradable cartographers. Whenever we need maps or anything that a cartographer trades, we can come over to these spots here and get some nice trades. If we go through these doors here, this is kind of like a foyer area, and you can see that this is the 1,000 days map. So this is what the map looked like 1,000 days into this world. As you can see, this is all empty, and now it is not empty because we built the bee farm there. But yeah, this is what the world looks like after 1,000 days. Over here we're probably gonna have 2,000 days, over here 3,000 days, on the back side of that 4,000 days. But yeah, this was a lot of fun to make. I did put a lot of details in this one room here. So over here is like more of like a desk area, and if you want to work here you can. And then over here is also another desk-ish area with some bookshelves and some chiseled bookshelves, just to make it look a little bit more real, like some books are missing. Oh, also, we got the looms on top. On the towers, these also serve as spiral staircases. So if you noticed, I do like making towers into spiral staircases. I don't know why, but, you know, it just feels right. But this was the balcony that we were just at earlier, and you can look over this way and look over this way. But the main point of this room is this is now our new storage area. So we have a bunch of storage in here. We got a bunch of wood, and the stones and other blocks are on this side. So this is serving as the new storage system. But yeah, the way that we designed this storage is pretty nice. I do like these little hallways here made out of the barrels, and there's a lot of storage space in here that we haven't figured out where everything is going to go yet, but there's a lot of space here. If these shulker boxes weren't in the way, you can come over here and look out over the grand hall table and look at the chandeliers here. But yeah, overall this build was a lot of fun to make. This is definitely one of my favorite builds and one of YouTube's favorite builds, evidently. Lots of fun to make, and I want to keep building in this type of style. I'm not the best at building established buildings yet, but you know, I'll get there. I'm sorry, Grand Hall, the rain rained on your parade, but it's all right. Now there's a rainbow out to celebrate. You are beautiful. Thank you. All right, so with the Grand Hall wrapped up, we have one more build on our list to go take a look at, and then we'll do some miscellaneous stuff just to kind of explain how everything came together in this world. But the last build is the most southern build of the village, and that is the bee farm, and that is over here next to the greenhouse. And this was also a lot of fun to make. We did a lot of different stuff in this episode. Actually, real quick, before we talk about the bee farm, which is this, we did make this giant oak tree in the middle of this episode and the Grand Hall map room episode that is over there, obviously behind the town hall. But yes, this area actually shaped up to be one of my favorite areas in the village as of right now, just because of this big tree here. How, I don't know, it just makes everything feel really nice, especially with the shaders and the shadows and all of that. It makes it feel really, really nice. I do love walking through here. But yes, this is the bee farm, and the exterior is a lot different than anything that we've done so far in this world. So it's not all connected in terms of like one foundation. It's kind of spread out. So this is the backyard here, and we did pack a lot of decoration in the backyard, and we'll get to that in just a second. The main build is these two towers here, and we built up the foundations of the towers out of stone, just like usual. And then on the top, we did use yellow terracotta, and I do like yellow terracotta as well in shaders. Without shaders, it still looks pretty good. I do like this build without shaders still. I like it better with shaders, but you know, without shaders, it doesn't look that bad either. And then in the middle of the two towers, we did add a hanging bridge, which I really like how this came out. It was a lot of fun to make, and when you're walking through this hanging bridge, it feels really nice, and you have a decent overlook of the rest of the village, which is nice as well. So for the entrance, we have a little bit of a sloped roof, and it kind of curves downwards, and then we have a slab of stone here to serve as the entrance, and then you just walk in through here, and you can go up the ladder to get to the top part of the tower. There's not really a lot of room to decorate the interior in here, so we haven't done that just yet. I mean, we can, but you know, we'll get to it. And then dividing the front yard from the backyard, we have a wall made of mud blocks and dripstone blocks, and this is what separates the front from the back. And we have a little bit of a trail right here, which is really nice. I like walking through here a lot, actually. And then on the end of the mud wall, we have some type of storage area here. So this is like a smaller shed, And then in the backyard, we built a bigger shed. So coming through the backyard, we have a storage section over here with a bunch of hay bales, a lot of greenery, some rose bushes. You know, I love my rose bushes. And then we built a fountain in the middle, and I really like how this fountain came out. It's nothing crazy, really simple design, and it adds a lot of atmosphere to this area. Over here, we built a small well as well, and this was also a lot of fun to make. We have a chain holding up a cauldron with some water in it, and it just kind of looks like a nice little small well. Over here, we have the workshop area, wherever the beekeeper is working and keeping all of his stuff. So yeah, also really fun to make. If we walk around the well on this side, we have more storage area over here for the beekeeper. This guy has storage for days. We have storage over here, and then we have hay bales over here for whatever he would need it for. And then over here we have another small pond, but this pond is covered, so this would be where maybe he has some koi fish, which is empty right now, but trust me, we'll put some fish in there. And then on the back side of this build, on the outside, we have a shed, and I wanted the bees to have a place to be and not get lost, so this was the main purpose of that. So we built this whole shed up. Now the bees can be in here and get some pollen from the spore blossom and the flowers that are in here as well. And then we also packed this place full of decorations. So we have a wheelbarrow decoration here, and then over here we have a bit of a raised storage section. On top of this little platform here, we have a whole bunch of storage, and then under that we have another workshop area for the beekeeper. Really small space, but a lot is going on in here. We did add a floating shelf with a stone cutter up here for whatever reason, and some more storage. And then we also have some cobwebs up here in this corner, which I thought was a really nice detail actually, because sheds always have spiders. Yeah, you can't convince me otherwise. So yeah, that's the main interior of this build, because the towers don't really serve as anything else besides the collection system for the bee farm, which is underground, so it's shooting all of the drops up to here. So if you look over here, this is the collection system for the honeycomb, and then on this side we have the collection system for the honey bottles, and it's been working. It's been doing what it does. And then if you look out on this side, you can have a nice little view of this area over here. There's nothing here yet, but there will be, trust me. And then like I said earlier, walking through this bridge just feels really, really nice. If we take off the HUD here, we just walk through here nice and slow. Just feels really nice. And then you can look out and have a little bit of a view over the village on this side. And then here you have a view of horses on the side of a hill, because they're stuck. But yeah, not too much to see on this side. So yeah, definitely want to keep looking over here. Eventually I do want to add a waterfall on this side. Actually, probably something that streams along here and ends up in some type of pond or a lake. But yeah, this build was a lot of fun to make. This episode was a bit of a different take. We did try a different format for this episode, so we did a lot of extra things while we were building this build. But yes, this is also one of my favorite builds. I know I have a lot, but it's gonna be hard ranking these builds from my most favorite to my least favorite. But I mean, hey, you know, that's a good thing, right? One more thing that I forgot that we added to this build is another pathway going up to this hill up here. So we did something like how we did with the Grand Hall and added this nice little pathway with a retaining wall on this side. And then up here, I'll probably add some type of pathway here. And then what I was thinking to do up here is, with the new update, they did introduce firefly bushes, so we can probably do something fun with that up here, because this just seems like a perfect spot for something like that. But yeah, that was the last addition to this build, and I really enjoy how this build came out. And before we do the rankings, I wanted to break down the mods, because I did forget in the original copy of the video, so I'm gonna break these down very briefly. So Appleskin adds various food related HUD improvements. Axiom is a creative mod that helps you build pretty substantially, actually. Continuity, this is more like a resource pack, so this is what makes the glass like a connected textures. So I don't really like the boxes of glass. Entity calling, this just kind of like helps my PC with performance, because my PC turns any room that I'm in into a microwave, so this kind of helps out a little bit. FreeCam, I use this to kind of get a different perspective on the builds whenever I'm building them. Iris, you need this for shaders. Lightmatica, this is the blueprint of whatever build you're trying to build. Lithium, I think, just helps out Sodium and Iris. Madlib is for, I think, Lightmatica, pretty sure. Then we got Mini HUD, and that's the day counter on the top. If I press my hotkey here, you can see the days and the coordinates. You can set this to be whatever you want. And then we have mod menu, and that's how you look through all of these mods just like this. And then replay mod, this is to get like the time lapses and stuff like that. Shulkerbox tooltip, I just installed this recently actually. So if you press shift over your Shulkerbox, it just shows you what's in the Shulkerbox. Sodium, this is for performance, and then WI zoom, and that's how I do this all the time. But yeah, so those are the mods that I'm running. I guess I could go over the resource packs real quick as well. So I usually have low fire on, and then better leaves with the connected textures. And that's That's literally it. I don't run anything else. With all that being said, now it is time to rank the builds. Don't let me have all the fun. Let me know what your favorite build in this world is as well. And also, if you want to, you can make a list of the rankings and put it down in the comments, because I'm always interested to see what people like to see and get different points of view from the viewers. So in terms of ranking the builds, they're going to be based on how much I still enjoy the builds to this day and how much fun I had making the build itself. So with that in mind, let's see where everything ranks. Alright, so we are going to start from my least favorite builds to my most favorite builds, and off rip, my 3 least favorite builds are going to be the Super Smelter build, the Iron Farm build, and the Animal Farm build. And I don't say that because I don't like these builds. It's just if I were to build these builds again, I would build them a little bit differently. For the Super Smelter specifically, it's just the exterior and the interior are not my favorite. The build itself is super functional, and that's what it's supposed to be, so that's pretty nice. The Iron Farm, I would do the towers a little bit differently if I did build this build again. And then for the Animal Farm, I love the interior of the Animal Farm, so it was kind of hard to rank this build, not gonna lie. But the only thing I would do differently with the Animal Farm is lower the roof a little bit. I think the roof is a little bit too tall. Coming in at number 8 is going to be the Town Hall build. I like this build's exterior a lot, and the reason it placed 8th for me is because there isn't a lot to do with the interior in terms of design, because it's just a farm on the inside, and that kind of takes up the whole interior. Coming in at number 7, which was another really hard placement, is going to be the Blacksmith build. The only reason that the Blacksmith build ended up at number 7 is because of the placement of the build, and the interior isn't my favorite. Like I mentioned during the video, I would have decorated this a little bit differently if I did it now, but other than that, the exterior is like top tier, which is kind of weird to say that this place is at number 7. Number 6 is going to be the Bee Farm. The Bee Farm and the Cherry Island have a lot in common and were my 2 favorite builds to build, actually. So it was hard to pick which one I enjoy more, but for now, the Bee Farm will be the number 6 spot for me. Alright, so now we are in the top 5. So number 5 is going to be the Cherry Grove Trail. This project has a lot of different things that I love about it. The builds on the island and walking the trail itself is really nice to do, and that is one of the main reasons it makes the top 5. Also, I really enjoyed this episode. This is like one of my favorite episodes because I had so much fun recording this episode and building these builds. Number 4 is going to be the Greenhouse. The Greenhouse is a super simple build, but the main reason it's number 4 for me is the interior. I absolutely love this interior, and it's also one of the most efficient, if not the most efficient build in this world, just because of all of the farms attached to it. So now we're in the meat and potatoes. We got the good stuff, you know what I mean? Top 3. We have the Grand Hall coming in at number 3. These are my undeniable favorite builds in this entire village. The placement, the exteriors, the interiors, everything about these builds I love till this day. I mentioned it a lot in this video and in the video I built the Grand Hall that I am obsessed with this pathway to get up to the Grand Hall. Plus the placement is probably the best in the entire village, not to mention how nice the interior is. Coming in at number 2 is going to be the Library build. Out of the Library and the Grand Hall, these builds are the closest in terms of ranking to me. I love both of these builds, but the main reason the Library build comes in at number 2 is because of the overall utility of this build. If you play Minecraft, you know librarian villagers are life. Plus, this is one of my favorite interiors I've ever built in Minecraft. Actually, this is my favorite interior that I've ever built in Minecraft. I love this interior so much. So with all of that said, that only leaves one more build, and that is the storage build. Yes, the storage build comes in at number 1 because this build is my day one. It's my baby right here. I still spend most of my time in this build out of any other builds in the village, and I really just enjoy this build a lot. How it came out, the exterior, the interior. I love how much space there is, and it not being such a big build. I mean, it is a big build, but it's not like gigantic, and we still have a lot of storage space. These are my thoughts on the builds in this world. If you have time and you want to list your rankings in the comments, please feel free to do so. I'm very interested to see what your rankings will be. Other than that, if you did enjoy the video and seeing the thought processes behind the builds, please feel free to leave a like, and if you haven't subscribed, you seriously should consider it because we can be like best friends, and I love you forever. With that said, until next time, and as always, be easy.
This guy, get this guy out the way. Okay. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Okay. One, two, three, boom. 1, 2. And we'll just go right here. We'll go. Okay. There we go. A little bit more forward. Boom. Boom. Okay. Roguelite time. Okay. We move up, just make sure we got everywhere else. Everywhere else is pretty lit up. Except for this little corner. This is wild. We got that in. I could probably, like, exactly where I'm standing, I guess I could just do this. Okay. It's right here. So let's get some rivers made. Alrighty. Okay, boom. Not bad. One, two, three, four. Boom, boom, boom. Wait, let's just wait a second.
going to be polar bears everywhere in here. I don't think I'm going to need any more of those torches. Guys, give me just a moment. I'm going to refill my water. Bear with me here. I'll be right back. Hold on a moment. Okay, we are back. Thanks for waiting. Hold on a second. Let's hop up here. Boom and boom. We are looking good. Okay, so more to do. Much more to do. All right. Hold on a second. There we go. Got that. I might need to break a little bit more. Let's actually go back this way. Okay, nothing's gonna spawn over here. Then we'll just do an iceberg along this side. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Alright, we got 1, 2, 3. Nope. Nope. What am I doing? Whoa. There we go. Alright, got you. You. Okay. 2, 3, 4. Boom, boom, boom. That's a hole. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Now, considering that's the entrance, that's fine. Let's just do this. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Beautiful. I think the only thing that I would want to add is a small area over here. Okay. In the back, there's nothing like right. Well, is that really it? Yeah, I mean, I could just do this. Okay. I like it so far. I like this. All right, now I just need snow, like a lot of it. Probably get some warped fencing. There we go. All right, so that's fine. Let's put these back. No way. Has it really been that? Oh, God. Burn, burn, burn. Asleep. You're gonna burn. Burn. All right. Frog lights I'll still need. Packed ice I still have. Can move these guys in. Verdant frog lights. I'll still use those. Get the quartz. That's what we had earlier. Okay. Boom, boom. And rods. I think copper lanterns went back in here. They did. Okay. Let's go find Roger and fix that part. I need to get snow and frog lights, like pretty much right now. So I'll do that, and then I would like to kind of start that little area around. Let's do that real quick. Frog lights. Large iceberg with glow lights inside with transparent ice. The thing is, with the transparent ice, anything with lights on the inside, it'll like melt the ice. Fire res. Boom. Put these guys back. That chicken just went right into the portal. Right into the portal. Let's get shroom lights. Going specifically after shroom lights. This chicken is now in the nether. Now there's two of them in here. back to this little area. I do not have my hoe. You need the hoe. You gotta get the hoe. Coming back. Can't believe I forgot the hoe. Ouch. What's good, Fish? What's good, Buckshot? Kayak, welcome in. Hope you're doing well today, guys. Finish up work for the day, turning on your music. XYZ, you have a good rest of your day. Thanks for stopping in when you could. Appreciate the gifted sub earlier. Sebeth, what's good? How you doing? Next build a zoo. That would be fun. That would be fun. I got a couple things to do first, but yeah, a zoo is probably going to happen eventually, I would say. Let's take this guy with me, and we're going back. We're back. Do you not have hoes in every area code? No! I forgot to have hoes in every area code. How could I? But, ow. I'm just gonna stop down here real quick. Got 2 already. Might as well grab the crimson wood while I'm here. I need more anyways. I don't see any hoglins around. Think I hear a hoglin? No, oh my god. I need like a stack and a half. Make it 2 stacks. Get some crimson while we're here. Get everything. Okay. LLRJK, what's up? How you doing?
4 months waxy party.
Thank you for the 4-month resub. Also, Jacob, McCon, and Sora, thanks for the follows. Welcome in, guys. Got 19 shroom lights, 20, 1, 2. They're hiding everywhere. I don't have my boots on, so I should be careful. about 7,400 days. Yep, 7,400 is what we are approaching. Let's actually check the exact day. We're at day 7. Oh my god, 7,423. I didn't realize how fast we were moving. We are trucking. We are trucking. Moving along. I'm gonna need to take more fire res. Boop. Fire res still has 40 seconds. Oh no. Okay. Did I just get my disc? I just got a disc. That guy was so loud. So loud. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, I just got myself an... Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. Don't you dare, buddy. Take those. Gotta be some more. Got a stack. Let's get as much as we can with the fire res that we have. Okay. 2 stacks, here we come. I thought I looked at that guy. Three in a row. Stacking 20. Can't really pick these up. What are you doing hurting yourself, buddy? What do I got? Almost 2 stacks? Okay. Keep pushing. We can get 2 stacks. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's 11 in that one tree. I don't want to get any more warped roots when I could be gathering some more of the wart block itself. Oh, almost looked at him. Take it easy, buddy. Okay. One, two, three. Can I not? Oh, we did it. All right, so let's just throw. We can do this. Boom. I have a shulker box with me, but just being a little too lazy right now. Let's do this. More than 2 stacks. We did. Hey, Bennett North Star, what's up? Also, we have a hydrate from Maximus.
Waxy hype, waxy high.
That guy thought he was looking at me. Probably left more on the ground. There's so many. Let's grab these. Boom. Okay. Let's get... What do we have? A minute left? Let's try to get at least 5. Might get 10. Okay. Sir, it's not very nice. Not very nice at all. Let's take all these back. I only have 2 rockets left. Oh no, never mind. I had a couple. I have a couple more. Alright, so we got the shroom lights. Did I have the sound? No, the sound was up. Okay. Looks like the villager's gone. Oh, he's right here. What's up, buddy? Go this way. I need to get some snow after this too. ba-da-dum dum bum 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 bum. I think we're good to go here. Boom 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 boom. Keep those together. God, boom boom boom. Perfect. Alright, so I need a little bit of snow. Got a silk shovel. Trying to think of a mountain biome with snow in it already. I do have one kind of close by. So here's a mountain. I don't know if we want to take the snow from it though. This is the closest one I have to me. We have that guy over here. We take snow from this guy. Maybe right here would work. We got some bees and some goats up here. Let's get one more layer.
On December 5th, get ready for the movie everyone's been screaming for. Oh no. Only in theaters December 5th.
The beginnings. Well, this provided quite a bit of snow. I like it up here. Dun, 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 dun. That should be enough. That goat is out of here, man. Alright, I'm out. Let's go back home. Boom, boom. At this point, the ice castle's taken a little bit longer than the copper golem castle. Teskin, nice to meet you. Welcome in. Tommy Pickles, thanks for the stream streak. Teskin, thanks for the follow as well. snow everywhere. Da-da-da-dum-dum. Okay, we'll go 1, 2. Bum bum. Some snow everywhere. Go here and there. There we go. Da-da-da-dun-dun-dun. Okay. Is there anywhere I didn't put snow? Oh, we got Enderman in here already. Wait, are Endermen picking up snow blocks? Is that a thing that they do? No, that is a sand block. Okay, well, he's gonna place sand in here. We knew that was gonna happen. Ba-ba-da-da-dum-da-dum-dum. Got some snow right there. We can get some icebergs back there. We got 1, 2, 3. So we got ice all over. Except for in the very back. that. Looks a lot better in here. Casting some more shadows. Let's just get you and you. Got snow everywhere except for right behind me. That's to the left. Oh, that was hard to see off the reflection. Okay. I think stuff could spawn on snow since it's a full block, but we'll get the green lights around here first. Didn't get any ice or snow back here. Alright, I don't think we need anything else. Could just get that right there. Where'd I put the rest of those snow blocks? Did I put them in here? I did, I see. Ba-da-dum-dum. Wum-bum. We gotta start making a circle outside. Get my shroom lights real quick. Boom, boom. 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 Roger, I need assistance, thank you. Ba-ba-dun-dun-dun. Da-ba-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Oh yeah, I gotta get the bubble elevators done too. Almost forgot about that. I'm gonna get some tough real quick. What do I do with it in those corners? Alright, let's get tough walls and tough slabs. We got boom and we got boom. That should be enough. Ouch. Roger! It's looking pretty crazy down there, man. I'm hoping that the polar bears enjoy it. Alright, so let's go in a circle. We got boom, boom, boom. We got you. We'll go 1, 2, 3, and then boom, boom, boom. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Boom, boom, boom. So we got that. I think we should connect that. Let's do this. We got 1, 2, 3. Boom, boom, boom. Let's get the shroom lights. Let's connect this. I like that. A little bit of connectivity in the middle. Alright, hold on. Gotcha. Dum, dum, Got 1, 2, 3. Roger trying to keel me. Alright, let's do this. We got boom, boom. Already got those chains in. Let's do this one then. Connect you. Alright. Now the water should be good pretty much everywhere. I'll have to get another row of quartz right there. Hold on a second, guys. Give me just one moment. I'll grab some water real fast. Bear with me here. Appreciate you. Okay, we are back. Thanks for waiting, guys. Appreciate you, man. Hop in here. We are back. Alright, thanks for waiting. Appreciate you. Alright, let's build. We must. We gotta keep building. We have too much to do. Keep going down. I think I need to get more shroom lights in here. I think I got all of the wood, but no, I did not. Bum, bum. There's gonna be more. Oh, yeah, there's more missing down there. That's what it is. I forgot there were multiple layers. We got that. Everything's working now. Let's get to Roger. Take me down, buddy. Gonna make dens in the icebergs. Probably no dens, but just an area for them to just be, like, just frolicking around, you know? Just frolicking. Tater, that's good. Thank you, dude. Appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Thanks for stopping in. We got this. Keep it moving. Alright, so... Oh, we gotta go this way. After the shroom lights are in, I can't think of any more interior stuff that I want to do other than the chandelier. Okay. So we got all that. Okay. Everything on the ground is fine. I want to get some stuff in the corner over there along the wall. There we go. Alright. We did that, though. Now I just need Roger to come... Well, Roger actually might be able to help me down here. Depending on where this is. Oh my god, I have a block of quartz that I need to put in there. Yep, so it would be right here. So that would be 53 right there, I believe. That's 53. And we moved it in. To 45. Let me see the circle generator. Let's do this. So it'd be 53, 51, 52. There you go. Sorry, 53, 51, 49, 47, 45. It'd be 53, 51, 49, 47, 45. Okay. So let's get some slabs. I need quartz slabs, and I need them now. That should be enough. No. Oh, that was weird. Well, I'm glad I made that. Okay. Just making sure everything's good here. Alright, let's go down 1. So it'd be 9, 4, 2, 2, and then 1s. Let's do this. We'll start it from here. It would be on... Oh, there we go. Yeah, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, and then 1, 2, and then ones. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2. 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, ones. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, ones. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way around. Easy fix. So now I need to get everything back that had all of the materials in it for the bubble column. So I have a water bucket. Let's go get more water. Let's get soul sand. I'm gonna put this shroom light away. White shulker I'm not using. I got copper lanterns that I'm gonna want to use. Throw these guys in. So we got you. Let's get 3 of those. Where are the materials for the... Did I just forget an entire shulker box? Where are the materials for the... Huh. I'm wondering, I might have actually dropped a shulker box earlier. Possible you have an end room in this world? Yeah. We'll get one. It'll happen. I think I may have lost a shulker box. Or I put one away that didn't need to be put away. Oh no, it's all in here. Great. It's just in my ender box. Or ender chest. Let's go here. Take these guys out. You guys are good. You're good. And let's get some water. Hey Magic, thanks for the bits. Appreciate that. Joe Page, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome in. You got raiders. If you're talking about Tater raid from like 7 minutes ago, I said hello immediately. But other than that, I don't see any other raids. Okay, I think we got all that. Let's get to the tippy top. We got you. Grace, thanks for the bits. Naida, thank you for the bits. Oh my goodness. Well, thank you guys. Shout out. appreciate that a lot. Let's go in here. Let's also fix this light up. We got boom and then boom. OPS
Cheers
with the...
to that.
Oh my gosh, thank you. Cheers to that indeed. We got boom. Come on back down, everybody. Alright, so that one's ready to go. Keep these with me. These ones are ready to go too. We got you in. Now we just need to go here. Okay. Boom. And then boom. Perfect. We're gonna have bubble elevators everywhere. We can go here. Let's go you. Wow. Just didn't make it twice. A bubble elevator for you and one for you. Everyone gets a bubble elevator. Dude, imagine bubble elevators in real life. You can just step into a...
Nous sommes 41 millions de personnes au Canada. Nous avons parfois des divergences d'opinion. Mais notre système de justice, fondé sur les valeurs d'équité et d'égalité, a été créé pour ça. L'état de droit est notre fondement. À nous de le protéger.
Why you have to put in the kelp before the magma? Because I don't know why. You have to... It doesn't work that same way with this, obviously. You can just do this because I think this is a full block, but the magma cube is not? I don't understand. That's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. I wish I had the answer for you. I just do not. Alright, let's go get some of these. Ba-da-da-da-dum-dum, ba-dum-dum. Okay. That one's ready. This one is also. Holy moly. Dude, Bubble Zone. Again with another 10 gifted. Thank you. Holy moly. Guys, if you get a gifted sub from anybody, make sure to say thank you to your sub gifter and join the sub server, man. The Wax SMP. We're going to be starting the Winter Wonderland event pretty soon. As soon as I get this video out, I'm going to be able to start working on that myself. This has just been a long project. Let's get this in. KD11 Life, thank you for the bits. Iculus, thanks for the bits. Shout out. Appreciate that. For some reason, it doesn't show some people's bits like as an alert for some reason. Join the SMP, y'all. It's fun. It do be. It do be. Okay. So these are everywhere. We have lanterns everywhere. Everything is lit. Nothing's going to be able to spawn in here whatsoever. maybe doing this would help. Just maybe. Lemon with the fat 5. Holy moly, dude. Thank you, Lemon, for the 5 gifted. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thanks, Lemon. Same thing, guys. If you get a gifted sub from Lemon or Bubble or anybody, make sure to say thanks if you can. Hit up the world downloads. There's gonna be so many polar bears down there. I'm gonna finish that. I gotta go up against the wall, finish the river. And then I think we finished in here except for the chandelier. So, I'm gonna go grab some quartz blocks. I could do a little bit of organizing, but we need to get the quartz. Look at all this stuff. Oh my god, this is a monster of shulkers. Alright, we got all of this. Chiseled. Just put this in here. Boom, boom. Got some chains left over. Perfect. GG, thanks for the bits. Appreciate you, dude. Shout out. Thank you very much. Man, happy Friday to you guys. Happy Friday indeed. Let's go block of quartz. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on all those, and then we can move out. So, let's see, how far would this be if we started moving like this? Well, did we have something right there? No, we didn't. Let's not do that. If we move out with the diorite, or would we want to have quartz? We could do just a quartz wall right there. Let's see what happens if we go out here. Let's go like 1, 2, 3, boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, 3, boom, 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 boom. Let's do it again. Okay. Would the circle end up going around that? I'm not sure. Oh, Lemon! Thank you for the fat 5. Thank you, Lemon! Dude! Shout out! Thank you very much. I need to see real quick where this circle's gonna go. Shout out. Thank you, Lemon. Holy moly. Let's go. Oh, I don't have any lights anymore because I put them all back. But let's see. I gotta go. K to the C with a gifted sub. Thank you. Hold on. I'm pulling up the circle generator here real quick. Let's go. Nuir, dude. Thank you for the fat 5. Hey. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you for the fat 5. Appreciate the gifted subs. Holy moly. Thanks for the kindness and the generosity. Thank you guys, man. Such an insanely cool build. Well, thanks. I'm doing my best. I'm trying to make sure to see what this is right here. So we got... I don't even know how many across that was. Let's go to 75. I think it was 75. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1. So it was 4 2s, 3 4.
Waxy hot dog.
We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4.
Waxy wavy.
I think we stopped it. I think it was 75. Because then it would have gone... Let's check this out. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we got... Oh, it wasn't this. It was this. So it was then it was 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so it is 75. So let's go... Alright, let's see what this is then. Oh my goodness. This is a crazy hype train. Magic, thanks for the bits. Again. Katie Lemon Life, thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you guys so much. Holy moly. It seems like it's showing some other bits coming through, but I can't even... Magic, thank you again for the bits. Bits are acting weird today. It's showing some coming through and some not coming through. this out, this out. Okay, so... So that is 70 right there. This outer one is 75. Okay, so then this... I gotta see, hold on. Da-da-dun. Nope, so that right there. Aha, yep, so this is 75. 77, 79. Skylar, thank you for the fat drop. Appreciate the 500 bits. Brina, thank you for the bits. My goodness, thank you guys. All right, so we got 75, 77, 79, 81, 83, 85, 87, 89, 91. Then we have 93, 95, 97, 99, 101. Let me check to see if I'm counting right. This should be 101. 1985 with a gifted sub. Thank you. So we got 101, 99, 97, 95, 93, 91, 89, 87, 85, 83, 81, 79, 77, 75. All right, we're doing good. Everwraith with the 5 gifted. What is going on? You guys, thank you so much for the support today. This is absolutely insane. Everybody, fingers crossed somebody gets Gritty Goose right now. Somebody, I feel like, should be getting Gritty Goose right about now. This is a massive hype train. Grab your tickets, get on the caboose. We're going butt to butt. It's a goose party out here. That's crazy, man. Well, thank you guys. Appreciate the support. So we got 101, we got 103. Patel, thank you for the bits. Or Phil Tell, sorry. Slater, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Slater. 103, 105, 107, 109, 111, 113, 115, 117, 119. We'll do 121 right here. So it's 121. OPS, holy moly. OPS, thank you for the Fat 5. Adrian, thank you for the gifted sub. Everwraith and OPS with the back-to-back Fat 5s. Thank you guys, appreciate ya. Adrian, thank you for the gifted. Killer Minecraft Chicken from Tommy, we will get that done. We'll get that done, give me a moment here. Let's do 123 and then 125. 125, oops, right here. I don't know if it's gonna end up being too close. We'll see though. Let's try it. Let's go 125. This is a massive circle. Holy moly. Wow. Okay, so I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4, 3, 3. 7, 6, 4, 3, 3. All right, let's try it. 2. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in each direction. And we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, I can't even see that. Seong, dude, thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate you. This is a crazy hype train right now, guys. Get your goose here. What's up, Pringle God? Welcome in. So we got 6. And I got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Boom. 1, 2, 3. It's possible I'm able to move in. We'll see though. So we got 6, so we got 7, 6, 4, 3, 3, and then 1. So we got 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 2s, and then 1, 2. Let's just do this first. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay. Okie dokie. And then it would be, oops, 1, 2. Okay, that's fine. So let's do. So we got then that's 1, 2, and then we gotta go 1, 1. 2. Wow, this is, okay, that's crazy. And then it's all 1s. Oops, I was supposed to go, wait, 2, 1, 1, 2, and then all 1s. Okay. Let's try this again. I'll grab these right here. Boom.
Lemon gifted a tier 1 sub to Chloe_404. They have given 170 gift subs in the channel.
Wow. Thank you, Lemon, for another gifted sub. Holy moly, dude. Thank you. Just keeping the hype train alive. Shout out. Thank you very much. There might have been enough 1s. Let's see if that goes all the way. It is kind of far enough away. That's the closest I feel like I would want to get to the castle, though. Let's check. That's 125. That's going to be a long way. All right, let's just try the other side, see what I can do.
It's Ops whatever gifted a tier 1 sub to Bio_Hyun_.
Brian, are
They
you
have given
okay?
20 gift subs in the channel.
That's crazy, Brian. Just forgot how to say words. And names. Thank you guys for that hype train, man. Holy moly, that was crazy. Thank you all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Let's try this then. From the stairs. 75, 77, 79. We got 75, 77, 79, 81, 83, 85, 87, 89, 91, 93, 95, 97, 99, 101, 103, 105, 107, 109, 111, 113, 115, 117, 119, 121, 123, 125 right here. Okay. Let me double check. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 to the stairs. Let's check this. Is it 19 to the stairs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
It's Ops
14,
whatever gifted a tier 1
17,
sub
18,
to Quantum
19 to the
Forces.
stairs.
They have given 21 gift subs in the channel.
Holy moly. Well, thank you again. Appreciate that. Also, Jev, thanks for the bits. OPS, thank you for the gifted. Dude, thank you very much. Appreciate all the support. All right, let's go right here. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay. 1, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2. Wait, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we'll just keep it at that. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Not bad. We'll see what happens. It's possible we would want to go out even further, but let's just connect these first. So that one goes out 19. We'll go here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, boom. 1, 2, 3, boom. 1, 2, 3, boom. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Then we got 1, 1, 2. Let me double check here. So it's 7, 6, 4, 3, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 twos, 1, 1, 2, and then 1, 1, and then 2. Let's see what we did. So we got 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 3, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 1, 2. And then I'll go 1, 1, 2. I definitely forgot something. So we got 1, 1, 2. And then 1, 1. Oh, that might have been it. And then we have how many in the middle? 1, 2, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ones. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ones. All right, well, that was perfect. That was absolutely perfect. Saturn, what's good? Thanks for showing the gratitude for the gifted. Hold on a second. Hold on, puppy. Puppy, hold on, buddy. That's not possible. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. Let's see what this looks like here. Then we'll go out with the block. If we go to 125, that's great. We can go to 127. So then we have, what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we have 6, 4, 3, 3, 2s again. Let's try this. We have 1, 2, 3. Wait, oh, it's 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Then we have 2. How many 2s though? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 2s. Again, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we got 1, 1, 2. And then, so we got 1, 1, 2, and then 1, 1, 2 again. And then all ones. Let's see what this looks like from the other side. 1, 2, 3. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. And then 1, 1, 2. And then ones. Is that going to be too close? I don't think so. I think that's great. I like We'll just keep it moving around. So then we'll move out again. On this third layer, we'll do... So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I kind of want to use chisel. Do I have chisel on me? Yes. So then we'll go 1. Nope, that is not right. Do 29. Alright, let's try this. We have chiseled in the middle, so then it's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 4, 3, 3, 3. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So it's 3 threes. And then we gotta go 1, 2, 1, 2. But I'm gonna turn all of these into regular blocks. So we got basically 4, so 5, 4, 3, 3, 3, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So let's try this. We got 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the middle then. Oh, no, no, no. Oops. It was actually supposed to go... So we got 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, and then 2, and then it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's how it's done. Alright, let's do this again from the other side. Break on through to the other side. 1. Let's do this. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got 1. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We got 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And then we got 1, 1, 2. 1, 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3. That ain't right. Something ain't right here. Oh, and then it's 1, 2, and then 1s. Oh, we did it. Nice. Take that out. Perfection. I'll get some torches on the other side. Do this. Alright, perfect. Okay. Just see how big that is. It doesn't... We could make it larger. It's already pretty big. But places like this, it only comes out the 1. Thinking we do another, like one even larger with bricks. Which it's possible. We could just do that. Alright, so let's get torches. Where are the torches? There they are. Alright. We'll get torches, and then I'm going to use more bricks to make one outside. Let's sleep. There's so many mobs right there. It is insane. Oh yeah, if you're paying attention, put a 300 in the chat. Can't believe we're already 3.5 hours in. Week 4N, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. Get these guys to despawn. We got the dub. Magic got the dub. So many creepers. I know. That's why I was like, I'm just sleeping. It's time to sleep. Bum, da-da-dum. Bum, ba-da-dum-dum. Except for the guys that tried to steal my quartz. Oh, that's an egg. He tried to take an egg. How dare ye? This guy did try to take quartz, though. I think we got everything. Let's see what this next one looks like. If we go to 131. This would be the largest circle I've ever made. Let's check here, though. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, 5, 4, 4, 2, 3, 2, 2, 2. 8, 5, 4, 4, 2, 3, 2, 2, 2. Let's try this from this way. 8. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. 8, 5, 4, 4. And then we got 2, 3, 2, 2, 2. Alright, so I'll leave that and put more chiseled in here if we want. 3, 2, 2, 2. Okay. Then we got 1, 2, 2, 1, 1. 1, 2, 2, 1, 1. 2, and then ones. Not bad. Let's check this side out. Dead-in, dead-in, dead-in. Let's go 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's try 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Then we got 1, 2 again. Then we got 1, 1, 1, 2, and then ones. Okay. So this is probably as wide as it's going to be. Alright, so we got from this back way, I guess we can move up to 25. It was 7, 6, 4, 3, 3. So we got 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Boom. 1, 2, 3. Just double checking that we started on a good spot. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. So we got 2, 3. So we got, all right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, then we got 1, 1, 1, 2. And then we got 1, 1. And then 1, 2. And then ones. This iceberg's gonna have to go. Sorry, buddy. You're gonna have to get out of here. Go video setting. No, sounds. Jeez, alright. I think it was bigger than I thought it was. Okay. Back to volume up. We'll go here. Is that just blue ice? It is blue ice. Is that more blue ice? It is more blue ice. I'll have to grab some of that maybe. But we'll do this. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Boom. 1. That's it. We need more bricks. Could do that. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 1, 2, 3. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom. 1, 2, 3. Boom. 1, 2, 3. And then we gotta go boom 1, 2. Boom 1, 2. Boom 1, 3. Boom 1, 4. Boom 1, 5. 1, 1, 2. 1. We got 1, 1, 2, and then 1, 1, and then 1, 2, I believe. Let's see what we can do here. 7, 6, 4, 3, 3, 2, 2, 2. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, and then ones. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ones. We got 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 6, 7. Okay, we did it. Nice. Looney got the dub on YouTube while Lemon actually... No, sorry, yeah, Magic did get the dub on Twitch. Confirming. Arisium, how you doing today? Welcome in. And I'm stuck. There we go. is ice. That's fine. We'll come back. Give me this. Thank you. Thank you. Boom. All snow blocks.
Happy Friday.
So we have quartz bricks still, luckily. Let's see what the quartz bricks look like. So that's it. Quartz bricks. We don't have any chiseled left. We gotta go chiseled. Chiseled. So we do have some. We got some quartz bricks, some chiseled. We gotta make more. Quartz bricks. Quartz bricks. This is our block of quartz. Caitlin boy, thanks for the 10... Excuse me. Thanks for the 10 months. Appreciate that. Welcome in, dude. Hope you're having a good day. Ooh, sorry, hold on. I have to reply to something real fast. Okay, sorry about that. So we got that going almost all the way around. I kind of just want to make that last tower real fast. Just get that out of the way. Let's just put this in here then. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I don't need that. We got you and you and you and end rods. On these ones, I don't think I didn't use many slabs, did I? Pretty sure I did on a couple of them. All right. Let's get tough and sea lanterns as well. Slabs and blocks. Maybe I'll leave this bottom row. But up here, so let's get one more of the quartz layered. One more layer of the quartz, for sure. Oops, hold on. So I need 8 of these, 4 of these, 4 of these. Oh, I did it wrong. I needed 8 of the chiseled. Well, that ain't right. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. Let's move up. Can't believe yesterday there was a time when I completely messed this up. So it was up 1, 2, 3, 4, and then sea lanterns, which is great. That's what we just did. Let's do this. technically. It is 3.5. Okay. Just gotta make sure. And it does spike out like this. That right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Boom. Not bad. Let's just move up here. We'll go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Uh-oh. Boom. 1, 2, 3. Bum da da dum dum. Oops. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Then we move up. So what did I even have over here? So then, yeah, I just went straight back from pillar to stairs, up 1 stairs. Bum bum ba da da dum dum. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. Dun-da-da-dum. That's fine. Okay. So it goes up 1 and slab directly below the stair. We got slab, 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 slab. Go up 1 again. Let's go back down real fast. We got you, and you. Two. Wait. Okay. 2, 2, 2. Delay for you on the stream, I would refresh, dude. I would definitely refresh. Also, guys, thanks on YouTube for hitting the like button. Appreciate you, man. Put that right here. Shout out. Thanks for almost 300 likes. Let's see here. Hey, it's Mazer. What's good? Thanks for the follow. Welcome in, dude. Hope you're having a good one. I'm trying my best to make it the same on these. So it just went up slab, trapdoor, up in the middle. So this one had a stair next to it, like right here. Oh, that's wrong. Okay. We'll do the same thing right here on all 4 sides. Then it goes up 2. I didn't even put a trapdoor right there. Up 2, stair, up 2. many trapdoors on here then? We got 1, 2. See a zombie all the way down there trying to get at me. You cannot. Let's do this. 1, 2. Nice. Let's just go 1. Was it just 1? Yeah, just the 1. One. 1 right there, and 1 right here. And then there was 1 missed. How could I? How could I? Is it delayed or did you accidentally hit rewind? Oh, it's so true. You could have accidentally hit rewind. That's a possibility. We got. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, bum, 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 ba-dum. In order for anything to hang, we do have to go 1, 2. Let's just do this though. Bum, bum. Did this go up too tall? Wait, 1, 2, 3 and a half. 1, 2, 3 and a half. Oh, I see. It was the wall. It's just the wall. Okay, never mind. So we do need the wall. Da-da-dum-dum. Let's do this. Bum, bum, bum. Da-da-dum-dum. We got that all the way around. Let's get these. Right here, I need to get regular chains and regular lanterns. Where are the regular chains? There they go. Alright. Roger, I need ya. You're gonna have to help me, buddy. We made it. We made it. Madden Man, what's up? How you doing? Adrian, you have a good rest of your night. Thanks for stopping in when you could. Dun-dun-dun. All right. This is perfect. Bum ba-da-dum. Ba-da-dum-dum-dum. Da-da-dum-dum ba-dum. Oh, I gotta fix those sides. I'll do it. I'll have to do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get back here, Roger. How dare you? One, 2, and then we'll go 3, 4. We got boom, boom. I'm gonna have to get the diorite bag over here. All right. Let's do it. The tough is all good right here for now. We got you. Just throw that in. Throw that in. Hold on a second. Got end rods and chains. I'm looking for just diorite. Stairs, bars, slabs, and the walls. So this was just a 1, 2, 3 tall. That's it. Ouch. Got me good there, buddy. So it'd be 1, 2 and a half slab. Then we go here probably. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Boom. Boom. Slabbage. Don't you dare try to run, Roger. Boom, boom. We got 1, 2, and 3. Boom. We got you and you. All right. Let's get some frog lights in here. Let's also do this. Start the music over. All right, frog lights it is. Meow. Where are the yellow frog lights? I need the ochre, so there's the verdant. This is getting wild. There we go. Okay, we got bars. Another delivery. Let's go. Keeping busy. Get this guy right here. Boom, boom, boom. Let's get the other 4, or other 6, I mean. Ouch. Ba-da-da-da-dum. Let's move right here. I got some extra brick. Thank you. Let's get those right here. Two, 3, and then the last ones. 1, 2, 3. Love it. Love it. Anyone have a server? Add me on that 2-week phase. It'll be longer than a 2-week phase, I bet. I had a 2-week phase once. It turned into a 10-year phase. My 2-week phase is still going. Okay, so we got all that in. We can get stuff on the tippy top. If we want to get the dome without any place to spawn, let's do this. We're gonna need trapdoors. Okay. Two, three, boom, 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 boom. One layer at a time. That's just what we're gonna have to do, I guess. Got that all the way down. Nope, I meant to do this. There we go. Okay. Yeah, this is an ice castle for polar bears. This thing is enormous. Nothing's gonna spawn on this thing now, and no snow will fall up here, which will be nice. Make the color pop. Probably gonna switch this block up here. There's two of them that I need to switch. I'll need more trapdoors soon. Very soon. Wonder how many I have in the auto storage that I could grab without having to make all of them. I don't know how many I'll have, but it might be enough. Dun, dun, dun. Nope, not here. Keep going. Keep going. Got one stack left after all that. One, two, three. One, two, three. That was nice. Let's go down this one. Two, okay. Oxidized copper lamp would look better. Well, I mean, I put those pretty much everywhere. So I was trying to get regular lanterns some other places. Beautiful. I'm gonna have to get way more. Let's get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 stacks might do it. Or sorry, 6 stacks might do it. We'll see. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four, 1, 2, 3. Boom, 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 boom. Alrighty. Down one more. I don't know if we're gonna have enough, because we're gonna have to keep moving down. It's just gonna have to happen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I feel like I'm only gonna be able to go like 2, 3 more layers. One, two. Alright, well now we're at a point where one, two, three. 1, 2, 3. All right. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. Boom, 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 boom. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Boom. Boom. Almost just left this whole part undone. So many trapdoors. My goodness. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Let's make sure we did something over here. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What are we looking at? I think we did that whole side. So that's a slab right there. So then this right here would have to be trapdoors. Okay. We could do right here and right there. Let's try it again. How did I forget this? 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, boom, boom, boom. One. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. We got 1, 2, 3. One, two. Okay. Let's see, we can probably finish this side, but then I'm gonna have to go take down some more trees. The warped root is much needed now. Two, 1, 2, 3, boom, 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 boom. Well, let's fix this. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okie doke. No other snow can spawn here. Do I still use fancy 2.0 GUI overhaul? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Trying to find Curse Forge, the 1.21.10 version. There is no 1.21.10 version. I'm using an older version. I haven't seen it upgraded to 1.21 at all. It usually takes a while, if it gets updated at all, you know. I don't think the developer's too active. Let me go here. Hold on. Perfect. Okay. We gotta keep it moving. And Arlo be barking. It was just me, buddy. It was just me. Just me, buddy. Okay, I'll put you back. Wow, I can't believe we just used all of the warped wood. All of it. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's jump up. Made it. Made it. Well, I need that back. Let's get up here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We gotta go 1, 2. I think that might have been it. Perfection. Now we just have a couple on the other side. And then more warped root. I need it now. I need it badly. Let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we definitely need more. Okay. Probably gonna have to spend a small amount of time in the nether. Let's do it. Back to the nether we go. I'm gonna need... what? Like 4 stacks? Let's get 6 stacks. 6 stacks should do it. Off we go. Ba-da-da-dun-da-dun. Let me see here. That guy just needs to move. Oh, I need... oh, forgot about the fire res. Need fire res. Why'd I fly away? Why'd I do that? Let's drink 3 of them. Let's go get some of the wood. Used so much. It's an insane amount. Okay. No way, he just tried to shoot at me still. Alright, so... got a cyan shulker box. Elytra's looking decent. For now. I could just do this. Dude, get away. Mend up the elytra just a wee bit. There we go, now it's good. Now it's decent. Let's go down. Keep moving. I already got a stack. Let's do 6 of these. Ouch. keep it moving. Got 2 stacks and counting. Let's do this right here. Whoa, almost missed these. Fire-Res still has 3 minutes on it.
Less than 3.
Less than 3 indeed. Toxic Anno, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome in, dude. Appreciate that. Hope you're having a good one. We have multiple of those guys just chilling down there. They're just wrecking this landscape. Gonna accidentally look at one of these guys. Okay, so we've got 3 stacks, almost halfway to what we want. Almost. So we have 3 and counting. Let's move inward. Just this way. Right there's good. Okay, so we have more Fire-Res to put on in a minute. Just go here for now. Go down right here. We're good to go. Heck yeah. So we have almost 6 stacks. What do we have? 4.5. Okay, I need to drink some Fire-Res. Oops. Nylium spread on the Netherrack? Yeah, I mean, it'd be cool if Nylium spread naturally, to be honest. That'd be super sick. But like only in this specific biome, so the whole nether didn't turn into it, but it'd be cool if it did it on its own so you didn't have to bone meal it. here. Whoa, buddy. Okay. What are we sitting at? That's 5 stacks exactly. Komalana, dude, thank you for the Prime sub. Shout out, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for using your Amazon Prime on this Twitch channel. So that would be 6 and counting. Let's get a little bit more. Okay. So that would be 7 and counting. Still have some fire res on us. One, two. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Almost got another stack of shroom lights too. This is great. And there's the Nether Fortress again. This should be enough for now. Where your tears? You don't got them. We're on the wrong side? I believe we are. Well, let's fly through then. There we go. That's the side we wanted to be on. Now this will take us home. They're so loud. Don't shoot at me. Got the disc again, dude. Oh, man. 2 discs in one day. There's the Froglight Farm. Let's go. Didn't even use the shulker box. That's so funny. Okay, let's move in. Okay, just move this back. Put that there. Let's go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Four of them should do it. Let's try that instead. Glad I was doing the right way. Yeah. That Elytra hop skip really saves lives. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Okay, we go 1, 2, 3. Boom, 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 boom. Aw, man. Let's jump up. Alrighty. One, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1. Okay, I think we got all those. Let's move down 1, 2. We did not do that side though. We got everything here. Everything there. Everything there. Now we we just have that one last side. Okay. Okay. Somehow I missed that. Oops. All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. I think that's everything. I mean, double check. We did it. And with some despair. Love it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. So now nothing's going to be able to spawn up there. Or any snow, I mean. What am I building? Polar Bear Sanctuary is what we're building today. Get all this in. I'm going to need more quartz, so we're going to do a little bit of trading. Da-da-dum-dum. Just a wee bit. A wee bit of trading. I didn't forget to kill a Minecraft chicken. There was 2 of them that we got to get today, so I did not forget that. Believe me, I did not forget. Bum, bum, bum. Viking Wolf, what's good? Thanks for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Cal Dunn, nice to meet you. Welcome in, by the way. And also, Georgiat, I'm using complementary unbound shaders. Oops, accidentally got some pillars. Not what we wanted. But it's what we got. All right. Let these guys re-up their trades. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. XP sound is satisfying. I know. I love it. Always makes trading a good time. These guys all re-upped. Three more. Let's put these pillars back then. Ah, it's the wrong side. Oops. Dun, dun, dun. Still have so many pillars. Just making sure none left over. Now we're good. Taking a break from Minecraft a while. Well, hey. When you come back, it'll be with a fresh pair of eyes and a fresh brain, and bet you will have enjoyed the break. Let's go. Boom. Bricks. Boom. Bricks. We're gonna need more of the chiseled. I'm pretty sure just to make these rings we're gonna need more of like all of them, so I might as well just get more. We have the block all the way around. I'll probably need more of this too. Which one of these is empty? None of them. Okay. Well, let's fly. Let's take this real quick. I need to trade some iron. Oh yeah, I gotta get some people in the Hall of Appreciation too. We had a bunch of entries today. I should do this before I trade iron while I'm going home so I don't forget. Let's do this. Oh wait, hold on a second. Someone's at the door. Hold on. Never mind, they're just dropping off a package. All good. Never mind, never mind. Okay, let's go back in to the Hall of Appreciation real fast. I'm gonna grab the iron. Let's see here. We had 1K biddies for sure. We had a couple today. Page 22 is getting filled up. We had Lemon. Get you in here. And then it looks like we had... Was it Twitchy? There, no, it's Slater. There it is. Slater, thank you for the 1,000 bits as well. Appreciate that, Slater. Alright, now we have a Fat 5 entry. A few of them. We had Everwraith, thank you. Noir, thank you for the Fat 5 as well. Hey D, Love and Life, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. Much appreciated. Amethyst, thank you for the 5 gifted. Appreciate you. I'll get you in the book here. Then we have a couple. Oh yeah, then OPS, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. Appreciate ya. Get you in here. Thanks guys, means a lot, man. Thanks for supporting the channel. Then we move on to the Thick 10 book. Because Lemon had 10 gifted. Thank you, Lemon. Appreciate that. And then we move on to the Tremendous 20 book. Because Bubble Zone gets another entry into the book. Can't believe that, dude. Thank you, Bubble Zone, for 20 gifted. Thank you, Lemon, for 10. OPS, Amethyst, KD, Noir, Everwraith, Doug, XYZ, Mazandrak. Thank you guys for the gifteds as well, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Alright, so we got everybody. I think we got everybody in. Let's trade some iron. I need emeralds. To get more quartz, I need quartz. It's just how it is. Is this where we run out? I do not know. I do not know. We're gonna find out. Let's go down. There we go. Have these guys re-upped their trade since I was here? Yes. Yes, they have. Carlos42, what's good? Welcome in. Just past 7425. Yep, we're approaching day 7,450. This build has taken me officially 250 Minecraft days so far. It's a lot. It's a lot. Need emeralds to get more quartz. I think this batch of quartz might be it, because I just need to make that big ring, like that huge ring around the castle and then some. Huh? Ajwad, what's good? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the kind words. Kitten King, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Also, AJ, thanks for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Howdy, guys. Hope all is well over there. What are my thoughts on this world? What are my thoughts on this world? I love it. I love building in this world. Hold on a second. Hold on a second here. Sorry about this. There we go. Okay. Get this guy. Let's go here. Let's get more. We need more. Do I like being a streaming content creator? Oh, yeah. 100%. My favorite thing to do is wake up and figure out what I need to do in this world. And the fact that I get to do it every day and spend time in this world is a blessing, man. Dude, oh my god, almost 5 hours into the stream. Put a 500 in the chat if you're paying attention. We are going for a while today, man. Amethyst got the dub on that one. Mallow, what's good? Little Bear, Rachel, what's good? I hope I didn't miss anyone's name today. LP, what's up? Devil Star, Kovrick, welcome in. Neon God, what's good? Hazard, what's up? How you doing? Let's go in. Millie Potato, what's good? Alright, let's go back down to the bottom. Let's just trade whatever we can left. And then I have to make a stop at my iron farm, too, if I want more iron. I'm completely out. Late howdy. What's up, Rasta? How you doing? Welcome in. Doing good, hope you are, too. I am doing great. Glad to hear you're doing good, Mallow. Spartan, what's good? On YouTube, the dub went to Looney, of course. What's up, Adam? How you doing? Oops, hold on. There we go. We're gonna be barely under 258. I don't think we have any more. Oh my god, we do have one more. Never mind. What potion do you need to cure a villager? A splash potion of weakness. You have to splash them with that, and then you give them a golden apple. Makes a loud noise, and then they start shaking for a couple minutes, and then they're cured. Let's do emerald blocks. That's all I got. Alrighty. It's like they're being electrocuted. It really does. They start shaking vigorously. It doesn't look safe. Quartz, we need it. What's up, gang? What'd you do today? What did you guys do today? That's the real question. What did you do? There we go. I just want quartz. That's all I want. And gluten-free chicken nuggets. I never thought that'd be possible. Went to your intro film class. Nice, dude. Have fun in there. Never took any film classes. I should have. Just watching and dissecting classic films. Bring 'em on. Got you there. Cauliflower is the best for. Oh yeah, just using like. This is just like you're using dried cauliflower for breading. Yep. All right, so let's go upstairs then. Got you. We got you. We got, wait. There we go. All right. Hold on. There we go. Boom. Sun is rising. Honestly, if they start re-upping their trades, I'm just going to use every single emerald that I have on me. Spend the rest of them on quartz today. Might as well. Why, thank you. Why, thank you. Ouch. Left. Beautiful. All right, let's do this then. Boom. Thank you. Thank you. Let's jump down. They're about to re-up their trades. Yep. Called it. Absolutely. Okie doke, we gotta go here. We gotta go there. One more time around the sun. Gotta perform the stages of the Nutcracker. Hey, have fun. Playing right now while watching the stream. Hope you're having fun too, man. Hey, what's up, Crypto? Long stream today. Hope it's going well. Yeah, it's a longer stream. I'm trying to make some finishing touches on this ice castle that I've been working on this past week, the entire week, and last weekend. It's been almost 2 weeks of this one build. This is day 12 on stream of working on the build, and it is huge. I can start probably moving in the polar bears tonight. If I can get enough edited. Other than that, like, it is Friday night. I might just watch a movie with my wife instead, or go out to dinner or something. I'm feeling like it's Friday, man. I should go do something. Treat yourself, you know. Movie. Yeah, also remember guys, on Sunday during the Twitch stream, we will be doing, it is movie day. You guys voted on Transformers, so be there on Sunday if you want to join. Probably going to start at the regular time that we normally do. Nah, that's fine. Didn't condense anything, really. Alright, let's go! But yeah, welcome in, Crypto. Hope you're having a good day. Made a rainbow compass design and creative. Ooh, that sounds pretty cool. Let's go back here. Alright, so. Chiseled, chiseled, chiseled. Brick, brick, brick. Brick. There we go, okay. That's totally fine. This is fine too. We'll just do that. I have more to move in. Move this guy back. Okay. Wow. Alright, so tomorrow when we start streaming, I will have pretty much the entire interior done. I'll probably have to get some like florals in, random stuff to get it decorated, and then I most likely need to just finish this outer ring, and we're good to go. Guys, I do have to go though. That is time for me today. I got to get some time to edit. I need to make time to edit this video. Otherwise, I won't get any. If I just keep streaming, I won't be getting any editing done. Enjoy your Friday. Build looks sweet. Thanks, Crypto. Appreciate that. But you guys rock, man. Thank you for being here. Appreciate ya. Take care of yourselves. If you're on YouTube, thanks for hitting the like button. Appreciate you. 320 likes today. Thank you guys. And then, let's put this here. And then if you guys on Twitch, thanks for chilling with me, man. Thanks for all the support, all of the gifted subs, resubs, and bits today. You guys absolutely rock. Killing it out there. Kellis, what's good? You guys have a good weekend if I don't see you, but I will be streaming both days this weekend. I gotta get some stuff done. I'll be streaming tomorrow. I might not be able to do it at 11 a.m. CST, but I'll let you know in the Discord if we're gonna change. Most likely streaming at the same time, though. We got work to do, man. We got work to do. It's gonna be a crazy day. It's gonna be a crazy day. But anyways, thank you guys for chilling with me. You guys absolutely rock. Throwing on the offline screen. I gotta go. I gotta get some lunch in me, and then, oh, big stretch. Time to edit all night. Oh my god, I didn't even do this. Hold on, we had 2 Kill a Minecraft chickens. Completely forgot. I'm back in, I'm back in. Hold on, we're back in. Hold on. I did not forget. We had 2 Kill a Minecraft chickens to do. I did not forget.
4 months waxy party.
Indeed. Couldn't have said it better. It doesn't even show me who did who was that? It didn't show up on my activity feed. Oh, I went back. Oh, I see what happened. I have to go here. There we go. It was the wrong screen. That's why. Those were from a couple hours ago. I was like, wait, who's subbing without letting me see? 2 Kill Minecraft chickens. Got one. I'm gonna use the shovel. Don't look at me like that, bud. And the other chicken. I guess we got them all already. Don't look at me like that. There we go. Chicken carnage. Completely taken care of. That was the carnage. You guys rock, man. Thanks for being here today. I gotta head out. Everybody take care of yourselves. Do something nice for somebody. I'll see you on tomorrow's stream, 11 a.m. Central Time. Thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate y'all. Bye for real this time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode in our Forever World. If you're new here, I'd like to give you a very warm welcome. This is a channel where I create cozy gaming videos to help you sleep or study. We have quite a few things to do today in our world. We're going to start by changing some signs. And of course, as if on cue, it's just started to rain. Well, I hope the rain gives you a signal to get nice and comfortable in bed if you're here to sleep. If you're here for some background noise, then just leave me on the side, and I hope the rain provides a nice cozy ambience for you. So as I was saying, we're going to do a few things today. We're going to change the signs because we've got a new name for our brand new companion, a cute little cat. And this is no longer Oopsie and Daisy. This is now Oopsie, Daisy, and Dreamy. So let's quickly change that sign. We've got Oopsie, Daisy, and Dreamy. How are we, everybody? Are we okay? They seem to all be getting along. Somebody just took a big munch out of the dirt there. I think that was Oopsie. And we're going to add a new dreamer to our cozy little garden as well. And then we're going to name our cat. I want to thank everybody that left their name recommendations in the comments before. And we're still going to have plenty of opportunities for you to name different animals as we find them. So I'm going to ask for your name suggestions in the future as well again. Before we do name our cozy little cat over there, hello. How are you guys? You good? They seem to be getting along, keeping their distance as cats tend to do. We're going to add somebody to our lagoon. We're going to commemorate a new dreamer. It's currently 1 a.m. here, and I had a very busy day, but I really just wanted to kick back and play some Minecraft tonight, so I'm really glad that you're here with me, and I'm really glad that I'm able to do this right now. You have no idea how much I need this. Okay, so we're going to put this person over here next to the staircase, and we're going to be expanding this in the future anyway, so we should have a lot more space. Actually, maybe we'll put them in the corner here for now. We'll put you here next to the lamp. There we are. Now this person's name is Abaru, and there's an A there, so it might be Abaru. And Abaru left a fantastic message, and it really made me so happy. And the message reads, "I love these videos. I really hope you become big. Your calm tone put me right to sleep the other night, and I just love watching your videos. Thank you so much for your kind words, Abaru. I hope I can continue helping you sleep, and I'm really glad that I was able to help you fall asleep. There's nothing worse than lying in bed not being able to sleep, so for me to be able to help you, I'm very glad. And welcome to our lagoon." Speaking of the lagoon, we do have a bit of a plan for today. And even though there's no real time limit on this episode, I want to change the farm area. So even though it's already really nice, I want to expand it a bit maybe and rebuild the farm. And maybe even build a bridge across to that island over there today. So that's kind of on the agenda. And as you know, we do like to improvise in our Forever World, so we'll see how we go. The next order of business is to name our new companion. Hello, Lily. Hello. Let's give them their fish before we give them a name. I've already got another one there. There's a fish for you, Lily. And there's a fish for you, Zara. So we've decided to name you Zara. A very special person named Zara. A viewer that's been with us for quite a while now, and she's left a lot of comments on our episodes. And you know who you are, but I really like the name Zara. I think it's a beautiful name. So we're going to have to change the sign now, because this is no longer Lily and Dreamy's home. This is now Lily and Zara's home. Lily and Zara's home. So there we go. I'm gonna let them chill now. And I'm gonna head to the garden. Actually, have I got food on me? I've got some bone broth and beetroot soup. Fantastic. I really also need to that's the other thing I wanted to do today, was try to get a Fortune 3 book, but I'm only level 25, so there's a very good chance that's not happening. We can try, but I really don't think that's going to happen. Okay, we need to do a little bit of planning now, because we're going to extend the farm, and what we're going to do is we're going to sort of separate the different areas. So we're going to have kind of like an area there, maybe one there, and we're going to have all different crops, because at the moment, as you walk through, there's just kind of different types of crops all over the place, and even though they are kind of subdivided, we want it to be a little bit more neat. And I have a very OCD brain, and I'm sure a lot of people can relate to that in the aspect of I like to be very well organized. So I want to make sure that everything has like a certain schematic to it, like a blueprint. That's what we're going to do today. So we're going to start by going through some chests, and we're probably going to find a bunch of dirt if we can find some, which probably is in our treehouse. We're going to head over to our storage area. We're going to find as much building materials that we can find that we'll need, so wood and stuff like that, because we're going to be categorizing the farm, let's say. We're going to head up here. And I know that there's heaps of dirt in this chest, so we're going to grab a bunch of dirt. And I like to be extra prepared, so we're going to grab quite a few stacks. And even some grass blocks might be nice. Grass blocks are handy because it'll make it look nicer. If we place a grass block next to the dirt, it'll start to kind of spread, and it won't just look bland. I'm happy to get some wood now as well. We'll probably take a stack of maple logs, maybe some spruce, and just all these like decorative blocks that we have as well. We'll take some of those too. Take a lot of them actually. Oh, we've got heaps of fences that might be handy as well. Cool. Now there's no doubt in my mind that we're going to need a lot more wood, if I'm being honest, and a lot more fences, so we're probably going to need to go a little bit of an expedition. Glass is also very important for this build, and of course a bit of sand for the sugarcane. So we are running out of resources, but we should have more than enough for now to get started on expanding the farm. Yeah, so I looked up the enchantments for the books, because some of you might know in a previous episode we found a miner called Carrie, I think her name was, and she kind of showed us that if you give her a Fortune 3 book with a normal pickaxe, she'll turn it into a Fortune 4 pickaxe, which is crazy. But I looked on the wiki, and to get a Fortune 3 enchantment on a book, you need to be like player level 45 or something. I can't remember the exact number, but it was some crazy number. So we're quite far away from that at the moment, but it's okay. We'll make our way towards it slowly but surely, and we'll eventually get there. That's what's important. We're gonna chuck all of this here, and we're gonna start with the dirt. So we're going to get all the dirt in our inventory, in our hotbar I should say, and we're gonna pick a few zones where we want to expand the farm. I quite like the sand here, so we'll leave that pretty much as is. And we're going to collect the crops as well while we're here. So let's just grab all of these. Hello there. You don't look like Chuck, because Chuck's got red eyes, but you look like a close relative of Chuck's. If you do see Chuck, can you please tell him to come visit me, because I haven't seen him this episode yet. And that's not like Chuck. Chuck always comes and says hi to us. Okay, we're gonna grab all of this tilled dirt. we're gonna kind of expand. And I kind of like, when I'm doing this, just look at, if I do, you know, kind of change a zone or a part of the farm or even, you know, of the garden, I like to see how it looks while I'm doing it so that I can get a good grasp of like what I want to do to it, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's better. And because it's literally, well, Monday morning. I was going to say Sunday night, but it's quite literally Monday morning at this point over here. And I did a lot of decorating outside our house. It's not my house, it's like my family's house, but kind of I'm the main person who uses the outside space, like in the backyard, and we've got a pretty decently sized backyard. We've got like a water feature and a bit of like grass and stuff, but we had like a bunch of tables and chairs there that that no one seems to really use. And I was like, listen, I'm gonna be moving all this around because, you know, when my friends come over, and you know they do come over quite often nowadays, we need somewhere to sit, especially outside, because it does get really hot in the house. And when it's like sunset time, which is normally when we might be hanging out, it's really nice ambience outside to just sit down and relax. So this looks pretty good. I want to kind of head in that direction a little bit, and that's what we're gonna do. In fact, actually, I've just had a thought. I might want to change this into wood. You're going to be watching me fumble around and struggle to make this area today, because I do feel very creative at the moment. I have a lot of like, you know, thoughts going crazy, but when I feel very creative, I can't decide on things because I want to make it the best I possibly can. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. So we're going to grab some brick bond planks. These are maple, so we're going to match that with the maple logs. And a bit of glass as well. And we're going to build actually a glass and wood area going in that direction. And I quite like doing it too thick, like a pathway like this. And then kind of like 3. And then kind of just splitting it up in this way. There we are. Yeah. I like that. It's quite cozy. And then we'll eventually add glass around this, but this is going to lead to like a little area around here maybe, where we start to do some dirt. So we'll shape this into a bit of dirt now. Hello, Mr. Squid. You look like you're having the time of your life. Can't imagine what rain feels like for the squids and the animals underwater. And just as we've mentioned the rain, I think we've jinxed it because the rain has stopped. Yeah, we're going to build a bit in that direction. I mean, obviously they can't feel the rain, but I mean, it must feel a bit weird for them being in the water and then seeing like all these things hitting the top of the water. Okay, this is lovely. This is a great little plot. And in fact, what we'll do is off this plot here, we'll go in this direction. So we're going to have like this big farm that's kind of connected by a big network of like bridges and stuff. And we want to kind of use those that network of bridges to separate the areas. So we're probably going to till all of this, and we'll plant tomatoes here maybe, tomatoes and carrots. So we're going to section it off from here in the middle. So the middle will be sectioned off actually. Let's do that now. Like so. There we are. And then off the middle we'll have different crop types. So over here we'll have a bit more dirt. And we can, the good thing about having them sectioned like this is that we can always change it if we need to in the future and have like different types and expand it even more. So I'm thinking we can do tomatoes on one side and like carrots on the other for now, something like that. There we are. Lovely. And I'd even just make a fence across like this, to be honest, on the wood. I'm very excited for this, guys. I've been thinking about this all day. I've had a very busy day. Not like tired busy, but I've just had a lot going on. And so I've been thinking all day about what I was going to do tonight when I was recording this episode for us all. I feel like this is something that I was planning in my head. I was like, I've got to do something about the farm because, I mean, we've got like 6 chests now. And even with 6 chests, like, everything still feels so unorganized over here. There's just random crap in all the chests. And I was like, I've really got to do something about this. And there's a random boat in the middle of the water. Like, I know we went fishing in the last episode, but I must have forgotten to take the boat in. I hope you'll forgive my carelessness. Okay, so what I'm thinking is, from here, we'll go around and then connect this back to the middle. Like so. And obviously we'll do a fence around this. I think that's lovely. I'm very happy with that. I think we're kind of due for a building episode where we just kind of build. Please don't drown, Mr. Squid. Looks like you need some air as well, so... Can I, like, nudge you towards the middle of the lake? There we go. Go in that direction. I don't want you to drown underneath. I won't be able to forgive myself if you drown. We're pretty much already out of wood. So let's go and get some more wood. Now we're going to need a lot more maple wood to do what we're trying to do here. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go and get some maple wood. Alrighty. This is our cute little maple biome here. And these trees have been providing us with wood for maybe 12 episodes, maybe longer, 15 episodes at this point. I mean, I think this is episode 20 now, which is amazing, by the way. We've done 20 episodes together. That's fantastic. But yeah, these trees have been here for 15 plus episodes, providing us with the wood that we need to build our entire house and decorate. So that entire tree house is literally from all this wood. And do you see how, because we always replant the saplings, we have like a symbiotic relationship with the trees? It's not really a benefit for them. I mean, I'm just chopping them down, the poor trees, but we do replant them and at least they can still thrive that way. Yeah, I got a bit sidetracked, but yeah, so I redid the outside, the backyard of our house, and I think I did a pretty good job. I'd love to share a photo of it, but you know, it's dark outside right now and I don't think we're there yet. But the before and after would have been cool, actually. I probably should have done that. It's weird because now that I kind of do, you know, YouTube content and stuff like that, I want to sort of share more of that kind of stuff, but I haven't been in that headspace in my whole life, except for now. So it's kind of odd to think about, but now I kind of feel like I want to document more things and share them with you. Especially on my Patreon, I want to make like a big Patreon page where it's a bit more personalized for people that kind of want more than just, you know, to watch the videos. Where I can maybe have more conversations with people and stuff like that. Maybe even like a live stream, I was thinking. Anyway, I'm just thought dumping at the moment, so don't mind me. And a very close friend of mine who I've been friends with for, you know, 20 years or so, came over the other night and she was telling me about how she's starting to do a lot of social media work and like graphic design work, and that we should collaborate. And I was like, that's a great idea. We should sort of, you know, the more people I get on board with my channel, the more I can do with it, the more videos I can make, and the more content I can provide for everybody. And that's kind of my goal. I just want to help as many people as I can, and whatever helps me do that, then I'm very happy. It's kind of ironic, isn't it? Because I need help to help you. So, but I just feel extremely happy at the moment and really motivated, and I'm just really glad that you're here with me because you're making this possible. So thank you so much for being here. And I really hope that these videos do bring you peace if that's what you're looking for. If you're just here to enjoy me playing Minecraft, then that's awesome too. Thassa has thought of some really cool video ideas, but they're probably more geared towards our gaming channel. So that's probably where the new videos like that we think of might be going. So there's so many things I can do with this Forever World aside from helping people sleep, and that will always be a thing that I'll do. But I was actually thinking of, that's also why I want to get a Fortune 4 pickaxe, because I have a feeling that if I do make content where I, look for bosses or explore the floating islands, as Thassa said, that was her recommendation. She was like, you should just explore some floating islands, and I was like, that's a great idea. So as much as I want to do that, I think I'm going to need to be prepared, especially for the bosses. And because I'm not very good at Minecraft, all I really do is build and explore and stuff. And it's great for this because, it's chill content. But because that's all I'm really good at the moment, I have a really big fear that if I try to take on like a boss, I'm just not going to be having it. It's not going to be good. So I need to do a bit of research. Maybe ask a friend if they know how to prepare for something like that. So on the map it says that there's things that I have not picked up. Is that Chuck? I think that's Chuck. His eye's still yellow, but he's got red as well. Chuck, is that you? Well, the turtle has sought me out, so maybe that is Chuck. Hello, Chuck. Oh, okay, there's another one. Maybe it's not Chuck. Just gonna pick up some loose saplings and twigs and stuff like that we've accidentally left around here. Oh, there's heaps on the top of this tree by the looks of it. There we are. Okay, that's okay. And that's kind of my OCD brain kicking. See all these little red dots on the map? These red dots mean that there's like loot that's dropped, or like, materials, and that we haven't picked them up. And I kind of see that on the mini map on the top right there, and I'm just like, I better go and get all that, because that's my OCD kicking in. And it's like, Egush, make sure you don't miss anything. Anyway, I'm going to be doing a lot of thought dumping today. So, I mean, maybe that'll help some people sleep while I'm thought dumping. That's something for them to just kind of have as white noise in the background. Personally, I used to love sleeping when people were talking, like if I was at a family event, and I did this a lot, at a lot of family events, because when I was younger, I would get tired really easily and I would fall asleep, right? So when I was younger, and I would just be chilling in the living room after playing Xbox 360 with my cousin or something, and all the parents would be in like the kitchen or outside chatting, it was like a really cozy white noise for me. Does that make sense? Let me know if you can relate to that, because that's something that I think was a big part of my childhood, where we would go to like a family friend's house. We'd have dinner together, we'd, talk and stuff, and all the kids would be playing. Like I'd be playing with my cousins or my brother and my sisters, and then, like towards like later on in the night, the kids would all be chilling on the couch or playing, Xbox or something. We played a lot of Halo actually, and then while that was happening, I would die in the game and give the controller to somebody, and then I'd be lying there and people would be talking outside, like all the parents and the adults, and I would just kind of fall asleep, and then I would wake up in my bed 4 hours later. It was just like some kind of unsolved magic. I just remember that a lot. We have so much wood now. Let's start replanting. So let me know if you can relate to that. I think that's a very WOG thing. Genuinely, I do. But obviously, I don't think that's exclusive to WOG culture. It's just something that a lot of WOGs would experience, I think. It's like my parents were not migrants. My grandparents were migrants. But my parents were born here. And even though they lived overseas for a large part of their lives, especially my mum, that culture is ingrained in us, like the culture of where I'm at. And our culture, especially with family friends, is like, you spend a lot of time together with your family friends. you know, your families know each other and you're always doing stuff. I remember going on holidays even with our family friends all the time. Doesn't happen anymore, unfortunately. But I'll always have those memories, and that's one of the most beautiful things about life, in my opinion, is that you'll always have those memories no matter what happens. Okay, we've planted quite a few saplings. I don't know how many trees we cut down, but let's overplant just in case. We must have cut a lot of orange down because we have so many orange saplings. Oh wow, that's new. Is that rice? It looks like rice. It's reed. Okay, I don't know what that is. That's very new though. I've never seen that before. It looks kind of cool. I have a lot of energy at the moment. But I'm sure as we get, 2 hours into the episode, I'll start to get a little bit tired myself. Oh, there we go, there's some spots there. Awesome. The turtles playing hide and seek with his friend, I think. Are you hiding from your friends? Where are they? I'll try to help you out. I didn't see them. You're fine, you're fine. You can go find a new hiding spot. There's one. Oh, he's going underwater for a swim. Okay, but another sapling here. It would be cool if that grows. Alrighty, we've planted heaps of saplings now, and we've got plenty of wood. So we've kind of... Oh, don't want them too close to each other. Maybe even down here. Can we plant here? No. Lovely. Okay. And we have plenty of wood now to just go and use for decorations and for expanding our little farm. You can already see that looks quite nice. We could even connect it to, maybe even connect it to the bridge. If we kind of make a staircase going down from the bridge, that would look quite nice too. Anyway, we're off to the carpenter's table at the moment because... No, we'll do that first. Because we want to make these bricks into some... I want to see what... Not bricks, sorry. Logs into different types of planks. See what we can do with that. Maybe we should quickly just feed Lily and Zara while we're here. A couple of fish. Hello. And yes, Lily was our first babe, and she always will be our first babe. There you go, Lily. We'll never forget you, don't worry. Now we're going to put the fish back. And they kind of get a bit like naggy when they don't have their fish, these cats. Okay, carpenter's table, here we are. Now, before we do that, let's quickly organize this. Fishing rod. I hear burning. I hear burning. I hear fire sounds. Last time I heard fire sounds, I kid you not, this place was all on fire. I don't want to rehash of that. Okay, it's probably just the cauldron. I just have this crazy trauma when I hear fire sounds. Okay, I think two whole maple logs worth of planks would be amazing. 2 whole maple log stacks. And now we can kind of play around with it and see what we want. I quite like the brick bond, so we're going to do 2 stacks of the brick bond. And then what we'll do is maybe some outside shapes. Something that we can put on the outside. I like that, looks quite nice. Vertically railed. We've got shifted planks as well.
Whenever you're ready. Okay, good.
Cool.
Okay, plan hat is
Purpose-driven. Flexible.
strategic.
Plural of abrasive paper. Abrasively. In an abrasive manner. In a rude and unkind manner. Acting in a way that may hurt other people's feelings. Abrasiveness. the property, quality, or instance of being abrasive. Abrasivenesses, plural of abrasiveness. Abrasives, plural of abrasive. Abrasivities, plural of abrasivity. Abrasivity, the condition or degree of being abrasive, abrasiveness. Abrasor, synonym of abrader. Abrasors, plural of abrasor. Abrayer, abrasion, abrading. Abrayers, plural of abrasure. Abration, misspelling of abrasion. Arrow, a red ochre used to darken mahogany and for making chloride of potassium. Abraum salts, a mixture of carnallite, kieserite, and sylvite found in Prussia, chemically mixed sulfates and chlorides of potassium, sodium, and calcium. Araxang, a form of paclitaxel combined with an albumin. Abraxas, alternative form of Abrasax archon. Abraxases, plural of abraxas. Abray, obsolete form of abrade. Abray, simple past and past participle of abray. Abraying, present participle and gerund of abray. Abrays, third person singular simple present indicative of abray. Abraza, a Latin American embrace. Abrazas, plural of abrazo. Abra, a barangay of Degami, late Philippines. Abact, to eliminate previously repressed emotions by reliving past experiences. Abacted, simple past and past participle of abriact. Adacting, present participle and gerund of abriact. Abaction, the reliving of an experience with a view to purging its emotional dross. Abiactions, plural of abiaction. Abiactive, capable of producing abiaction. Abiactui, in an abiactive manner. Adax, third person singular simple present indicative of abriact. Abred, adroy. Arrest, side by side and facing forward. Abreka, obsolete form of apricot. Abracax, plural of abracock. Abrigo, a surname from Spanish. Abrigos, plural of abrigo. Arech, a North Caucasian Highlander, a guerrilla fighter during Russian expansion in the North Caucasus in the 19th century. Arex, plural of obrek. Abrenarian, alternative form of brain-derived neurotrophic factor. A renounce, to renounce, to contradict. A renounced, simple past and past participle of a renounce. A renounces, third person singular simple present indicative of a renounce. A renouncing, present participle and gerund of a renounce. A renunciation, absolute renunciation, repudiation, retraction. A renunciations, plural of a renunciation. A surname from Spanish. Plural of a VO. Abruption, a snatching away. Abruptions, plural of abruption. Arrest, alternative spelling of abreast. Abru, a surname from Portuguese. Abrography, chest photofluorography, a screening technique for tuberculosis using a miniature photograph of a röntgenographic fluoroscopy of the thorax. Abrus, plural of abru. Abreuvoir, a cold water drinking fountain for people typically found in a public location. More generally, any fountain or water source including for animals like birds, horses, etc. Abreuvoirs, plural of abreuvoir. Abru, brewing it, developing, coming into being. Abrai, a surname. Abrezicimab, biologic drug for severe inflammatory conditions. Abri, a shelter, a cavity in a hillside, a shelter on the side of hill with an overhung rock as its roof. Abidatis, of or belonging to the prehistoric culture between the late Mousterian and Aurignacian. a female given name. Apricot, apricot. Abricots, plural of apricot. Abridgeable, capable of being abridged. Abrid, simple past and past part, plural of apricot. Abridgeable, capable of being abridged. Abrid, a village in Essex, England. Abridgeable, alternative form of abridgeable. Abridged, cut or shortened, especially of a literary work. Abridgedly, in an abridged manner, in a manner that is cut short or shortened. Abridgment, alternative form of abridgment. Abridgments, plural of abridgment. Abridger, one who abridges. Abridgers, plural of abridger. Abridges, third person singular simple present indicative of abridge. Abridging, present participle and gerund of abridge. Abridgings, plural of abridging. Abridgment, the act of abridging, reduction or deprivation. Abridgments, plural of abridgment. A female given name originating as a coinage. Abrigo, a surname from Spanish. Abrigas, plural of abrigo. Abrikosov, a surname. Abrikosov lattice, a lattice formed by the vortices of type Roman II superconductors fluxons. Abrikosov lattices, plural of Abrikosov lattice. Abrikosovs, plural of Abrikosov. Abrilimab, an investigational drug used to treat inflammatory bowel disease, ulcerative colitis, and Crohn's disease. Brimming, full to the brim. A toxin akin to ricin found in Jequirity beans of Brus precatorius. An toxic amino acid obtained from Jequirity beans, CHN2O2, that is different than abrin. Abrinurin, synonym of brain-derived neurotrophic factor. Abrins, plural of abrin. Abris, plural of abri. Abristle, bristling. Abroach, to set a broach, to let out as liquor, to broach, to tap. Abroach, simple past and past participle of abroach. Abroaches, third person singular simple present indicative of abroach. Abroaching, present participle and gerund of abroach. Abroad, beyond the bounds of a country, in foreign countries. Abroadness, the state or quality of being abroad. Abros, a kind of cotton cloth from India. Abrocitinib, a medication belonging to the class of Janus kinase inhibitors used for the treatment of atopic dermatitis. Abracum, either of the rat-like rodents that form the genus Abracoma, rat chinchilla. Abracums, plural of abracum. Abracamed, any of the caviomorphodonts of the family of Abracomidia chinchilla rats. Abracamids, plural of abracamid. Abroad, obsolete spelling of abroad. Abrogable, capable of being abrogated. Abrogate, to annul by an authoritative act, to abolish by the authority of the maker or their successor, to repeal, applied to the repeal of laws, decrees, ordinances, the abolition of customs, etc. Abrogated, simple past and past participle of abrogate. Abrogates, third person singular simple present indicative of abrogate. Abrogating, present participle and gerund of abrogate. Abrogation, the act of abrogating. Abrogationism, a policy of abrogation. Abrogationist, one who abrogates. Abrogationists, plural of abrogationists. Abrogations, plural of abrogation. Abrogative, tending or designed to abrogate. Abrogator, one who abrogates. Abrogators, plural of abrogator. Abrolhos archipelago, a group of small islands off the coast of Bahia, Brazil. Abra, a language of Ghana. Abranhill, an outer...
Take your imagination on an adventure with new Pokemon figures.
Abra, a language of Ghana. Abranhill, an outer suburb of Cumbernauld, North Lanarkshire Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 7875. Abronia, a plant of the genus Abronia. Abronius, plural of Abronia. Abrud, upon a brood on a hatch. Arut, to brook, to endure. Aruft, simple past and past participle of a brook. Abrooking, present participle and gerund of a brook. Arooks, third person singular simple present indicative of a brook. Abrosexual, having a changing or fluid sexual orientation, one that changes over time. Abrosexuality, the state of being abrosexual. Abrosexuals, plural of abrosexual. Aroya, abstinence. Arotanum, a bushy wormwood from Europe, sometimes used in the brewing of beer. Southernwood, Artemisia abrotanum. Abrotanums, plural of abrotanum. Abrati, a colorless crystalline alkaloid obtained from abrotanum, CHN2O. Abratines, plural of abratine. Aber, plural of abi. Abroi, a city in Alba County, Romania. Arudin, a surname from Romanian. Arufa, an Estonian island located in the Gulf of Riga, off the coast of Saaremaa. Abrupt, broken away from restraint. Abrupt appearance, ellipsis of abrupt appearance theory. Abrupt appearance theory, a neo-creationist hypothesis which claims that the first life and the universe appeared abruptly and that plants and animals appeared abruptly in complex form. Abrupte, simple past and past participle of abrupt. Abruptly, abruptly by a sudden interruption or transition. Abrupter, comparative form of abrupt, more abrupt. Abruptus, superlative form of abrupt, most abrupt. Abruptic, characterized by an abrupt change in texture. Abrupting, present participle and gerund of abrupt. Abruptio, an abrupt pause or stop, an abruption. Abruptio placentae, a premature separation of the placenta from the uterine wall. Abruptio placentarum, plural of abruptio placentae. Abruption, a sudden termination or interruption. Abruptions placentarum, plural of abruptio placentae. Abruptions, plural of abruption. Abrupta, relating to abruption. Abruptly, in an abruptive manner. Abruptly, in an abrupt manner, without giving notice, or without the usual forms, suddenly, precipitously. Abruptly pinnate, pinnate with a pair of leaflets at the apex. Abruptness, the state of being abrupt or broken. Abruptnesses, plural of abruptness. Abrupts, plural of abrupt. Abruzzes, of, from, or relating to the region of Abruzzo in Italy. Abruzza seas, plural of Abruzzes. Abruzzi, a former mountainous region in central Italy that borders the Adriatic Sea, properly Abruzzi e Males, now separated into Abruzzo and Males. Abruzzi Apennines, the part of the Apennines that contain its highest peaks and most rugged terrain, located in Abruzzo Males, formerly part of Abruzzo and southeastern Lazio. Abruzzi ware, ornate Italian pottery from the 15th century. Abrazian, of or relating to Abruzzo in Italy. Abrazians, plural of Abrazian. Abruzzo, an administrative region in central Italy. Abruzzo-Erickson syndrome, a rare disorder characterized by deafness, protruding ears, coloboma, cleft palate or palatal rugosity, radial synostosis, and short stature. Initialism of anti-lock braking system. Plural of AB. Plural of AL. ABS brake. Anti-lock brake. ABS brakes. Plural of ABS brake. Abs off. Third person singular simple present indicative of ab off. Ab. Alternative form of ab away from, outside of. Abcien. Initialism of Alto Broadcasting System and Chronicle Broadcasting Network. Abs. Abbreviation of absent. Abdefab. Abbreviation of absent fever, in the absence of fever. Abdel. Misspelling of abseil. Abseiling. Misspelling of abseiling. Abzal. The third son of David, king of Israel. Abzawa. A surname. Abzampere. Alternative form of Abampere. Abzampers. Plural of Abzampere. Abiroka. A member of a Siouan people from between the Platte and the Yellowstone rivers, the Crow. Abzerokes. Plural of Abzeroka. Abzero. Alternative form of Abseroka. Abzeroki. Alternative form of Abseroka. Abzerokis. Plural of Abzeroki. Abzeroks. Plural of Abzerok. Aburoki. Synonym of crow. Abzerokai. A basaltic trachyandesite rock containing phenocrysts of olivine and augite. Abzerokites. Plural of abzerokite. Absatively. Absolutely and positively. Abgao. A code name for sting operations set up by the FBI in the 1970s to thwart bribery in Congress. Abscess. A cavity caused by tissue destruction, usually because of infection, filled with pus and surrounded by inflamed tissue. Abscess root. A perennial, blue-flowered herb from the eastern United States, Pulmonium reptans. Abscessation. The formation or development of an abscess. Abscessations. Plural of abscessation. Abscess. Simple past and past participle of abscess. Abscesses. Plural of abscess. Abscessing. Present participle and gerund of abscess. Abscession. A separating, a removal, a going away. Abscessions. Plural of abscession. Abscessogenic. That leads to the production of abscesses. Absen. To cut off. Absene. Simple past and past participle of absent. Absending. Present participle and gerund of absent. Absens. Third person singular simple present indicative of absent. Abscissate. Any salt or ester of abscisic acid. Abscissates. Plural of abscissate. Abscise. To cut off. Abscised. Simple past and past participle of abscise. Abscises. Third person singular simple present indicative of abscise.
We do have to.
Abscisic. Of or pertaining to abscisic acid or its derivatives. Abscisic acid. A terpenoid best known as a plant hormone that inhibits seed germination and was once thought to be important in abscission. Abscissin. Alternative spelling of abscistin. Abscising. Present participle and gerund of abscise. Abscissin.
Where is it? Where is it?
Plural of abscissin. Abscissin. A cutting away. Abscissions.
What am I gonna do again?
Plural of abscission. Adas.
I forgot what I was about.
Form of abscissa. Absciss layer. Alternative form of abscission layer. Absciss layers. Plural of absciss layer. The first of the two.
Oh yeah, I remember now.
In a system of fixed rectilinear coordinate Cartesian coordinate axes. Abscissi. Plural of abscissa. Abscissas. Plural of abscissa. Abscens. Third person singular. A man is known by the company he keeps. Abscession. A plant form of. A major. The dropping off or abscission of certain plant parts, notably the leaves of trees in autumn or fall. Abscession.
Okay, yeah. For a while, we'll have to keep the audio on.
Abscissa infiniti, a logical process of elimination by eliminating successively all of the inapplicable cases. Abscission, the act or process of cutting off.
Abscission.
Abscission layer, a layer of cells in a plant that differ from those above and below, and contain abundant starch and dense cytoplasm, which upon disorganization begin the process of abscission, or the natural separation of the leaf from the rest of the plant. Abscission layers, plural of abscission layer. Abscission zone, the area in a plant's leaf, stem, or fruit stalk where the abscission layer formed.
Oh, because there is audio that's actually going to be kind of more important than any other stream. Like, it's going to show how to pronounce words.
Abscissional, relating to abscission.
How long? I don't know yet. Whenever Shitbot fixes his stream bot, that archives all of the pronunciations.
Abscissi, plural of abscissa. Abscons, a dark lantern used in church to read prayers, etc. during the service. Absconses, plural of abscons. Abscon, to flee, often secretly, to steal away. Abscondancy, the act or fact of absconding, especially from the law. Abscondi, a person who has absconded.
No. I don't think he would be willing. Well, I mean, maybe he could, but I don't want to ask. I don't want to go through that trouble in case he can't. So I just... And also, he's probably asleep anyways.
Absconder, a person who absconds. Absconders, plural of absconder. Abscondus.
Like, that would take too long, I'd say.
Indicative of abscond. Absconda, third person singular simple present indicative of abscond. Absconding,
Bruh.
present participle and gerund of abscond. Abscondings, plural of absconding.
Anyways, what do you think of the stream? Not the,
Escaping. Abscondments, plural of abscondment. Abscons, third person singular simple present indicative.
the dictionary.
Absconsa, a kind of dark lantern. Absconcio, cavity. Basa, absconsion, the act of absconding. Absconsions, plural of absconsion. Abscopal, devoting the effect of irradiation of a tissue as a remote and irradiated tissue.
What?
Abscondulator, someone hiding from the police. Abscondulators, plural of abscondulator. Abs, initialism of advance-based sectional dot. Abs, plural of abs. Absecon, a city in Atlantic County, New Jersey, United States. Absecon Island, a barrier island in Atlantic County on the coast of New Jersey, United States. The largest settlement is Atlantic City. Abseil, to descend a steep or vertical drop using a rope with a mechanical friction device or plastic abseil by wrapping the rope around the body to rappel. Abseil, simple past and past participle of abseil. makes the heart go yonder. Synonym of absence makes the heart grow fonder. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. One feels more love and more affection for those one loves when parted from them. Absence of mind, a state by the
Hard what?
be absent-minded, distracted, preoccupied. Absent seizure, a type of seizure indicative of petit mal epilepsy, brief seizure lasting up to 30 seconds involving vacantness and lack of awareness, possibly including vision, not including spasm or unconsciousness. Absence seizures, plural of absence seizure. Absence without leave, military offense of not being present when expected without
Absence. Oh my god.
absences, plural of absence. Absences without leave, plural
Oh my god.
absences, plural of absency. Absence, absence, misspelling of absence. Place, withdrawn from a place, existing but not present, sometimes missing. Absent over leave, failing to return from leave or liberty on time. Absent reference, the condition of a sign which has empty, absent, non-existent, paradoxical,
Oh my god, AB has been going on for so long, like,
such as nothing, no,
holy moly, this is really, like, unironically museum worthy. Like,
absent treatment, treatment that ignores the presence of a person's cold shoulder. Absent treatment, plural of absent treatment. Absent voter, alternative form of absentee voter. Absent voters, plural of absent voter. Absent without leave, in the armed forces, be absent when post without prior authorization. Absent-minded, absent in mind, often preoccupied, forgetful or careless due to distraction, easily distracted. Absent-minded, their surroundings. Absent-minded, plural of absent-minded professor. Absent-mindedly, preoccupiedly, in an absent-minded manner. Absent-mindedness, the characteristic or state of being easily distracted or preoccupied. Absent-mindedness, plural of absent-mindedness. Absentaneous, pertaining to absence. Absentation, the act of absenting oneself. Absentations, plural of absentations. Absentative,
I love the ADHD ones that are just like the ADHD fucking stub in the corners, or not corners, sides.
absentativity, the quality of being absentative. Absent real, the defendant being absent. Absenting, simple past and past participle of absent. Absentee, a person who is absent from his or her employment, school, post, duty, etc. Absentee ballot, a vote made remotely, especially a postal vote, cast by a voter unable to be present in person. Absentee ballots, plural of absentee ballot. Absentee ownership, ownership of business or property by parties rarely present. Absentee ownerships, plural of absentee ownership. Absentee vote, a vote cast by a voter by mail because of absence from the precinct during the election, typically military members. Absentee voter, a registered voter must his vote by absentee ballot due to absence from district during the election. Absentee voters, plural of absentee voter. Absentee votes, plural of absentee.
Oh my god, absent is so large. Holy moly, absent. Absent.
Official voting station. Absenteeism, the state of being absent, especially frequently or without good reason. The practice of absenteeism. Absenteeism, plural of absenteeism. Absenteeist, particular related to landowners. Absenteeship, plural of absenteeship. Absenteeism, alternative spelling of absenteeism. Absenteeisms, plural of absenteeism. Absenter, one who stays away, one who absents herself or himself. Absenters, plural of absenter. Absentus, superlative form of absent, most absent. Absenta, third person singular simple present indicative of absent. Absentia, absence. Absentia epileptica, a momentary lapse of consciousness, a minor epileptic seizure. Absentia, a word pertaining to absence or to that which is absent. Absentiality, the quality of being essential. Absenting, present participle and gerund of absent. Absently, in an absent-minded or abstracted manner. Absent-minded, the state of being absent, withdrawal. Absent-minded, alternative form of absent-minded. Absent-mindedly, alternative form of absent-mindedly. Absent-mindedness, alternative form of absent-mindedness. Absent-minded, the quality of being absent-minded. Absent, third person singular simple present indicative of absent. Absence, aberrant, alternative form of obscuring. Outside, ABC alphabet. Upside book, an ABC book, abecedary, a primer. Upside books, plural of upside book. Upside book, an ABC book, a primer. Upside books, plural of upside book. Upside, plural of upside. Under, surname. Assurance, the Assurance Peninsula. Assurance Peninsula. Peninsula is in Azerbaijan, the location of Baku, the capital and the most populous city of the country. Abshurs, plural of Abshur. Up here.
Honestly, I rate this so far as being potentially better than any other stream. Much better than... Although, like, this is recency biased, so, like, you know, you kind of do have to, But I do, like, this is obviously going to be better than Earthlore. Earthlore is kind of mid.
Absidials, plural of absidial.
Like, of course, it's going to be a... Like, if you can do every letter A to Z, you can do chronological order of events, right?
Radical. Absinthates, plural of absinthate. Absinthe, the herb Absinthium artemisia absinthium gran wormwood, essence of wormwood. Absinthe green, a moderate yellow green. Absinthe oil, a dark green narcotic oil derived from wormwood and used in liqueurs. Wormwood oil. Absinthe spoon, a perforated or slotted spoon used to dissolve a sugar cube in a glass of absinthe. Absinthe spoons, plural of absinthe spoon. Absinthe yellow, a grayish-greenish yellow. Absinthium, alternative form of absinthium pertaining to absinthe. Absinthe, plural of absinthe. Absinthial, of or pertaining to wormwood, absinthium. Absinthium, of the nature of wormwood. Absinthiana, the accoutrements surrounding the drink absinthe and its preparation, such as special glasses and carafes. Absinthe, to impregnate with wormwood. Absinthiated, simple past and past participle of absinthiate. Absinthiates, third person singular simple present indicative of absinthiate. Absinthating, present participle and gerund of absinthiate. Absinthe, relating to the common wormwood or to an acid obtained from it. Absinthe, alternative form of absinthin. Absinthin, the principal compound found in wormwood Artemisia absinthium, having a bitter taste, CHO4. Absinthi, like absinthe. Absinthism, the condition of being poisoned by the excessive use of absinthe. Absinthism, afflicted with absinthism. Absinthites, a medicinal drink made with absinthe. Absinthium, a common wormwood Artemisia absinthium, an intensely bitter herb used in the production of absinthe, bourbon, and epitome. Absinthiol, a monoterpene that is a major constituent of the essential oil of wormwood, Absinthe, plural of absinthe. Alice, alternative spelling of abscess. Abscess, to stand apart from, to leave off, to desist. Abscested, simple past and past participle of abscess. Absistence, a standing aloof. Absistences, plural of absistence. Absisting, present participle and gerund. Third person singular simple present indicative of the formal permission to keep away from the college for the greater part of the day or more. Absent video, literally, may I be derived from my words. Absit omen, may what is said not come true. Absitively.
Absidomen!
And positively. Absitively, positively. Alternative spelling of absitively, positively. Absitively, positively. Absolutely and positively. Certainly, yes. Absets, plural of absit.
This is the best stream.
So bloody, alternative form of absolutely. So flipping pronunciation spelling of so flipping lutely. So flipping lutely. Pronunciation spelling of so flipping lutely. So flipping lutely. Alternative spelling of so flipping lutely. Of so freaking lutely. Pronunciation spelling of so freaking lutely. Of so freaking lutely.
I'm so.
Alternative form of so freaking lutely. Of so fucking lutely. Pronunciation spelling of so fucking lutely. Of so fucking lutely. Pronunciation spelling of so fucking
Ban!
Alternative spelling of fucking
Ban!
Absolutely. Soft flipping lutely. Absolutely.
I'm so fucking lutely.
Absolutely. Absof freaking lutely. Pronunciation spelling of absof freaking lutely. Absof freaking lutely. Absolutely. Absof freaking lutely. Pronunciation spelling of absof freaking lutely. Absof, alternative form of a bone. Absomes, plural of absome. Obsolete, obsolete form of obsolete. Absolute, obsolete typography of absolve. Absolute, obsolete spelling of absolute.
Abso-fucking-lute.
Absolute, that which is totally unconditioned, unrestricted, pure, perfect, or complete. That which can be thought of without relation to others. Absolute address, a numerical value that identifies a fixed location in real storage in terms of number of bytes from the beginning, or in a peripheral device in terms of disks, sectors, and bytes. Absolute addresses, plural of absolute address. Absolute advantage, the capability to produce more of a given product using the same quantity or less of a given resource than a competing entity.
Through the years, I wanted to keep spare parts in my toolbox in case I need them. It's good to know.
Absolute advantages, plural of absolute advantage. Absolute alcohol, reasonably pure ethyl alcohol that contains at most 1% of water. Absolute altimeter, A type of altimeter which measures vertical distance to the surface below using radio, radar, sonic, laser, or capacitive technology. Absolute altimeters, plural of absolute altimeter. Absolute altitude, the vertical distance between the airplane and the surface below. Absolute altitudes, plural of absolute altitude. Absolute assembler, an assembler that generates code that uses only absolute addresses. Absolute assemblers, plural of absolute assembler. Absolute blocking, a system of managing trains that breaks the line into small segments, and if a train is in a segment, no other train may follow unless the second train is following the first with caution. Absolute ceiling, the maximum altitude above sea level that an aircraft or missile can maintain horizontal flight under normal conditions. Absolute cinema, cinema that is personally considered to be outstanding. Absolute code, code which uses only absolute addresses. Absolute comparative, the use of a comparative to indicate a relatively high degree of some quality without explicitly making a comparison, as in higher education. Absolute comparatives, plural of absolute comparative. Absolute complement, the set that contains exactly those elements belonging to the universal set, but not to a given set. Absolute complements, plural of absolute complement. Absolute constant, a constant that maintains the same value wherever it occurs, such as pi. Absolute constants, plural of absolute constant. Absolute deviation, the absolute value of the difference between a given value such as mean or expected value and a varying value, usually an observed value. Absolute deviations, plural of absolute deviation. Absolute differential calculus, Ricci calculus, the rules of index notation and manipulation for tensors and tensor fields, as developed by Gregorio Ricci-Curbastro. Absolute drought, a period of drought where there has been no precipitation for at least 15 days. Absolute droughts, plural of absolute drought. Absolute ego, the Fichtian ego that posits its own existence and through the opposition of subject and object thus created dialectically evolves the universe. Absolute egos, plural of absolute ego. Absolute endorsement, an endorsement that is binding only if and when the original endorsee fails to meet the terms. Absolute endorsements, plural of absolute endorsement. Absolute error, the difference sometimes defined to be the absolute difference between the measured or inferred value of a quantity and its true value. Absolute errors, plural of absolute error. Absolute fee simple, alternative form of fee simple absolute. Absolute form, the Platonic form of the supreme idea in which all other ideas participate. Absolute forms, plural of absolute form. Absolute frequencies, plural of absolute frequency. Absolute frequency, the number of data points satisfying something. Absolute geometries, plural of absolute geometry. Absolute geometry, the single optological equivalence geometry whose axiomatic system is equivalent to that of Euclidean geometry without the parallel postulate or any alternative. Absolute horizon, a boundary in space-time defined with respect to the external universe, inside which events cannot affect an external observer. Absolute horizons, plural of absolute horizon. Absolute humidities, plural of absolute humidity. Absolute humidity, in a system of moist air, the ratio of the mass of water vapor present to the volume occupied by the mixture, that is, the density of the water vapor component. Absolute humidity is usually expressed in grams of water vapor per cubic meter or, in engineering practice, in grains per cubic foot. Because this measure of atmospheric humidity is not conservative with respect to adiabatic expansion or compression, it is not commonly used by meteorologists. Also called vapor concentration and vapor density. See relative humidity. Absolute idea. In Hegelianism, the spiritual principle of which the reality is the expression. Absolute idealism, a philosophy originally developed by certain German idealists such as Hegel and Schelling, which affirms that reality is grounded in cognition as a single fundamental and unlimited principle of being that unites subject and object. Absolute idealisms, plural of absolute idealism. Absolute ideas, plural of absolute idea. Absolute immunity, a doctrine providing immunity from suit by private parties for certain government officials and witnesses in judicial proceedings, even if the act or testimony was illegal, false, or made in bad faith. Absolute impediment, a dearment impediment that prevents a person from marrying but does not require punishment or an annulment. Absolute impediments, plural of absolute impediment. Absolute instruction, an assembly language instruction that uses only absolute addresses. Absolute instructions, plural of absolute instruction. Absolute instrument, an instrument whose calibration can be determined by means of physical measurements on the instrument. Absolute instruments, plural of absolute instrument. Absolute loader, a loader that places absolute code into main memory, beginning with the initial address assigned by the assembler. No address manipulation is performed. Absolute loaders, plural of absolute loader. Absolute magnitude, the intrinsic luminosity that a celestial body would have viewed from a distance of 10 parsecs, or about 32.6 light years. Absolute magnitudes, plural of absolute magnitude. Absolute majorities, plural of absolute majority. Absolute majority, a true numerical majority, more than 50% of the items being counted. Absolute mean, the mean of the absolute magnitude of a function that has both positive and negative values. Absolute means, plural of absolute mean. Absolute monarch, the ruler of an absolute monarchy. Absolute monarchies, plural of absolute monarchy. Absolute monarchs, plural of absolute monarch. Absolute monarchy, a state over which a sole monarch has absolute and unlimited power. Absolute music,
Absolute.
instrumental music having an intellectual and affective content, which depends solely on its rhythmic, melodic, and contrapuntal structure. Absolute of enfleurage, a concentration obtained during the enfleurage process by the removal of the alcohol from the extracts of the pomade. Absolute pack, a path or address that identifies a file or web page, which includes all the information necessary to find a file or web page with no assumptions based on local context. Absolute path, plural of absolute path. Absolute personal equation, the difference between an observed value and standard value assumed to be true. Absolute personal equations, plural of absolute personal equation. Absolute pin, a pin in which moving away from the pin piece would illegally expose the king to check. Absolute pins, plural of absolute pin. Absolute pitch, the exact pitch of a note is established by its rate of vibration based on a standard scale. Absolute pitches, plural of absolute pitch. Absolute pressure, total pressure in a fluid equivalent to the sum of the gauge and the atmospheric pressures. Absolute primogeniture, a form of primogeniture in which sex is irrelevant for inheritance. The oldest surviving child without sex becomes the heir. A privilege given to lawmakers to prevent them from being sued for libel or slander due to statements made on the floor, regardless of whether they were made in good faith. Absolute privileges, plural of absolute privilege. Absolute realities. Plural of absolute reality. Absolute reality. Ultimate reality, as is unaffected by the beliefs or limitations of any finite being. Absolute right. An unqualified right, a right to act, or refuse to act that is at the sole discretion of the person possessing the right. Absolute rights. Plural of absolute right. Absolute scale. A temperature scale whose zero corresponds to absolute zeros such as the Kelvin scale or Rankine scale. Absolute skewer. A skewer in which the king is placed in check, forcing it to be moved. Absolute skewers. Plural of absolute skewer. Absolute space. The Newtonian concept of an unchanging and unchangeable reference system of spatial and temporal coordinates that is the same for all observers. Absolute space-time. The Newtonian concept of an unchanging and unchangeable reference system of time and spatial coordinates that is the same for all observers. Absolute state. In Semitic languages, the condition of a noun not being grammatically linked to another noun, where it would use the construct state. Absolute state. Plural of absolute state. Absolute superlative. In Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, and Catalan, the form of an adjective formed by adding the suffixes issimo, 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 rimo, imo, or ism to the adjective with any final vowel dropped to express a superlative that cannot be exceeded, having the sense as is possible. Absolute superlatives. Plural of absolute superlative. Absolute system. The system of measurements based on force and independent of acceleration of gravity. Absolute temperature. Thermodynamic temperature. Temperature measured on an absolute scale such as the Kelvin scale. Absolute temperatures. Plural of absolute temperature. Absolute tense. The grammatical expression of time reference relative to now, the exact moment of speaking. Absolute tenses. Plural of absolute tense.
Absolute.
Absolute terms. Plural of absolute terms. Absolute.
Absolute.
Absolute threshold. The smallest amount of stimulus that can be responded to. Absolute thresholds. Plural of absolute threshold. Absolute time. The Newtonian concept of an unchanging and unchangeable reference system of time and spatial coordinates that is the same for all observers. Absolute unit. A unit of measurement that can be defined in terms of mass, length, and time. Absolute units. Plural of absolute units. Absolute uterine infertility. Infertility caused by the absence of a uterus. Absolute uterine infertility. A type of infertility where the condition of infertility is caused by the lack of a uterus. Absolute value. For a complex number, a plus by the principal square root of the sum of the squares of the real and imaginary parts. Square root denoted by vertical bars. Absolute value. Plural of absolute value. Absolute weight. The weight of a specific number of seeds used to find the average weight of a single seed. Absolute weights. Plural of absolute weight. Absolute zero. The coldest possible temperature, equivalent to 0 on the Kelvin scale, or approximately minus 273.15 degrees C, minus 459.67 degrees F. A total absence of heat, the temperature at which the motion of all molecules would cease. Absolute zeros. Plural of absolute zero. Absolutely. In an absolute or unconditional manner, utterly positively, wholly. Absolute convergence. The absolute value is taken in terms of stronger convergence. Absolutely flat. Synonym of regular, a von Neumann regular. Absolutely summable. of an infinite series.
Absolute.
The absolute values of its summons converges. Absoluteness. The fact of being finished or perfected. Completeness. Absolutenesses. Plural of absoluteness. Absoluter. Comparative form of absolute. More absolute. Absolutes. Plural of absolute. Absolutes of enfleurage. Plural of absolute of enfleurage. Absolutus. Superlative form of absolute. Most absolute. Absolution. An absolving of sins from ecclesiastical penalties by an authority. Absolution Day. The Tuesday before Easter. Absolutionary. Absolutory of exhibiting pertaining to absolution. Absolution. Plural of absolution. Absolutization. Alternative spelling of absolutization. Absolutization. Plural of absolutization. Absolutize. British English standard spelling of absolutize. Absolutize. Simple past and past participle of absolutize. Absolutizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of absolutize. Absolutizing. Present participle and genitive absolutize. Absolutism. Doctrine of preordination. Doctrine of absolute decrees. Doctrine that God acts in an absolute manner. Absolutisms. Plural of absolutism. Absolutist. One who is in favor of an absolute or autocratic government. Absolutistic. Alternative form of absolutist. Absolutistically. In an absolutist manner. Absolutists. Plural of absolutist. Absolutival. Of or relating to the absolutive grammatical case. Absolutive. Of or pertaining to the grammatical case used to indicate the patient or experiencer of a verb's action. Absolutive case. Case used to indicate the patient or experiencer of a verb's action. The absolutive case is used to mark the subject of an intransitive verb as well as the object of a transitive verb inasmuch as they are codified in the English nominative accusative system. Some languages that employ the absolutive case include Kaz, Basque, Chechen, Dirbal, Hindi, Inuktitut, Hiligaynon, and Yupik. Absolutive cases. Plural of absolutive case. Absolutively. In the absolutive case. Absolutes. Plural of absolutive. Absolutivity. Quality of being absolute. Absolutizable. Equal to the absolute. Absolutization. Process or result of absolutizing. Absolutization. Plural of absolutization. Absolutize. Make absolute. Absolutize. Simple past and past participle of absolutize. Absolutizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of absolutize. Absolutize. Present participle and genitive absolutize. Absolutory. Serving to absolve. Absolving. Giving absolution. Absolving. That means absolve. Absolvatory. Conferring absolution. Absolutory. Absolve. To set free, release, or discharge from obligations, debts, responsibility, etc. Absolve. Simple past and past participle of absolve. Absolvement. Act of absolving. Absolution. Absolvement. Plural of absolvement. Absolvent. Absolving. Absolvents. Plural of absolvent. Absolver. Agent noun of absolve. One who absolves. Absolvers. Plural of absolver. Absolves. Third person singular simple present indicative of absolve. Absolvent. Second person singular simple present indicative of absolve. Absolve. Third person singular simple present indicative of absolve. Absolve. Present participle gerund of absolve. Absolver. Decision or decree made by a court in favor of the defendant in a given action. Dismissal. Absolvitor. Plural of absolvitor. Absolvitor. Of or pertaining to a dismissal or an acquittal. Absolvitor. Spelling of absolviture. Absolviture. Absolution. Abelard. A surname. Abelonic. Discordant. Harsh. Contrary. Unreasonable. Amanus. Discordant. Inharmonious. Incongruous. Absor. To include so that it no longer has separate existence. To overwhelm. To cause to disappear as if by swallowing up. To incorporate. To assimilate. To take in and use up. Absorb oneself in. To become preoccupied by some topic or activity. Absorbabilities. Plural of absorbability. Absorbability. The state or quality of being absorbable. Absorbable. Capable of being absorbed or swallowed up. Absorbables. Plural of absorbable. Absorbably. In an absorbable manner. Absorbus. A logarithmic measure of the amount of light that is absorbed when passing through a substance. The capacity of the substance to absorb it given wavelength. Optical density. Absorbances. Plural of absorbance. Absorbances. Plural of absorbance. Absorbance. Alternative form of absorbance. Absorbent. Alternative spelling of absorbent. Absorbance. Plural of absorbent. Absorbate. Any substance that has been absorbed. Absorbates. Plural of absorbate. Absorbative. Synonym of absorbent. Absorbativity. Synonym of absorbency, quality of being absorbent. Absorbiate. To absorb. Swallow up. Absorbiate. Simple past and past participle of absorbiate. Absorbiates. Third person singular simple present indicative of absorbiate. Absorbiating. Present participle and gerund of absorbiate. Absorb. Fully occupied with one's thoughts, engrossed. Absorb those. The amount of energy in producing nuclear ionizing radiation to unit mass of absorbing material. Units of measure include the gray, the rad, and their derivatives, for example, centigrade, millirad. Absorb doses. Plural of absorb dose. Absorb oneself in. Simple past and past participle of absorb oneself in. Absorbedly. In a manner as if wholly engrossed or engaged. Absorbness. The quality of being absorbed. Absorbent. Second person singular simple past indicative of absorb. Absorbifation. Inducing or increasing absorption of a drug. Absorbifations. Plural of absorbifation. Absorbus. Alternative form of absorbance. Absorbances. Plural of absorbance. Absorbances. Plural of absorbency. Absorbency. The quality of being absorbent. Absorbent. Having the ability or tendency to absorb, able to soak up liquid easily, absorptive. Absorbent or the innermost layer of a menstrual pad or incontinence wear, such as a diaper that absorbs and retains stores the liquid. Absorbent pores. Plural of absorbent pore. Absorbent continent that has fat matter capable of absorbing liquids. Possible. Absorbent ground. A ground prepared for a picture chiefly with stepper or watercolors by which the oil is absorbed and brilliancy is imparted. gain someone's interest. Absorbing oneself in. Present participle inherently absorbing oneself in. Absorbingly, in an absorbing manner. Absorption. Absorptions. Plural of absorption. Absorbs. Third person singular simple present indicative of absorb. Absorbs oneself in. Third person singular simple present indicative of absorb oneself in. Absorption. Misspelling of absorption. Absorption. The ratio of the radiant flux absorbed by a body to that instant of time. Absorptances. Plural of absorptants. Absorption. Misspelling of absorption. Absorptivity. Plural of absorptivity. Absorptivity. Misspelling of absorptivity. Absorb. Rare form of absorb. Absorb. Simple past. Participle of absorb. Absorbs. Third person singular simple present indicative of absorb. Absorbed. Past participle of absorb. Absorbance. Solar radiation and instant radiation. In a ratio format, a measurement that shows how well a surface absorbs radiation. Absorptances. Plural of absorptants. Absorptive. Alternative form of absorbed. Absorptiometer. An instrument that computes the absorption rate by measuring the pressure of the gas. A colorimeter for liquids. Absorptiometers. Plural of absorptiometer. Absorptiometric. A form pertaining to the measurement of absorption. Absorptiometric. By means of or in terms of absorptiometry. Absorptiometry. An analysis using an absorptiometer. Absorption. The act. The process of absorbing or of being absorbed. Absorption band. One of any number of ranges of wavelengths in electromagnetic radiation absorbed by a substance. Absorption band. Plural of absorption band. Absorption cell. A container that allows light to pass through, used to store and study liquids and their optimal absorption rate. Absorption cells. Plural of absorption cell. Absorption coefficient.
Absorber.
Absorption coefficients. Plural of absorption coefficient. Absorption costing. An accounting method to calculate the total cost of a product by factoring in direct and indirect costs. Absorption costing. Plural of absorption costing. Absorption dynamometer. An instrument used to measure force by measuring the energy absorbed via friction or electricity. Resistance. Absorption dynamometer. Plural of absorption dynamometer. Absorption edge. Boundary of dark band in an X-ray spectrum. Absorption edges. Absorption dynamometer. Absorption edge. The boundary of a dark band in an X-ray spectrum. Absorption edges. Plural of absorption edge. Absorption factor. The measurement of a specific substance's ability to absorb radiant energy. supporting a policy of assimilation. Absorptionists, plural of absorptionists. Absorptions, plural of absorption. Absorptive, having power, capacity, or tendency to absorb or imbibe. Absorbent. Absorptively, in an absorptive way. Absorptiveness, the quality of being absorptive, absorptive power. Absorptives, plural of absorptive. Absorptivities, plural of absorptivity. Absorptivity, the quality of being absorptive, absorptive. Absorptive, alternative form of absorptivity. Absorbent, misspelling of absorption. Absolutely, absolutely and positively. Absolutely, positively. Alternative spelling of absitively, positively. Absolutely, positively. Alternative spelling of absitively, positively. Absolutely, deliberate mispronunciation or misspelling of absolutely. Initialism of Association of British Scrabble Players. Absquatulate, to leave quickly or in a hurry, to depart, flee. Absquatulated, simple past and past participle of absquatulate. Absquatulates, third person singular simple present indicative of absquatulate. Absquatulating, present participle and gerund of absquatulate. Absquatulation, the act of absquatulating, hasty departure. Absquatulations, plural of absquatulation. Absquatulator, one who absquatulates. Absquatulators, plural of absquatulating. Absquatulate, alternative form of absquatulate. Absquatulate, simple past, past participle of absquatulate. Absquatulizing, third person singular simple present indicative of absquatulate. Absquatulizing, present participle and gerund of absquatulate. Asduio, without doubt, used in pleadings where a statement needs no proof. Absha, the technical words of denial used in denying what has been alleged. Abskin petition vasti, without impeachment of waste, i.e. without accountability for waste, without legal liability for waste. Abstain, keep or withhold oneself. Abstainable, capable of being abstained. Abstain, simple past and past participle of abstain. Abstinence, second person singular simple past indicative of abstain. Abstainer, one who abstains, especially one who abstains from something, such as the use of alcohol or drugs, or one who abstains for religious reasons, one who practices self-denial. Abstainers, plural of abstainer. Abstainers, second person singular simple present indicative of abstain. Abstain, third person singular simple present indicative of abstain. Abstainments, plural of abstainer. Abstains, third person singular simple present indicative of abstain. Abstain, of a language or dialect elect, being different from another lect in its intrinsic linguistic features as opposed to extrinsic features such as social, political, or legal status. Abstemious, refraining from freely consuming food or strong drink, sparing in diet, abstinent, temperate. Abstemiously, marked by abstinence or restraint, especially in relation to food or drink. Abstemiousness, the quality of being abstemious, temperate, or sparing, particularly in the use of food and strong drinks. Abstinence, misspelling of abstinence by confusion with abstention. Abstinences, plural of abstinence. Abstemious, misspelling of abstemious or possibly of abstentious. Abstention, the act of restraining oneself. Abstention doctrine, a rule under which the federal court in the United States will decline to exercise jurisdiction over a lawsuit because the suit could vote or other participation with regard to some aspect of the political process. Abstentionisms, plural of abstentionism. Abstentionist, a practitioner or advocate of not getting involved politically. Abstentionist, plural of abstentionist. Abstention, plural of abstention. Abstentious, characterized by abstinence, self-restraint. Abstention, the state or quality of being abstentious. Absurd, to make clean by wiping, to wipe away. Absurd, simple past and past participle of absurd. Absurdant, detergent. Absurdance, plural of absurgent. Absurgent, third person singular simple present indicative of absurd. Absurgent, present participle and gerundive of absurd. Asperse, to absurd, to cleanse, to purge away. Absurse, simple past and past participle of absurse. Absurses, third person singular simple present indicative of absurse. Abstursing, present participle and gerundive absturse. Absurd, act of wiping clean, a cleansing, a purging. Absurdance, plural of abstersion. Abstersive, cleansing, purging, abstergent. Abstersiveness, the quality of being abstersive. Abstersives, plural of abstersive. Abstersory, of or pertaining to abstersion, which cleanses. Abstiner, obsolete form of abstainer. Abstiners, plural of abstiner. Abstinence, the act or practice of abstaining, refraining from indulging a desire or appetite. Abstinence of war, a truce. Abstinence only, a form of sex education that advocates only abstinence as a means to avoid pregnancy and sexually transmitted diseases. Abstinence ring, synonym of purity ring. Abstinence rings, plural of abstinence ring. Abstinence syndrome, the physical symptoms of an addict who is withdrawing, withdrawal. Abstinence syndromes, plural of abstinence syndrome. Abstinence theory, a theory that abstinence in business will bring beneficial interest. Abstinences, plural of abstinence. Abstinences of war, plural of abstinence of war. Abstinencies, plural of abstinency. Abstinency, alternative form of abstinence. Abstinent, one of a Christian sect that appeared in France and Spain in the 3rd century and practiced abstinence from meat and sex. Abstinential, of or pertaining to abstinence. Abstinently, with abstinence. Abstinence, plural of abstinent. Amsda, a surname. Abstans, plural of abstan. Abstort, to rest by force or persuasion. Abstorted, simple past and past participle of abstort. Abstorting, present participle and gerund of abstort. Abstorts, third person singular simple present indicative of abstort. Abster, abbreviation of abstract. Abstract, an abridgment or summary of a longer publication. Abstract algebra, the branch of mathematics concerned with algebraic structures such as groups, rings, and fields. Abstract analytic number theory, a branch of number theory in which suitable ideas and techniques from analytic number theory are generalized and applied to a variety of mathematical fields. Abstract art, art that does not depict objects in the natural world, but instead uses color and form in a non-representational way. Abstract away from, to omit the consideration of details regarding something, to dismiss the details of something so as to concern oneself with higher features and more complex/interesting elements. Abstract class, a class that cannot be instantiated and may have abstract method. Abstract classes, plural of abstract class. Abstract data type, a data type defined only by data properties and operations to be performed on the data without any specification as to how the data will be represented or the operations performed. Abstract data types, plural of abstract data type. Abstract expressionism, an American genre of modern art that used improvised techniques, such as sinuous linearity, to generate highly abstract forms while allowing the artist's spontaneity. Abstract expressionism, alternative form of abstract expressionism. Abstract expressionists, an artist who works within the genre of abstract expressionism. Abstract expressionists, plural of abstract expressionists. Abstract factory class, a class that has an abstract method to create an object. Abstract factory classes, plural of abstract factory class. Abstract factory pattern, a creational design pattern that decouples the object creation by providing a group of individual factories by defining an abstract factory class. Abstract factory patterns, plural of abstract factory pattern. Abstract harmonic analysis, a branch of harmonic analysis dealing with generalized Fourier transforms that act on functions defined on Hausdorff locally compact topological groups. Abstract idea, an idea separated from a complex object or from other ideas which naturally accompany it as the solidity of marble when contemplated apart from its color or figure. Abstract ideas, plural of abstract idea. Abstract language, words that represent concepts rather than physical things. Abstract method, a method of an abstract class that has no implementation in that class and must therefore be implemented by all subtyping classes. Abstract methods, plural of abstract method. Abstract model, a model that contains an abstraction or abstractions of the reality. Abstract models, plural of abstract model. Abstract music, music created with a focus on structure as opposed to title text or program, absolute music. Abstract nonsense, details which are straightforward but so tedious that an author or lecturer would rather skip them, especially those of a category theoretical nature. Abstract noun, a noun that denotes an idea, emotion, feeling, quality, generalization, representation, or other abstract or intangible concept as opposed to a concrete item or a physical object. Abstract nouns, plural of abstract noun. Abstract number, a number used without application to things, e.g. 6, 8, 10, but when applied to anything, e.g. 6 feet, 10 men, it becomes concrete. Abstract numbers, plural of abstract number. Abstract of title, an epitome of the evidences of ownership, the condensed history of title to a particular parcel of real estate with encumbrances. Abstract polytope, a partially ordered set that captures the dyadic properties of a normal polytope without specifying its geometric properties. Abstract polytopes, plural of abstract polytope. Abstract publication, a scientific publication which concentrates on publishing abstracts of scientific writings. Abstract publications, plural of abstract publication. Abstract term, a term expressing an abstract idea such as beauty, whiteness, or roundness. Without indicating any object in which it exists. Abstract terms, plural of abstract term. Abstract type, a type in a nominative type system that cannot be instantiated. Abstract types, plural of abstract type. Abstract universal, a universal proposition in logic. Abstract universals, plural of abstract universal. Abstract verb, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see abstract verb. Abstract verbs, plural of abstract verb. Abstracta, plural of abstractum. Abstractable, able to be abstracted, able to be made abstract. Abstracted, separated or disconnected, withdrawn, removed, apart. Abstracted empiricism, a term created by C. Wright Mills to describe sociological work that has a high focus on empirical methodology, particularly work that fixated with survey methods and their quantifiability. Abstractively, in an abstracted manner, separately, in the abstract. Abstractedness, the state of being abstracted, abstract character. Abstract, that's second person singular simple past indicative of abstract. Abstractor, one who abstracts or makes an abstract as in records or documents. Abstractors, plural of abstractor. Abstractus, superlative form of abstract, most abstract. Abstracteth, third person singular simple present indicative of abstract. Abstractable, alternative form of abstractable. Abstracticism, the result of abstractification, making something abstract. Abstracticisms, plural of abstracticism. Abstractification, the process of abstractifying or achieving abstracticism. Abstractifications, plural of abstractification. Abstractify, simple past and past participle of abstractify. Abstractifies, third person singular simple present indicative of abstractify. Abstractify, to make abstract. Abstractifying, present participle and gerund of abstractify. Abstracting, present participle and gerund of abstract. Abstraction, the act of abstracting, separating, withdrawing or taking away, withdrawal, the state of being taken away. Abstractional, pertaining to abstraction. Abstractionism, the creation, principles, or ideals of abstractions in particular art. Abstractionisms, plural of abstractionism. Abstractionists, related or tending to abstractionism, particularly art. Abstractionistic, abstract. Abstractionistically, in an abstractionistic way. Abstractionists, plural of abstractionists. Abstractions, plural of abstraction. Abstractitious, obtained from plants by distillation. Abstractive, having an abstracting nature or tendency, tending to separate, tending to be withdrawn. Abstractively, in an abstract manner, in the abstract. Abstractiveness, the property of being abstractive. Abstractivity, the quality of being abstractive. Abstractization, the process of abstractifying or achieving abstracticism. Abstractizations, plural of abstractization. Abstractize, to cause to be abstract. Abstractized, simple past and past participle of abstractize. Abstractizes, third person singular simple present indicative of abstractize. Abstractizing, present participle and gerund of abstractize. Abstractly, in an abstract way or manner. Abstractness, the quality of being abstract. Abstractnesses, plural of abstractness. Abstractor, alternative form of abstractor. Abstractors, plural of abstractor. Abstracts, plural of abstract. Abstracts of title, plural of abstract of title. Abstractum, something which is abstract or exists abstractly. Abstract, to cut off as an abstraction. Abjoint. Abstracted, separated by abstraction. Abstracting, present participle and gerund of abstract. Abstraction, a method of spore formation in fungi in which successive portions of the sporophore are cut off through the growth of septa. Abjunction. Abstrictions, plural of abstriction. Abstricts, third person singular simple present indicative of abstract. Abstrange, to unbind, to loosen. Abstringed, simple past and past participle of abstringe. Abstringes, third person singular simple present indicative of abstringe. Abstringing, present participle and gerund of abstringe. Abstrude, to thrust away. Abstrude, simple past and past participle of abstrude. Abstrudes, third person singular simple present indicative of abstrude. Abstruding, present participle and gerund of abstrude. Abstruse, difficult to comprehend or understand, obscure. Abstruse, alternative form of abstruse. Abstrusely, in an abstruse manner. Abstruseness, the property of being abstruse, abstrusity. Abstrusenesses, plural of abstruseness. Abstruser, comparative form of abstruse, more abstruse. Abstrusus, superlative form of abstruse, most abstruse. Abstruye, the act of thrusting away. Abstrusions, plural of abstrusion. Abstrusities, plural of abstrusity. Abstrusy, abstruseness, that which is abstruse. Abstrusive, of abstruse quality. Abstrusively, in an abstrusive manner. To consume gradually, to waste away. Absumed, simple past and past participle of absume. Absumus, third person singular simple present indicative of absume. Absuming, present participle and gerund of absume. Absumption, destruction or disintegration, especially a gradual one, wasting away. Absurd, contrary to reason or propriety, obviously and flatly opposed to manifest truth, inconsistent with the plain dictates of common sense, logically contradictory, nonsensical, ridiculous, silly. Absurda, plural of absurdum. Absurder, comparative form of absurd, more absurd. Absurdus, superlative form of absurd, most absurd. Absurdification, the process of becoming absurd. Absurdify, simple past and past participle of absurdify. Absurdifies, third person singular simple present indicative of absurdify. Absurdify, to make absurd. Absurdifying, present participle and gerund of absurdify. Absurdism, a philosophy which holds that the universe is chaotic and irrational and that any attempt to impose order will ultimately fail. Absurdisms, plural of absurdism. Absurdist, an advocate of absurdism, in particular a writer of absurd topics. Absurdistan, any country where absurdity is the norm, especially in its public authorities and government. Absurdists, plural of absurdus. Absurdities, plural of absurdity. Absurdity, that which is absurd, an absurd action, a illogical contradiction. Absurdly, in an absurd fashion. Absurdness, the quality of being absurd, absurdity. Absurdnesses, plural of absurdness. Absurds, plural of absurd. Absurdum, an illogical conclusion or state. Abswerbachai, a tetragonal copper manganese silicate mineral with a metallic luster. Abswormbachites, plural of abswormbachite. Abza, alternative spelling of absent. Abhermus, plural of absent. Alcedas, a Colchian prince, the son of Eeps. Initialism of atomic buffalo turd. A surname from German or Dutch. Apt system, a rail system used in mountainous terrain with multiple cograils. Apt systems, plural of apt system. At, contraction of about. Initialism of American Brain Tumor Association. At, initialism of APEC Business Travel Card. At, plural of apt. Abtemporal, of or relating to the grammatical aspect which expresses an action which started before the primary action of a statement and which is still ongoing. Abterminal, away from the end and towards the center. Abthine, alternative form of abthane. Abtineries, plural of abtinery. Abtinery, alternative form of abthanery. Abthines, plural of abtine. Abthanage, alternative form of abthanery. Abthanages, plural of abthanage. Ablay, a title used in medieval Scotland. Abthaneries, plural of abthanery. Abthanery, synonym of abbacy. Abthanes, plural of abthane. Plural of ABT. Abu, initialism of anyone but united. A fan. Capital city of the United Arab Emirates, the capital of Abu Dhabi Emirate. Abu Dhabian, someone from Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabians, plural of Abu Dhabian. Abu el Matamir, a city in Beira Governorate, Egypt. Abu Ghrain, a village in northern Libya between Misrata and Sirte at the junction of two major roads. Abu Qasim, kunya of Muhammad. Abu Kur, alternative spelling of Abaukir. Abu Road, a city in Sirohi district, Rajasthan, India. Abu Simbel, a village in the Aswan area of Egypt that is the site of several ancient temples. Abu Suwair, a city in Ismailia Governorate, northeastern Egypt. Abu Zabi, alternative form of Abu Dhabi. Abu Zaidi, alternative form of Abu Dhabi. Abu letter 1E93 BY, alternative form of Abu Dhabi. Abu Arabish, a language of Papua New Guinea. Abu, a central delta language of Nigeria. Abuan, a surname from Ilocano. Abuans, plural of Abuan. Abubakar, a surname from Arabic. Abubakars, plural of Abubakar. Ama, in a state of excitement, agitated activity, or motion. Abuke, a municipality of Bataan, Philippines. Abuchi, plural of Abaco. Abuchinate, to trumpet proclaim loudly. Abuchinated, simple past and past participle of abuchinate. Abuchinates, third person, singular simple present indicative of abuchinate. Abuchinating, present participle and gerund of abuchinate. Abato, a unit of mass used for gold and silver, used in Burma, approximately 196.44 grams or 6.316 troy ounces. Abacos, plural of abaco. Abacos, plural of abaco. Abudida, a kind of syllabary syllabic alphabet in which a symbol or glyph representing a syllable contains parts representing a vowel and a consonant, such that symbols for syllables not including the default vowel are generated by adding a common notation to indicate the vowel that it does include. Abugidas, plural of abugida. Abugide, of or relating to an abugida. A language spoken in the Alor archipelago of Indonesia. A building, being built or under construction as a structure or a vessel. Abulite, a colorless mineral bearing calcium, aluminium, and phosphate. Abuja, the capital city of Nigeria, lying in the Federal Capital Territory in the North Central Geopolitical Zone. Abujam, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Abujmaria, a Dravidian dialect of the Maurya language spoken in Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh provinces in India. Abukar, a surname. Abukars, plural of Abukar. Abukir, alternative spelling of Abaukir. Abucumalite, a mineral Ka-Y-P-C-O-O-F that can contain uranium or thorium. The mineral was renamed Britholite Y in 1966 because of its similarity to britholite and because of its yttrium-dominant composition. Abucumalites, plural of abucumalite. Abdelads, a surname from Georgian. Abalthada, a geographer and historian 1273-1331. Abald, bulging. Adhilia, absence of willpower or decisiveness, especially as a symptom of mental illness. Abelias, plural of abulia. Abule, relating to, characterized by, or affected with abulia. Abulix, plural of abulic. Abulomania, alternative form of abulomania. Abulai, a municipality of Cagayan, Philippines. Abumbril, alternative form of exumbriller. Abumbriller, alternative form of abumbril. Aba, a language, sometimes considered an isolate and sometimes considered West Papuan, spoken in Papua and divided into the dialects Abun-Tat, Karen Pantai, Abun-Jaimatic, and Abunji. Abrada. A river in northeastern Bolivia that forms part of its border with Brazil. Abradas, plural of abuna. Abundance, a large quantity, many. Abundance of caution, caution used to justify preemptive measures that are likely not strictly necessary. Abundances, plural of abundance. Abundancies, plural of abundancy. Abundancy, a state of plentifulness. Abundancy index, the divisor function of an integer divided by the integer. Abundant, fully sufficient, found in copious supply, in great quantity, overflowing. Abundant number, a number that is less than the sum of its proper divisors, all divisors except the number itself. Abundant numbers, plural of abundant number. Abundant year, in the Jewish calendar, a year of 355 days or a leap year of 385 days, perfect year. Abundant years, plural of abundant year. Abundantia, a goddess of abundance and prosperity. Abundential, expressing the idea of abundance. Abundantly, in an abundant manner, in a sufficient degree, in large measure. Abundaries, plural of abundary. Abundary, an overflowing, a cornucopia, an abundant source. Abundation, abundance. Abundance, obsolete form of abundance. Abundances, plural of abundance. Abundant, obsolete form of abundant. Abundas, a surname from Spanish. Abundances, plural of abundas. Abundada, synonym of abundantia. Abundis, a male given name from Latin of historical usage. Abundes, a surname. Abundizes, plural of abundes. Adun, alternative form of a boon. A lect of the Indonesian province of Lampung, considered by some an independent language and by others a dialect of Lampung. Abunidazole, an antifungal drug for tertbutyl 2-hydroxy 1-methyl-5-nitroimidazole 2-il-methylphenol. Ablans, plural of a bun. Aburer, any tree of species of genus Mithragina from the family Rubiaceae. Aburaj, a Japanese food consisting of deep-fried slices of tofu. Aburechin seed, the seed of a Japanese shrub, Lindera precox that yields an aromatic oil. Aburechin seeds, plural of aburechin seed. Aburigeri, a large Asian tree, Alurites malacana, that produces candle nuts. Aburigeris, plural of aburigeri. Aburas, plural of abura. Aburden, to burden, oppress. Aburden, simple past and past participle of a burden. Aburdening, present participle and gerund of a burden. Aburdance, third person singular simple present indicative of a burden. Abur, a language of Côte d'Ivoire. Abureni, a central delta language spoken in Nigeria. Birding, a burst, in a bursting condition. Aberto, a surname. Aberta, with the length athwartship. Abertas, plural of Aberto. Surname. Avo, plural of Av. Abad, abertas, plural of Aberto. Abusability, the state or condition of being simple past and past participle of abuse. Alone, capable abusability, of being abused. The state or condition of being abused. Synonym of abuse. Abusable, capable of being abused. Plural of abusing. Abusage. Synonym of abuse. Treatment or usage. Abusages. To a wrong or bad purpose. An unjust, corrupt, or wrongful practice or usage. Application. Wrong or bad purpose. Unjust, corrupt, or wrongful practice or custom. Abuse excuse. A self-defense claim based on the idea that, because of long-term abuse, a defendant was unable to distinguish between right and wrong. Abuse excuses. Plural of abuse excuse. Abuse of discretion. The rendering of a decision by a court that is so unreasonable in light of the facts of the case, or is such an unreasonable deviation from legal precedent that it must be reversed. Abuse of distress. A wrongful using of an animal or chattel distrained by the distrainer. Abuse of notation. The use of a mathematical notation in a way that is not formally correct, but seems likely to simplify the exposition or suggest the correct intuition. Abuse of process. A cause of action toward arising from one party making a malicious and deliberate misuse or perversion of regularly issued court process, civil or criminal, that is not justified by the underlying legal action. Abusability. Misspelling of abusability. Abusable. Misspelling of abusable. Participle of abuse. Simple past and past participle of abuse. Abusily. In an abused manner. Abuse sex. Second person singular simple past indicative of abuse. Person who is the victim of abuse. Abusees. Plural of abusee. Abusal. Full of abuse. Abusive. Abusily. Have you noticed that no man's name in manner that abuses? Abusomas, the characteristic of being abuseful. Abuseless, devoid of abuse. Abusement, abuse. Abusement, plural of abusement. Abuser, one who abuses someone or something. Abusers, plural of abuser. Abuses, plural of abuse. Abuses of discretion. Plural of abuse of discretion.
A person
Abuses
who is
of
the victim
notation.
of abuse.
Plural of abuse of notation.
Plural of
Abuse
abusing.
of process. Plural of abuse
Full of abuse.
process.
Abusive.
Abusive.
Abusively. In an abuseful manner. In a manner that abuses. Abusal maply. In an abuseful process. Plural of abuse of process.
Abuse.
Abuses. Second person singular simple present indicative of abuse.
Present participle.
Abusive.
Gerund of abuse.
Third person singular simple present indicative of
In a manner
abuse.
that abuses abusively.
Abushinat. Assertive.
Panatrisis. Misuse abuse, in particular, illegal behavior, verbal, physical, or sexual abuse. Amends, plural of abyssian. Amenias, alternative form of abusive. Abuse, prone to treat someone badly by
Behavior,
force,
verbal,
insulting words,
physical,
or other
or sexual
maltreatment,
abuse.
vituperative, reproachful,
Amends,
scurrilous.
plural of abyssian.
Abusively, in an
Amenias,
abusive manner,
alternative
rudely,
form of
abusive
abusive.
language.
Abusive,
Abusiveness,
prone to treat
the
someone
quality
badly
of
by
being
force,
abusive,
insulting
rudeness
words,
of
other
language, or
maltreatment,
violence to the
vituperative,
person.
reproachful,
Abusivity, the
Abusively,
quality of being
in an abusive
abusive,
manner,
abusiveness.
rudely, with abusive language.
Abassant, showing much
Abusiveness,
activity.
the quality of being
Amusa,
abusive,
the
rudeness
matrilineal
of language,
exotic,
or
was found
violence to
among
the
the
person.
Ashanti.
Abusivity,
Amusas,
the quality
plural
of
of
being
abuse,
abusive, abusiveness.
Touched by means of mutual border,
Showing
edge,
much
or
activity.
border on,
Amusa,
lie adjacent
a
to,
matrilineal exotic is
used
found
instead of an
among
area
the
of
Ashanti.
land.
Amusas,
Baban,
plural of
the border on.
abusive.
Butylin, any of the various tropical flowering plants of the genus Butylin, such as the flowering maple, Indian mallow, or Chinese lantern. Butylins, plural of a butylin.
Any of the various
Butylosi,
flowering plants
a
of the genus
particular steroid
such
flexicide.
as the flowering maple,
Above
Indian
the
mallow,
point of
or
junction
Chinese lantern.
between two things, in particular a support that abuts. Abutments,
Butylosi,
plural of
a
abutment.
particular steroid
Abuts,
flexicide.
third person, singular
Point of
simple
junction
present
between two
indicative
things,
of
in
abut.
particular a support
Abuts
that
on,
abuts.
third person,
Abutments,
singular simple
plural of
present
abutment.
indicative of abut on.
Abuts, third person singular
Archaic
simple
form of
present
abut.
indicative of abut.
Abuttum,
Abuts
studying
on,
our boundary of land,
third person
particularly at the
singular
end.
simple
Buttles.
present indicative of abut.
Abuttel, simple past,
Archaic
past
form of
participle of a bottle.
Abuttum,
Abuttelin,
studying our boundary
present
of land,
participle
particularly
and
at the end.
gerund of a bottle. Above all, simple past and past participle of a bottle. Abuttling, present participle and gerund of a bottle. Gerund of a bottle.
Above all,
Abuttal,
simple past
plural
and
of
past
a bottle.
participle of a bottle.
Abutting, simple past and past participle of a bottle. Abutted on, simple past and past participle of a butt on.
Simple past and past
Abutter,
participle
one
of a
who,
bottle.
or that which abuts,
Abutted on,
specifically,
simple
the
past
owner of
and
a
past
contiguous
participle
estate.
of a butt on.
Abutters,
Abutter,
plural of a
one
butter.
who, or that which
Abuts, third
specifically,
person,
the
singular,
owner of
simple
a
present,
contiguous estate.
indicative of a butt.
Plural of a butter.
Facing each other,
Third
front to
person,
front.
singular simple
Abutting
present
on,
indicative of a
present
butt.
participle and gerund of a butt on.
Facing each other, front to
Running,
front.
so as to abut, joining by
Present
button.
participle and gerund of a butt.
Buttings, plural of a button.
So as to abut, joined by a butt.
Person, singular, simple present, indicative of a butt. Abut, alternative form of a butt. Abide, present participle and gerund of abide. A municipality of Lake Philippines. Barangay of Buron, Late Philippines. Third person singular simple present, indicative of abide. Abide, characterized by a high level of activity and gossip, intense feeling or rush of energy or excitement. Initialism of alcohol by volume. Alternative letter case.
Oh my god, it's almost over. AB is almost over.